Chapter 1, I became a Konoha experimental subject. Konoha, roots. Ah, kill me. Shimura Dans, you must die. Ah. In the gloomy laboratory, a sad scream sounded, making the scalp numb. A few people can be seen cruelly dissected on the experimental platform, and there are more than a dozen people shivering in the cage behind them. The old, young, women and children are all inside. If Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this scene, his face would be black. Danzo, are you cruel enough to let old, young, women and children? Under the light not far away, a middle-aged man looked at this scene blankly, with an inexplicable look of expectation in his gloomy eyes. A few meters away from the operating table, there is a baby in a nutrition warehouse, and there are several root genin guarding it, as if it is a treasure. At this time, a root ninja walked over and knelt down and said respectfully, "Master Danzo, the matter of the evil infant has been investigated." Evil infant, the nickname taken from the root. Say. Danzo glanced at the baby, his eyes full of inquiry. 3 months ago, the evil baby was discovered by the director of the orphanage in the Konoha jungle and was taken back to the orphanage for adoption. No relevant parent information was found, and it was suspected of being abandoned. According to the investigation, the evil infant can't see, hear, or speak, or even move. Hearing this, Danzo's eyelids visibly twitched. No doubt, he must have been abandoned. Even so, the evil baby still survived. It is incredible that all people who have touched the baby will gradually heal their physical or psychological defects. The orphan Kinky, always bald, has black hair a month after touching the evil baby. An orphan Beimu has a mutilated right hand, and his right arm grows 2 months after touching the evil infant. Orphan North Carolina, mentally disordered, he returned to normal 10 days after touching the evil infant. Zoka, an orphan, hasn't grown tall, and his height increased by 20 centimeters after touching the evil infant. Orphan Mingzi. Every time the root ninja reports a real case, Danzo's eyes light up. After listening to dozens of people's physical or psychological defects, Danzo immediately stood up, feeling a little excited. What? Has anyone touched the evil baby to become handsome? Really? I do not believe. Any other information? Master Danzo. Seeing that Danzo was about to touch the baby, the root ninja immediately reminded, people who touch the evil baby will live soon, and many people die without warning. In an instant, Danzo stopped, his face sinking. Sure enough, there is a problem. The root ninja looked strange and said, more than that, everyone who has touched the evil infant and recovered, worships the evil infant as a god of faith. They call the evil infant Son of God. This is the reason for the experiment. Those old and young women and children, all from Konoha orphanage, have touched the baby's body. It was also because of their abnormal performance that attracted peeking from the roots and triggered a tragedy. For a while, the roots are quiet. Everyone's eyes were placed on the baby inadvertently. A ninja arrives, Master Danzo, Master Hokage invites you to come. Those who have touched the evil infant are locked up. No one is allowed to touch him without my permission. Danzo's expression changed, and finally left the laboratory, leaving behind a vicious word. Son of God. Oh, thrown into the dungeon, no eating or drinking, I see if he will die. The root ninja is not surprised, and it's not too late to experiment after 1 day. After all, Master Danzo has a small problem. The more excellent the experimenter, the more he wants to abuse him a few times, so as to comfort his psychological lack. Commonly known as pervert. After the baby was thrown into the dungeon, the screams of the laboratory continued. Here is hell. After sealing dozens of gates one after another, a few root ninjas guarded the outside, and in the dungeon behind the gate, the baby opened his eyes. UN number at *UN number. The baby made a whisper, and his bright eyes were full of resentment. Old thief Danzo, you can't die. If Danzo understood what a baby meant, he would be astonished. The evil baby makes a sound? Can you recognize me? Because, touching the person who died of the baby, the soul will turn into pure energy to repair the baby's defects. Sound, sight, hearing, etc. It was repaired more than a month ago. It's just that after the baby knows what world it is, he chooses to use special energy to hide the defect and repair the fact, but the old Danzo thief is still ushered in. Hell level start. The baby calmed down, with a heavy heart. The baby's name is Lan Yu, a traverser from the earth, and he is wearing it. But what made Lan Yu helpless was that his 20-year-old body was directly transformed into a baby state, and he also directly descended into the Konoha jungle, and was taken back to the orphanage by the dean. It's hard to survive in any world when you become a baby, let alone the war-torn ninja world. But I thought the baby would be miserable enough, but the ensuing problems made Lan Yu despair. The various defects 3 months ago were the initial state of Lan Yu in his infancy. Like a dead baby, all I feel is endless darkness. But despite this, Lan Yu managed to survive by relying on the special energy in his body. Gradually, Lan Yu found that when others touched him, a part of the soul would be separated to fill the soul gap of the person who touched him. The original psychological or physical defect of the toucher is gradually healed. But everyone who has touched Lan Yu will not live long. When the contactor dies, the previously separated soul will return to his body, and absorb the soul energy of the contactor, and then heal his body. The baby Lan Yu gradually recovers vocalization, vision, hearing, and other abilities. Lan Yu also found that he had been regarded as the god of faith by the touchers who were healed, and they respected themselves as the son of God. Then he was discovered by the roots and hell started. I have inherited the abilities of Yuhabak. Lan Yu was desperate at the beginning. But the energy in his body to protect himself from death, and a series of things made Lan Yu feel calm after he had calmed down. Such a peculiar baby. Apart from the big boss killed in the Shinigami world plot, who else can it be? Friends Habich. In Shinigami anime, the invisible Imperial Emperor. The ancestor of the Quincy, the natural enemy of Shinigami. It's not just Yuhabaka's ability, but also it. Lan Yu felt the special energy in his body. It was a jewel that shone with blue and black light, and it was it that allowed him to survive the weakest period. Ability is very similar to Hagyaku. But it is more mysterious and powerful. Because Hagyaku has not been able to reach the ninja world since it is said to be a special and powerful treasure. It is more accurate to record Hagyaku's ability through time and space. Even Yuhabaka's ability may only be demonstrated after the record. Gems may have more power. He even broke the boundary again with Lan Yu. No matter what this gem is, let's call it Hagyaku for now. At the very least, what I can feel right now is the power of Yuhabak and the power of Hagyaku. Is this my cheat? Asterisk. Chapter 2, The Ancestor of the Quincy Master, The Spiritual Cultivation. Buzzing. An invisible energy surged from all directions, shocking Lan Yu's spirit, and sadness could not be seen in his eyes. These energies are the souls of people who have touched Lan Yu, and they are all dead. Because Lan Yu couldn't control his sharing ability before, it led to death. After death, the soul energy was transformed into a very high concentration of souls and was absorbed by Lan Yu. Let Lan Yu recover from his shortcomings and strengthen himself. After 3 months of becoming a baby, she has been taken care of by an orphanage, where there are war orphans and some kind-hearted volunteer laborers. Lan Yu's impetuous heart is gradually calmed down. But the disaster came so quickly, Lan Yu couldn't forget how the dean died tragically. After all, I am too weak. Lan Yu took a deep breath and tried hard to absorb the soul. Now that we have come to this cannibalistic world, there is only one goal. Become stronger than anyone. After half an hour, Lan Yu opened his eyes. If Danzo sees Lan Yu at this moment, he must be shocked, because Lan Yu, who was originally a baby, seems to be 2 or 3 years old now. In fact, Lan Yu really changed from a baby to a 3-year-old and stood up. Finally I am able to move, and I can also absorb Lingzi on my own. Someone who had touched Lan Yu died more than a month ago, allowing him to restore his sight, hearing, and vocalization. Now Lan Yu has just been able to move. The most important thing is to become stronger. This is Lingzi. In Lan Yu's eyes, this dark dungeon was as bright as a starry sky, with dense spots of light everywhere, extremely active. In the soul society in the Shinigami world, all matter is made up of souls, and there are souls in this world, but they are not as dense as soul society. After all, there is a gathering place for souls. In the ninja realm, Lan Yu observed that Lingzi is a kind of energy for him to practice. If a world is similar to the underworld and underworld, then after the death of a living being, part of the soul will turn into a spiritual child, which is known as the loss of soul energy. If the world does not have a place for souls, then all souls will be transformed into souls after the death of living beings. The world of ninja has the underworld. But after countless years of accumulation, even if only a small part of the soul of a living being dies and remains in the world, then the number of souls is innumerable. Rizi, Lingli, Ryatsu, Lingluo. Perceiving his own power, Lan Yu has a strong foundation. That's it. Lan Yu raised his hand and gathered the spirit child directly on his fingertips, which was full of aura of destruction. Small sacred arrow. In the next second, Lan Yu waved his hand and dissipated. This is not suitable for experimentation. Moreover, strength does not allow it. Lan Yu looked at his 3-year-old body. The spiritual power in his body was too small, and it took a lot of effort to condense a small sacred arrow. Those medium-sized, large-scale, multiple, large sacred bows and other sacred arrows. Lingzi space, sanctuary praise, Lingzi condensed flame, usurpation of the altar, shadow realm, static blood costume, moving blood costume, Failian feet, etc. The current Lan Yu is unavailable. Not to mention omniscience and omnipotence. Although omniscience and omnipotence are only the name of a kind of ability, it also shows how powerful it is from the side. First try to control Lingzi and make a piece of clothing. Lan Yu is unbelievable, and the soul can form everything in soul society. If he could use Lingzi to make clothes, then his control over Lingzi would have been nuanced. After all, Lingzi cluster can make most objects and buildings. There is only one way to become stronger as quickly as possible. Lan Yu's eyes are firm. Danzo Old Yin is more likely to come back to dissect him at any time. God knows how long it took Yuhabok to go from a trash baby to the top, and he died just over 1,000 years old. But he didn't have time to slowly absorb the soul to become stronger. Hagyaku, do you feel my heart? Outside world. There was an atmosphere of urgency in Konoha at this moment, and one ninja could be seen with solemn expressions. That was the aura of war coming. After the First World War, the ninja world cultivated for 20 years. However, due to the imbalance of economic development among countries, the forces of the Ninimura martial arts faction of various countries have risen and began to fight for their own interests. The most sensational thing in the ninja world is that Rain Shinobi Village directly declared war on Iron Country, Konoha, and Sand Shinobi in order to expand the territory before the major ninja villages go to war. Rain Shinobi Village floats? No, there is no alternative. The Rain Country is sandwiched between fire, wind, and soil. Sooner or later, it will become a land of melee. It is better to take the initiative. After all, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village is a demigod. Demigod Hanzo, although it is a billion points away from Zhu Madara, it is still the pinnacle of ninjas in this era. The latest news, Hans of the Salamander led the invasion of the Iron Country. However, the samurai of the Iron Kingdom heard his name and fled without a fight. Only one samurai named Mifune stayed alone. He resisted a few moves and was spared by Hanzo. Tsunagakure also began to march towards the country of rain. Cloud Shinobi Village and others were all about to move. fighting for their own interests. Now. Hokage office. What a lovely villager, it's a pity that the war is coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking with a big cigarette, and from time to time he set his eyes on the crystal ball, showing a smile of LSP. It wasn't until Danzo arrived that he looked back solemnly. Master Danzo. A pale man with erect golden pupils greeted him. After taking up the position of Hokage, Sarutobi let his favorite apprentice be Danzo's personal follower, which shows that Sarutobi values Danzo. Currently, Orochimaru usually mixes with Danzo. Orochimaru, my growth is inseparable from the training of the old thief Danzo. What are you looking for? Danzo glanced at the crystal ball too, contemptuously in his eyes. The old man looks down on this kind of person the most, and is a man who is secretively. If you like it. Who dares not follow, kill her family. Feeling the look in Danzo's eyes, Sarutobi coughed slightly and then solemnly said, Danzo, tell me, what do the people who catch the orphanage do? If you just grab a few randomly, Sarutobi's love for Danzo won't say anything. But this time there were dozens of people caught, and most of them were old, weak, women and children. Asterisk. Chapter 3, Shadow Realm, Assault Danzo. Snapped. Danzo didn't say a word, and threw a copy of the document directly, and gave a copy to Orochimaru by the way. Danzo agrees with Orochimaru's talent, especially in experimental science. The word genius is not enough to evaluate. This is. Sarutobi looked at the information and couldn't help being stunned. Orochimaru, who was inattentive, also had a heartbeat. This baby is so magical, blood succession. In everyone's cognition, this is the new limit of blood succession. Just a baby can restore the health of the person it touches, no matter what ability it is, if it grows up. Even if there is no combat ability, it is still a strategic level. Thinking of this, Sarutobi said seriously, Danzo, I allow this experiment, provided that I must know all the research results. Finally, don't hurt his life. This kid, I want it from Anbu. Danzo understands what Sarutobi means. This is Hokage's right, and it is also his dream right. The current Sarutobi is a Ningxiang, not the future Ningxiang. A good relationship between superiors and subordinates is conducive to the development of Danzo. Just when Danzo was about to say something, the root ninja suddenly arrived. Master Danzo, those subjects, all committed suicide. What? The roots. When Danzo came here with Sarutobi and Orochimaru, he saw dozens of dead bodies in the laboratory. What disturbed everyone was that those old and weak women and children who committed suicide died with a smile on their faces, which was incompatible with the dark laboratory atmosphere. In the end, what happened? Lord Danzo is very angry, the consequences are serious. Are the root ninjas idiots, can't even stop ordinary people from committing suicide? Feeling Danzo's anger, the root ninja, my grandson, mentally retarded, spoke dryly. Master Danzo, after the evil infant was locked up, they became a little mad and kept chanting the Son of God, and then, they committed suicide collectively. Even if our immediate treatment is useless, it's like the soul is missing. Hiss. They play really? Danzo has a tingling scalp. What the information said that the evil infant was regarded as the god of faith, Danzo thought it was just an adjective. Now it seems that what he said before leaving made them think that the evil infant was going to be executed, and thus self-sacrifice? Suicide funeral? What the hell is bloodline? New truth. Seeing the tragedy in the laboratory, Orochimaru couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth and became very interested. The current Uncle Snake certainly has not gone to extremes, but the desire for truth has never changed. Where is that kid? Take me to see. Sarutobi was also a little annoyed, which reminded him of the Thulhu in Kawa no Kuni. Fortunately, Danzo found out in time, if a few years later, wouldn't Konoha fall? Humph. Danzo looked at the body and led the way without saying a word. Crack. Crack. Seeing dozens of doors opened one after another, Sarutobi's eyelids twitched as he walked more and more gloomy. Danzo, you are too careful. Teacher, something is wrong. About to open the last door, Orochimaru spoke suddenly. Danzo and Sarutobi also looked at each other, and they felt it too. The more they walked inward, the more they felt a sense of oppression. It's not chakra, it's not imposing, but it's under inexplicable pressure. But when he thought that there was a 3-month-old baby inside, Danzo relaxed. There will never be outsiders coming in at the roots. This is how the underground space is. Open the last door. Seeing the door slowly open, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Will it finally appear? But that pressure is definitely not an illusion. Coming. Hearing the movement outside, Lan Yu clenched his fists. The 3-year-old body has now become 6 years old, the price of growth. It was the suicide of the people in the orphanage, which absorbed their soul energy and unlocked most of the abilities. The realm of shadows. The shadow flashed, Lan Yu disappeared in place. Shadow realm, general skill of pure blood quintessence, use a black shadow to move someone or something into another space. But the time to exist in another space is limited. When the time comes, the shadow will cover the person or thing using the shadow, forcing it to return to the original space. What about people? Where are people? At first sight was an empty and dark single-room dungeon. Danzo scanned for a week and saw nothing. The root ninjas behind were also shocked and panicked. They vowed that no one had ever gone out. Hell! There are traces of walking, and they just disappeared here. Sarutobi looked along the trail, but there was nothing else but the shadow. Mini. Sacred arrow. In order to condense the spirit child as quickly as possible, Lan Yu directly condensed a simplified version of Divine Extinguisher in the realm of shadows. After all, it was just a way of using the spirit child. Just as Danzo was about to get angry, a faint light flickered in the shadow in front of him, which instantly made everyone present tense. No, get away! In Sarutobi's exclamation, the light suddenly shined. The light rushed over like an arrow, and instantly pierced the void like thunder, pointing straight at Danzo. Quick! Too fast! Danzo, who was swiftly retreating, only felt a flash of light in front of him, and subconsciously raised his right hand. Then came a sharp pain, accompanied by a burst of air. Ah! Danzo's raised right palm was directly torn apart, and he penetrated half of his arm along with it, and shot straight into his right eye. When Sarutobi turned his head, what he saw was Danzo's right hand that was torn into blood mist, and the hideous scar where the right eye was. The heart-piercing pain resounded through the roots. Remnant arm. One-eyed. Well, my heart hurts. Zang Zang, you have suffered. Protect Master Danzo. The root ninja reacted quickly and immediately launched an attack towards the dungeon, and backed away with painful Danzo. Boom boom boom. A dozen ninjutsu bombarded the narrow dungeon together, with continuous explosions and dust scattered. Lan Yu, not in the same space, just boom. Asterisk. Chapter 4, First Sight of Hokage, Little Kushina. Pity. Perceiving Danzo only hurt his hand and right eye, Lan Yu snorted coldly. He is not proficient in all of his skills, otherwise, a small sacred killer will instantly kill Danzo. When the dust cleared, the dungeon was in ruins, but Lan Yu was still nowhere to be seen. Old thief Danzo, change your eyes and hands in advance, don't thank me. Although 2 decades later, when Danzo attacked Shisui, the right eye was Sharingan, and even used as an Aki to attack Shisui, but now Danzo is not bandaged. The immature voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the ruins, which shocked the root ninjas. Can the baby talk? No, he is not dead? Are you sure it's a baby? Sarutobi is also cautious. It's ridiculous, he hasn't seen any enemies, even if he meets Ninja Shura, he never wets his pants. But I never thought that one day I would face a baby like an enemy, and I didn't even see him face to face. What attack was that just now? No, what energy was that, and where is he hiding? Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils couldn't help but shine. In a short period of time, Lan Yu brought him one after another surprises. Danzo's roar was full of pain and anger, and he roared full of killing intent. Kill him for me, if he doesn't die, you all have to die. Take Danzo for treatment, block the exit, notify the enchantment team, block the route. Sarutobi made a decisive decision and directly ordered everyone to retreat. If the difference is not too big, the battle of the ninjas is the battle of intelligence, but they don't know what their moves are. Blocking first is the best choice. First meet. You are Konoha's Hokage, right? As they retreated, everyone caught a glimpse of a figure flashing out, and the audience was stunned. This. Sarutobi even gave the angry Danzo a look of "you are teasing me." Well, the baby is 6 or 7 years old, and where does the black robe come from? The most eye-catching thing is the bright blue energy group on Lan Yu's right hand. In this gloomy ground, he was set off like a demon boy. Sarutobi sighed in a deep voice, "Child, no matter what happens, stop. If you can come here, you should know what happened." Lan Yu said coldly. In the adult world, there is no good or bad, only right and wrong. Danzo is not a bad person in his eyes, but a damn person. What's more, Lan Yu inherited the power of the king, and was born to be an enemy of Konoha and everything. Stay in Konoha? When a civilian? Be a ninja? Or to be the head of the village? Don't be funny. Little Konoha can't tolerate Lan Yu's ambition. What power can make a baby grow so fast? Orochimaru looked at Lan Yu carefully, and the opponent seemed to have an aura incompatible with the world. When looking at Lan Yu, Orochimaru was surprised to understand the look in his eyes. Lan Yu, don't think I am young, I will grow up soon, how about mixing with me? Orochimaru smiled, and his eyes replied, interesting, wait until you survive. Lan Yu, do you understand? Sure enough, a wise man. Orochimaru, to each other. Sarutobi's eyelids twitched and he flicked in front of the old man's face. Danzo roared, give it to me, kill him. Oh, it's late, accept my gift. 2 sentences in ink, that is Lan Yu is delaying time to condense the soul. Destroy your roots first. Lingzi concentrates the flame. The moves Lan Yu has been preparing since Danzo arrived. Constantly compressing Lingzi, causing the ultra-high concentration of Lingzi to burn and release a high-temperature flame with great destructive power. Yhwach once used Lingzi flame to easily defeat Hueco Mundo and collapse Soul Society. Wow! Lan Yu can only use it roughly at present, projecting a high concentration of spirits over. When Lan Yu started, Sarutobi stepped back and shot. Earth-style wall. The huge earth and rock bulged, forming a barrier. At the moment when the earth flow wall appeared, the flame of Lingzi touched it, and then the earth flow wall was destroyed and burst into a blue flame. Boom! Accompanied by a huge explosion, a grand aftermath swept away, blasting Sarutobi and others out. The cyan flame soared into the sky and turned into a pillar of fire that directly penetrated all the space above the root. And formed a chain reaction, causing the entire route underground to collapse. A few minutes ago. Although Konoha is preparing for the battle, there is tension everywhere, but the ninja school still has classes. The students who had just finished school did not understand the suffering of the war, and put their smiles into the arms of their elders, and some of them walked towards the house alone or in groups or alone. Not far away, a man with white hair and waist-hungry was walking with a blonde young girl with a ponytail. The new class of students is about to graduate. The teacher is going to let us lead the Jainin. If there are any good seedlings to choose as soon as possible, maybe they can cultivate a ninja like me? Ha ha ha. Boom. Before Jiraiya finished speaking narcissistically, Tsunade's boxing was directly ushered in. Idiot. With one punch, Jiraiya blasted away, and Tsunade saw a 10-year-old red-haired little girl running over angrily, depending on the situation. Then Tsunade grabbed her. Who is it? Give me, Aunt Tsunade. The red-haired girl turned her head and said in surprise. You know, as soon as she came to Konoha, she went to meet the ancestors of the same clan who lived in the Senju clan. Tsunade squinted. Hey? What do you call me? Sorry, I was wrong, Tsunade's sister. The red-haired girl stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, quite cute. The delicate little face was flushed red, like a tomato, wanting to make a bite. Who were you going to hit just now, Kushina? No, I'm just playing hide and seek with my classmates. Well, that's it. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina lying without blinking, Tsunade turned Byakugan. Who doesn't know the Kushina eldest sister in the upper grades, that is the sister of the ninja school? Hey? Tsunade's sister, look at. Kushina pointed not far away with a face full of 8 trigrams and said, what are the white-haired uncle and that sissy doing? Ah, your lord's world is terrible. Tsunade turned his head to look, his face suddenly darkened. Asterisk. Chapter 5, Minato, Uncle Whitehair is terrible. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes. After Jiraiya was blown away by Tsunade, the yellow-haired child who walked out of the school stared at the figure falling from the sky in amazement. With a willingness to help others, he couldn't bear a gray-haired uncle falling to death. So he rushed over and caught Jiraiya. Inertial influence. The two fell together, just as everyone around was dumbfounded. Head-to-head, kiss. Big eye to small eye. It seems that the world is still. The audience ate melons. Oh my goodness, a hot man, no kids, let it go. My first kiss. You goddamn kid, return my innocence. Jiraiya immediately jumped away, yelling like a pig, and catching the yellow-haired child with tears in his eyes was a mess. Jiraiya hero story, I think of a kiss under the sunset that day, that is my lost youth. The yellow-haired child choked speechlessly, I saved you and beat me. Forward cough cough cough. Seeing the eyes of people around, Jiraiya gave a light cough, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Pulling the yellow-haired child directly up, Jiraiya flicked her flowing white hair and spoke in a deep and thick tone. Boy, your name. This masterpiece. The yellow-haired child was dumbfounded, and then groaned his mouth and said, Bo. Hiss, Minato. Broken door? Good name. No, Namikaze Minato. Wow. Suddenly, Jiraiya seemed to have seen some treasure, and exclaimed, it's incredible, you have a spiritual light spurting from the heavenly cover. You know, you have a decent chakra at a young age, a cultivator you can see once in 1,000 years, so. Everyone was shocked, and Minato was even more confused. Jiraiya Shen changed her voice. Punishing R and eliminating evil, the task of maintaining world peace is left to you, okay? Minato nodded subconsciously, and then saw Jiraiya stuffing a book in his arms. This 10,000 girls scripture is a priceless treasure. I think it is predestined to you. Your wallet belongs to me. I have passed it on to you. Thank you. Ah, my wallet. This uncle with white hair, has a shame. Looking at Jiraiya, who was leaving with a purse, Namikaze Minato wanted to cry without tears. When he picked up the book in his arms and read it, the innocent and kind little Minato blushed instantly. The cover, a picture fascinating. The following wording, draft of intimacy paradise. Puff. Since. Come. Also. After watching the whole process, Tsunade turned black and suddenly clenched his fists. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion sounded Konoha, and the ground shook. Damn it, Tsunade is so strong. Jiraiya is jaw-dropping. With a fist clenched, the sky is broken and the earth is cracked? Could it be that the previous Tsunade has been hiding his strength for fear of low self-esteem? But the soaring flames southeast of Konoha interrupted Jiraiya's fantasy and awakened everyone. Ah, what is that? The sky is cracked. Everyone on Konoha Street watched this scene in shock. The terrible cyan flame tore the surrounding earth like a volcanic eruption. The beam of light from the sky rushed into the sky, and you could even see a huge hole in the sky being stabbed by the pillar of fire. Although Lan Yu's spiritual power is not strong enough, he has already made a plan to vent his power. Declare first. The coming of the king. Who is fighting? That is, the Roots base. The ninjas of Konoha village were all startled. That kind of sky-reaching pillar of fire, even if it is far away, can feel the hot breath, making Konoha's temperature rise a lot. Who is the comer? Horrible. Jiraiya and Tsunade rushed towards the root one after another. The root is located. The roots under the Konoha blasted up from the ground, and there were dense narrow gullies everywhere, and everything in it was buried. Rings of flames continued to burn, turning this place into a magma zone. Boom! The land suddenly exploded, and a mountain-like wall broke through. It was the Earth-style wall that Sarutobi displayed. The wall of the Earth-style, which was more than 100 meters thick, won the opportunity for them to avoid the flames of Lingzi. But... puff cough cough. The impact of the sudden explosion of the Riko flame made Sarutobi's breath depressed a lot. Seeing the roots completely turned into ruins, his eyes were a little lost. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Obviously he sat in the office happily and admired the crystal ball, and he found Danzo and said something. Then what? Danzo is gone, the roots are gone, and the old man is hurt too. Nearly comparable to Anbu's roots, looking around for a week, few are alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen said that his brain was buzzing, and he hurriedly looked at Danzo when he recovered. Danzo, are you okay? No, you must not die, if you die I. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish speaking, Lan Yu's slightly mocking voice sounded. Tisk tisk, it's disgusting love. What an insult, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank. Orochimaru smiled inexplicably, not caring about the injury caused by the blast on his body, but was more interested in Lan Yu. Sarutobi, capture him alive, I want to study every cell of him thoroughly. Danzo took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He pressed his resentment to the bottom of his heart, but instead produced an uncontrollable greed. This kid is so strong when he is young. It seems to be back to the day when his teacher was beaten up and he was powerless. It was also the beginning of his blacken. Everything is because he does not have enough power. He desires power. Good. Sarutobi got up and tore off the Hokage robe. It was this short but refined body that supported Konoha's sky in this era, Shino. Looking at Lan Yu, Sarutobi said, my heart hurts. What a strong child. If you were discovered by yourself first. Maybe it's different. Asterisk. Chapter 6, Failien Feet, abolished Danzo's limbs, seeking flowers, support. Danzo also stood up, the blood on his face made him look like an evil spirit. This evil baby, I must get everything from him. What a wonderful soul. At this time, the root ninja killed by Lan Yu had all its soul energy absorbed. Soul energy is the purest energy in Lan Yu's eyes. Like aura, absorb a lot of tonic. Hiss. Just in the astonishment of everyone, Lan Yu's body rose up one after another. Seeing from 6 or 7 years old to a 10-year-old appearance, the aura on his body suddenly became a bit stronger. This kind of scene breaks everyone's worldview. What kind of monster is he? The Konoha shinobi who had just arrived, all their eyes widened. Then, I saw Lan Yu take a step forward. Danzo can't help taking a step back. Lan Yu smiled, why are you pulling the distance? If you want to hurt me, you should come close to me and attack, or, you are afraid of me. A hole, Danzo said in anger, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Feilian feet. Lan Yu disappeared from sight. Feilian Jiao is the fast-moving method of the Quincy. The more the spirits gathered, the faster the speed. Everyone was eagerly perceiving and observing, and before they found Lan Yu's location, the devil's whisper sounded in Danzo's ears. The combat distance will be meaningful, and it will only be limited to situations where the opponent's strength is equal. But between me and you, the fighting distance doesn't carry any meaning. Bloody outfit. The moment Lan Yu appeared beside Danzo, he activated the blood suit. Injecting the spirit child into the blood vessel greatly increased the destructive power of the body, and kicked Danzo's left shoulder fiercely. Bang! When everyone caught Lan Yu's figure again, they saw that Danzo had already been blown out by Lan Yu. The speed of Feilian's feet, the power of the blood-moving outfit, Lan Yu's physical skills, Danzo can't easily stop it at all. Tear! Everyone watched as Danzo's left shoulder was kicked to pieces. The entire left arm was also turned into debris in a blood mist, and the whole person smashed into the ground, only to spit out blood with a bowed body. Many ninjas got a chill in their hearts. Break your hands. The right eye is mutilated. Brush. Lan Yu moved again, stepped beside Danzo, and stomped on it fiercely. Ah! A terrible cry resounded through the ruins of the roots. I saw Danzo's right leg, being crushed by Lan Yu's foot, roaring and twitching on the ground. Break a leg again. Stop it. Lightning-style thunder. Sarutobi released a sharp thunder spear from a distance, shooting lightning from near to far, and attacking Lan Yu directly. Shell static blood suit. Lan Yu didn't look back. A semicircular shield centered on him like a barrier, covering more than 10 meters around it. The enhanced extension technique of the still blood costume. The static blood suit used for defense can be extended outside the body, turning it into a semicircular shield with lines to resist the offensive from the enemy. It can also erode everything that touches Lan Yu, and expand the scope of ability. Boom! Sarutobi's lightning style did nothing, and the bombardment on the shell of the static blood suit was just ripples. Did you know? Death is not terrible. Looking at Danzo, who was lying in a pool of blood, Lan Yu raised his foot again. I believe that today's experience is enough for you to remember for a lifetime, but the pain has just begun. I won't let you die easily. Ah! The tragic cry of pain sounded again. I saw that the only left foot in Danzo's limbs was crushed by Lan Yu a little bit. Faced with such severe pain, Danzo's consciousness was on the verge of collapse. Okay, so ruthless. What the hell did Master Danzo do to him? Seeing such a cruel scene in front of them with their own eyes, the ninjas who were about to take action all had their hearts beating. Sarutobi is also sluggish, the child is so cruel. My god, this kid. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had just arrived, were also a little dumbfounded. Is that Hokage assistant, Konoha Shinobi hiding boss Danzo? Danzo, who had lost his right eye and broken hands, now has both feet. If you change to someone else, you might lose the courage to live. All limbs are gone. Ah, kill me. The intense physical pain caused Danzo's consciousness to collapse, and his red eyes stared at the young man who was close at hand, his eyes full of hideousness. You better kill me right away. Or give me a chance, Well, I am looking forward to your performance. In Danzo's horrified eyes, Lan Yu raised his foot again. My limbs are all scrapped, where do you want to kick your foot? It won't be there. Devil, devil. But when he saw Lan Yu's feet aligned with his crotch, Danzo's heart stopped. The brain roared, and the voice roared uncontrollably. Skills can be killed but not insulted, don't worry about me, everyone. In Danzo's desperation, Lan Yu's feet fell directly, and there was a broken sound in an instant. Only limbs? I want to abolish your limbs. Hiss. The ninjas who were just about to shoot, as if their bodies were frozen, were all dumbfounded. It was so cruel, many ninjas felt a chill from head to toe, and some female ninjas kept whispering. Seeing this, Sarutobi's eyes were red, and he yelled, "Take it! Kill him! Fire style! Water style!" Suddenly, hundreds of ninjas who had recovered from their abilities began to seal the seal. Asterisk. Chapter 7, Sun and Shot, A Moment of Despair. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation. Too slow. Lan Yu lifted the shell static blood suit, and Fei Lian kicked it on. Everyone only felt an aurora flashing. Lan Yu flashed across the battlefield. Swipe it. It seemed that countless Lan Yu's figures were transformed, and then they suddenly returned to one. In an instant, he passed through the entire field and appeared in the back. Stand up. It was so fast that no one could react. And behind Lan Yu, there are hundreds of ninjas. Including Sarutobi and Orochimaru, even including Jiraiya and Tsunade, all freeze in an instant. Boom. Bang. 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 In the next moment, except for the sluggish Danzo, all the ninjas within 100 meters of Lan Yu were shocked. Then the ninjas were hit hard and flew out like cannonballs. One strike. Nearly 100 ninjas. All collapsed. Guru. The faces of the ninjas who came from afar were incredulous and shocked. What just happened? Black flash. Okay, so fast. Minato, who also rushed, stayed where he was. His head is full of scenes where Lan Yu just flashed and the enemies fell. It's really too fast, so handsome. Minato, I see, speed is power. Hey, almost. Lan Yu took a deep breath. Although most of the Quilikian skills do not consume much spiritual power. But if you want to mobilize a large number of souls, you need a huge amount of spiritual power to support. It seemed to be powerful just now, but the current Lan Yu couldn't even release the small holy arrow. What he wants is this kind of result. The feeling of beating on the edge of life and death, he is eager. Hagyaku, are you ready? Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Namikaze Minato and others, as well as Uzumaki Kushina who rushed over, felt that they were about to suffocate at the moment, and their heart was beating rapidly. Because Lan Yu crossed the battlefield from a distance, and they collided with them from a distance. For example, Uzumaki Kushina is only 5 meters away from Lan Yu. And it's directly opposite. Damn it, move it. Kushina, who is the eldest sister in school, doesn't let her body behave at this moment. As if the abyss is near. Obviously look my age, why such a terrible. Kushina screamed inside, but the next second, she was taken aback. The person in front of him who seemed to be the same age glanced at himself as if the king scorned the ants, and immediately caused her to suffer great spiritual damage. Just about to rant and say that I am not afraid of you. But when the words came to my lips, I could only whisper in a low voice. As big as you, I once punched one. Lan Yu squinted his eyes slightly. Are there really bear kids who are not afraid of death, with red hair? Lan Yu looked forward involuntarily, and sure enough, the little boy with yellow hair was also there, and looked at himself with a firm gaze. This era is not bad. Bah, damn it, what did this kid eat to grow up? Jiraiya grinned and spat out blood, his eyes were full of envious, jealous, and hateful gazes. So handsome at such a young age, he would have grown up. A hole, kicked me, hey. Tsunade, who was not far away, also turned black. She is dignified, Princess Tsunade, was kicked into the air by a child? Damn it! What to do if you get kicked? I am more and more interested in you, boy. Orochimaru got up and smiled evil charm. With the fire of the scientist's soul burning in his eyes. Shoot together. Sarutobi burst out. Lan Yu is trampling on Konoha's dignity, and Sarutobi's anger can no longer be controlled. The array of 10,000 snakes. Hearing that, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth at an incredible angle. Immediately, countless snakes rushed out of his mouth frantically, and in a blink of an eye, a large number of exaggerated snakes formed a huge wave that flooded the ruins. With an overwhelming aura, he quickly rushed towards Lan Yu, and every python spit out a sharp sword. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has quickly exploded several shurikens. Ninfa Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. I saw the shuriken that broke through the air towards Lan Yu, and began to clone at an extremely fast speed. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, and 4 becomes 8. In the middle of the journey, there are already densely packed shurikens. Chaotic Lion Hair Technique. For a moment, Jiraiya looked solemn. A white hair suddenly grew and swelled, forming a lion head and attacking Lan Yu in front of him. The seemingly simple move is not only extremely fast, but also powerful enough to chop up any enemy. At this point, the shuriken in the sky, thousands of snakes surging below, with sharp hair in the middle, blocking Lan Yu's retreat. A&D. This is a feint attack by the 3 masters and apprentices. The real ultimate move is in Tsunade. The tacit understanding of the 4 masters and apprentices for more than 10 years understands that the road is first closed to the fast ninja like Lan Yu, and then he will give a tyrannical blow. Kushina, run away! Seeing this scene, a school teacher yelled. Kushina stayed where she was only 5 meters away from Lan Yu. All attacks are directed towards Lan Yu. If Lan Yu avoids, the sky full of shurikens, 10,000 snakes and dense hair will definitely blow her up. She can't hide, she will die. Kushina. As if everything happened at this moment, Danzo looked expectantly. As well as a girl with long, straight, black hair turned on one Tomo Sharingan. She looked only 13 or 4 years old, and she was as delicate as a porcelain doll loli. He rushed straight from behind Kushina. He hugged her and protected her. Asterisk. Chapter 8, Facing Death, Stay Graceful. Seeking Flowers, Seeking Evaluation. Mikoto. After being hugged, Kushina's breathing seemed to stop. This one is a few years older than her. But from the first meeting, it seemed as if they had known each other for a long time, and she became a good friend who talked about everything, and gave her a lot of warmth from people from outside the village. The gentle Mikoto is like a beacon in her heart. And at the moment, do we die together? To many people, this moment seems like a century. However, in the next moment, everyone present saw an incredible scene. Already preparing to jump, and waiting for the completion of the 3-way feint, Tsunade, who came to the end of the wave, also stopped. In the face of death, stay graceful. Lan Yu smiled inexplicably, without any evasion or counterattack. Standing in place with a smile. He opened his hands, as if embracing death, and welcomed Shinigami's arrival in the most graceful posture. This is exactly the moment he is looking forward to. Mikoto and Kushina in front of Lan Yu were also shocked. Why doesn't he hide? Because of the different perspectives, in their eyes, as well as in the eyes of ninjas such as Minato in the front. Lan Yu is like a hero who is ready to protect 2 girls and regard death as home. With that seemingly less than 10-year-old body, prop up a wall for 2 loli. That is not a tall body, infinitely elevated in some people's hearts. How come there are such stupid enemies? In the whispers of some people, the attack arrived. Puff chick chick. Shuriken and white hair directly penetrate Lan Yu. In the blood mist, the ferocious snakes suddenly stopped. Orochimaru stopped. From a straight line perspective, Lan Yu originally avoided the attack on the 2 little girls on the straight line, but was blocked by Lan Yu. The rest of the attacks happened to be staggered. This scene is pierced by thousands of arrows. A psychic touch blanked all the ninjas in front of Lan Yu. The group of snakes suddenly stagnated, and some of the snakes' tails swung around and threw Mikoto and Kushina away by the way. Emotional excitement and physical shock, coma on the spot. Seeing this, a female ninja left the battlefield holding the two girls. Snakes neighed, and the audience was silent. Damn it! Orochimaru was unexpectedly angry, and immediately evacuated the snakes, and his face sank. The snakes retreated, and all the breath of life in Lan Yu disappeared. It's obviously a tentative feint, so why don't such powerful people fight back? Don't avoid it? Can't understand. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, as if the strong man who was watching the audience had never existed before. It's so easy, dead? Is it really to save two unrelated girls? Tsunade loosened his fist, his eyes were lost, and his voice was dry. Teacher, I want to know, what's wrong with that kid? The sudden death brought many people back to their senses. Yet, why fight? They didn't even know why the enemy was an enemy, let alone why they suddenly gave up resistance. Are you trying your best? Sarutobi just wanted to say that Danzo was abolished and the roots were ruined, but he was ashamed of his words. There must be an effect if there is a cause. The more you explain, the more chaotic you are, and you can only be silent. Hurry up, keep attacking. In the silence of everyone, the dying Danzo shouted excitedly. Blow him to pieces so that he won't come alive. Seal all the flesh and blood, I want to study piece by piece. Hiss, the hell is empty, the devil is in the world. At this moment, many ninjas feel sick with Danzo's pervert behavior. Stop! Don't go there! Jiraiya shouted, just when everyone thought Jiraiya was respect for the dead. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but wonder when he saw Jiraiya staring straight ahead with a very serious face. What are you looking at? He, probably not dead. What did you say? I feel. I have practiced natural energy, although I haven't learned yet. The first sentence of Jiraiya made Orochimaru want to hit someone, only to hear him continue to speak. But I have improved my energy perception a lot. I can perceive that there is a strange unknown energy spreading in that body. So fast, it spreads so fast. So strong, getting stronger and stronger. Everyone was confused. Jiraiya's complexion changed suddenly and burst into a drink. Not good. Danger, go back. At this time, a fatal crisis spread to the audience, making everyone feel a scalp burst. I saw a little bit of light shining on Lan Yu, but the dazzling bright eyes for half a second made everyone present couldn't help closing their eyes. Lan Yu's body began to transform into energy, converging continuously, forming a figure. Boom! Boom! Jiraiya and others flew back. But the incident happened too quickly, and everyone felt a surge of pressure that was extremely violent and unimaginable. Boom boom boom! In an instant, the energy spread in all directions like a blast. The terrible repulsive force shook everything around hundreds of meters away, and suddenly many weak ninjas turned into blood mist. Boom! The soul turns into a light beam. The light beam that illuminates the entire Konoha directly tore the sky apart. This scene once again shocked people in the distance. Wow! In an instant, like a majestic rain, terrible raindrops of spiritual power were scattered all over the sky. It's incredible. Those raindrops seem to be heavy and powerful, like sharp bullets, constantly destroying everything below. There was a scream of pain. As the bodies of ninjas collapsed, their souls shattered, turning this place into hell. The ninja who survived by various means, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, glanced towards the rear, and suddenly looked torn apart. In these few short seconds, it is rare to say that hundreds of ninjas died. Sarutobi was heartbroken and couldn't breathe. Asterisk. Chapter 9, Hagyaku Evolution, Lan Yu comes to life. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation. Lingza beam and spiritual power rain come quickly, and go quickly. When everyone present looked up, their pupils couldn't help being slightly bigger. "Hi, what kind of monster is he?" The moment the light dissipated, Lan Yu's appearance changed drastically again. The body of the original 10-year-old was completely stretched out, measuring a little over 1 meter. Turned into the appearance of about 20 years old, quite handsome. Long black hair rose into the wind, dressed in a white quinchio suit and a crimson-black cloak, a natural demeanor of the king. What's more amazing is that Lan Yu stood in the sky tens of meters above the ground like a god, giving people a great sense of oppression. Evolution needs to be accompanied by fear. Especially in the face of death, my fear of being wiped out. Interestingly, I succeeded. Congratulations too. Standing high in the sky, Lan Yu's voice spread throughout Konoha accompanied by Lingzi. Witness the birth of the king. Wow! His death promoted his evolution instead? Many people's worldview was shattered, and after realizing it, people realized why Lan Yu just wanted to die. Not for such a ridiculous reason to save the little girl. Rather, it uses the crisis of death to urge oneself to complete evolution. How did it do it? Orochimaru smiled faintly. The truth has not disappeared, but more mysterious. Very good. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Danzo, who was still excited before, was about to collapse. After experiencing too many ups and downs in a short period of time, Danzo roared like crazy. Illusion. This damn illusory. Damn it. Fake. It's all fake. There are always unsophisticated people who want to hurt me. I don't believe it. You all deserve to die. Damn Crazy. Sarutobi's face was bitter. Danzo experienced hope to despair, and then from despair to hope, and then from hope to despair, plus his crippled body. The blow was too great. All limbs are gone. Who won't collapse if you change? Brush. Lan Yu flashed on the ground, and in an instant, many ninjas couldn't help but back away. In their hearts, Lan Yu can no longer be called human. If someone said that he was a demon, or even a thulhu, someone would believe it. After all, it would be too unbelievable. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, and everyone was afraid to move easily. Thank you, Hagyaku. It seems that the process went smoothly, but Lan Yu can no longer be described as crazy. Because he wanted to become stronger quickly, Lan Yu thought of a way to use the characteristics of Hagyaku to complete self-evolution. What is Hagyaku? Hagyaku can absorb and manifest the hearts that exist around itself. And it can protect the host's body from death. When the host's ability reaches its limit or its life is threatened, Hagyaku can evolve the host to the next level. So Lan Yu's plan started. Unleashing a limit attack with not strong spiritual power, giving Konoha the greatest shock regardless of the consumption, so that he can reach certain limit critical points. Then find the right opportunity to complete the evolution in a fatal or death crisis. But this premise is: Hagyaku is perfect. Hagyaku needs to feel the heart that Lan Yu desires. Hagyaku needs to absorb the surrounding hearts. Hagyaku needs to be able to evolve Lan Yu in this world, and many other conditions must be met. In other words, Lan Yu did it without being thoroughly familiar with cheat. I admit that I have a gambling element. But I won the bet. If you are not crazy, you will not survive. Lan Yu is also learning from Aizen. The time Ichimaru Jin assassinated him, Aizen did not avoid Kamishinai no Yari. Aizen, who would have died, had completed a self-evolution because of Hagyaku. Who on earth are you? Sarutobi recalled at this moment, Lan Yu is definitely not a human in the conventional sense. The investigation report clearly stated that baby, 3 months old. Your baby becomes an adult in the blink of an eye? Everyone looked over, and looked at Lan Yu with complicated emotions such as doubt, fear, resentment, or excitement, as if it were the center of the world. Who am I? Lan Yu was silent. After crossing here, first is the darkness of the baby, then the disturbance of Danzo, then the recovery of strength, then the merciless killing, and then the evolution of the self. Gradually clear from the confusion. It seems that it is time to establish one's own goals. I, Lan Yu, the king of the invisible empire. Having said that, Lan Yu's ambitions have completely recovered. Don't say anything like an ordinary life. If it is not for lack of ability, no one is willing to be ordinary. He wants to unify the shinobi world, he wants to keep evolving, and he wants to break the dimensional barrier. I want power, strength, and beauty. To be born again, you must live vigorously. Since there is no owner in this world, then I am the king. The two declarations shook the entire Konoha, and accompanied the Lingza to disperse vigorously in all directions, as if it were going to spread throughout the country of fire and the world of ninja. Unanimously, the powerhouses from all over the world looked towards Konoha, as if a great horror was born there. 3 holy places. The fairy White Snake in Rika Cave awakened, and the fairy Katsuyu in the wet bone forest trembled. The great toad sage of Mount Maiboku even spit out blood. Puff! The sleeping toad pill suddenly woke up in a dream and vomited blood, and horror flashed in his eyes. Without waiting for the two immortals Shinseku and Shima to move, Toad Maru passed out again, leaving only a word. Konoha is in trouble, there is a big change in the shinobi world, summon Jiraiya back. Shinseku and Shima looked at each other. What's the situation? Asterisk. Chapter 10, Follow me and give you immortality. 10 updates on the first day, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, ask for everything. And in Konoha, it was quiet again. Everyone stared at Lan Yu with wide eyes. Invisible Empire? This can be understood as Lan Yu wants to build a new country, but he can be the king of the ninja world with obvious ambitions. It doesn't count that he is an enemy of Konoha, but he is also an enemy of the Quanon realm. Presumptuous. What are you, I? Mitokado Homura, Yuditen Koharu arrived in a hurry at this moment. Menopausal Yuditen Koharu is even more like a shrew, assuming the posture of a superior person. The sorrow of the weak. Vitality that is not commensurate with strength is also a waste. Before Yuditen Koharu finished speaking, Lan Yu raised his fingertips, and instantly gathered the spirits around him. A small sacred extinguishing arrow shot out like a laser. Instantly. Puff! The light flashed, Yuditen Koharu's head was exploded like a watermelon, and Mitokado Homura was splashed red and white. A suffocating scene. Everyone's thoughts have stagnated. If you don't agree, kill Elder Konoha? You. Sarutobi, who had just risen in anger, met Lan Yu's cold eyes as soon as he was about to speak. To shut up. Lan Yu's spiritual power swept out, directly blasting Sarutobi out. At this moment, Konoha no longer had the power to kill Lan Yu. They don't understand the terrible nature of fighting. The ghouls are all sealed? For the Quincy, the so-called Shinigami sealed by the ghoul is too fragile, and it can even be manipulated in reverse, and it will not have any effect on Lan Yu. In other words, Sarutobi's soul power is not enough to seal Lan Yu. 8 Inner Gates Formation? Lan Yu squinted in the shadow realm for a while, and the effect of 8 inner gates was time. Immediately, Lan Yu turned around and looked at Danzo, who was crazy, with cold eyes. Going mad is momentary. Old thief Danzo is determined, and he may be fine tomorrow. Old thief Danzo, your pain has just begun. Live in despair. I will destroy your dreams. You can't be a Hokage in your life, because Konoha I'm ruined. The big pillar can't stop it, I said it. Each sentence pierced Danzo's mind, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Demon. The devil. Faced with the strange gazes of countless people, Danzo wanted to die, but in the end he was still a little afraid of death, so he could only close his eyes and pretend to be dizzy. Brush. When everyone was on guard, Lan Yu glanced at Orochimaru, and disappeared in place, never seen again. Many people are in a daze. If it weren't for the ruins and dead bodies all over the floor to remind them, they would all think it was like a dream. Call. For a while, many people sat on the ground, drenched with sweat, as if they were salvaged from the water. After the evolution of Lan Yu, the sense of oppression is too strong. And he doesn't understand any information. Can Konoha be able to handle such an enemy? Feeling the birth of Konoha's decadent atmosphere, Jiraiya said nonchalantly. Well, who is the big pillar? Why does he raise the big pillar? The audience was dumbfounded. Yet, who is the big pillar? Hey, don't hit me, I'm not alive. Seeing Tsunade's face turned dark, Jiraiya immediately avoided. Then he sighed deeply. Actually, the Lan Yu just now, we might have won. The energy in his body is very unstable, so I hurried to leave. Tsunade frowned. Why didn't you say it earlier? Is it useful? And it's only possible. In case of escape or an illusion, it will only bring more damage to Konoha. Jiraiya shook his head and smiled bitterly, and could only say so. Everyone has ambitions. There are more people who want to unify the world of ninja. Although he has ambitions, he can see that he is not a lunatic who only kills. Now he has nothing but strength and handsomeness, and it takes too much time to build a power. As long as we work hard to become stronger, Konoha's will to fire will not go out. Jiraiya looked at the ninjas and shouted, You said, right. Right. Come with me, Konoha long live, Hokage long live. Long live Konoha. Long live Hokage. The ninjas shouted for a while, and their blood was instantly ignited. But there is a saying that is too sad. What does it mean to have nothing but strength and handsome? We also want nothing like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hello, no one has helped me up till now, thank you so much. Ugh. Looking at the wreckage all over the floor, and Danzo with godless eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't breathe with heartache, and could only sigh deeply. The turmoil is so big, after it spreads out, the already turbulent ninja world will definitely become more turbulent. Moreover, Konoha suffered such a great loss, but he couldn't retaliate. After all, he couldn't find anyone. Even, Sarutobi was a little grateful that Lan Yu suddenly left. Facing this kind of unknown made him feel a trace of fear in his heart, and it also made him feel very humiliated. It's so embarrassing. No one noticed. Orochimaru quietly left the venue and quickly returned home, locking the windows and doors. Call. Standing in front of the mirror, Orochimaru took off his shirt, looking at himself in the mirror a little lost. Then Orochimaru smiled, the smile was so crazy. Is this your truth? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Sure enough, this is the truth I want. At the moment Orochimaru was kicked by Lan Yu, a few words were engraved on Orochimaru's body with spiritual power, which was a recoverable wound, but the writing was clearly visible. 9-character mantra. Follow me. Give you immortality. These words combined with everything that just happened, let Orochimaru understand that Lan Yu is really different from them. He may really be the son of God among the population of the orphanage. P.S. Distribute books within 24 hours. The 10th update on the first day is over. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking interaction, seeking support. New book data is very important, please. Asterisk. Chapter 11, Building the Lingza Space, Shaking the Ninja World. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation. Lan Yu didn't lie to Orochimaru either. A powerful pure-blooded Quincy, 1,000 years can only be in the blink of an eye. As long as the soul energy is enough, Lan Yu is almost immortal. And the pure-blooded Quincy who was bestowed by Lan Yu with the holy characters can be resurrected at any time even if he dies. For Orochimaru, there is no such thing as true or false. As long as there is a possibility of 1 in a billion, he will try. There are too many truths in the world, but how can a finite life pursue that infinite truth? So, Orochimaru's first goal is immortality. Only alive. Only by living forever can we have the opportunity to analyze the truth of everything. Truth is my pursuit. But follow you, how can you not give a big gift? The words rejection and doubt never appeared in Orochimaru's mind. After the words immortality appeared, Orochimaru saw nothing else. Konoha has only been established for more than 30 years. He is only in his early 20s. Why give up that infinite life for the sake of Konoha for decades? Big gift, you have to choose well. The future king, I am ready. Please leave your coordinates and wait for me to find you. Konoha, under the shadow. Lan Yu is here right now. Yes, the seemingly unrestrained moment disappeared, but in fact, Lan Yu entered the space of shadows with the help of the realm of shadows. The shadow realm can't stay for a long time, then. Build a spiritual space. Lan Yu controls Lingzi. In the shadow of Konoha's buildings, a small spiritual space was constructed under the shadow of Konoha's building. Pure spiritual space, independent small world. The so-called invisible empire in the Shinigami world is the invisible and invisible. Who can think of such a country in the shadows? There is nothing in the small white space, and Lan Yu doesn't need to work hard to build it. After all, it was only a short stay. Hey, I almost can't control it. Lan Yu is extremely soothing spiritual power Ryutsu. Jiraiya was right. After the evolution, the energy in his body was too violent, and an inexperienced person like him almost couldn't control it. And the oppression felt by Konoha Shinobi comes mainly from the soul. Lan Yu's Ryutsu has a great sense of oppression for ninjas who do not major in soul. If energy level conversion is really necessary, Lan Yu estimates that his current spiritual power level is about mid to late Kage level regardless of ability. Only the spiritual power level. Lan Yu also has Ryutsu, and Ryutsu refers to the density and strength of the soul. Those ninjas who basically don't practice soul, Lan Yu only rely on Ryutsu, can also shock most of the people alive. Even if Ryutsu is not counted, combat power is not calculated by the amount of energy. The battle of ninja is a battle of intelligence, and no one understands Lan Yu's abilities. Just like Haiden, physique is just a normal Jainin, but if the conditions are sufficient, the ninja god will kill it for you. After all, it took less than an hour for Lan Yu to recover his mobility. Fighting in the way of fighting and raising war, but the foundation is too shallow. After the evolution, it only adds to the background. Many abilities have not had time to be skillfully developed, and the omniscience and omnipotence is still not awakened. And it is estimated that at least the next level will appear. Hitaki Sakumo might die. Lan Yu did not see these two people, obviously not in the village. A Kage-level powerhouse who holds the White Fang short sword and surpasses the current Sunin. One is the unknown physique boss, who may explode at any time, might only reluctantly forced the master to the 8th gate during the Third World War, and even the ninja swordsman did not finish killing them, and Guy the difference is too far. Now? There is absolutely no master at the 8th gate. Not enough to make Lan Yu jealous. The ability is also different. Is it the reason for Hagyaku? Not to mention Hagyaku, this requires Lan Yu to fumble slowly. However, Lan Yu felt different with the ability of the ancestor of the Quincy master. For example, Yuhabak must continue to absorb the souls of others, otherwise he will return to the state of weakness at birth, and even death from exhaustion. But Lan Yu didn't feel this way, he had no physical defects. Other abilities, such as the cross badge and usurp the altar, seem to be different. But this all needs Lan Yu to realize one by one. Next, stabilize your strength, proficient skills, and determine your settlement. Build an invisible empire. In this way, Lan Yu practiced silently in Lingza space. A total of hundreds of Konoha shinobi were killed. If the soul energy is absorbed and converted into ninja level, even if it cannot become a super shadow, it is at least the pinnacle of Kage level. No one can think of it. The big demon who destroyed Konoha is in their shadow. The news of the dimensional world spreads incredibly fast. The Konoha shinobi are still cleaning the battlefield, and the villagers of Konoha have not yet recovered from the turmoil just now. Then what happened to Konoha spread throughout the ninja world. What? Someone invaded Konoha? Abandoned Danzo's old yin ratio? Killed Konoha hundreds of ninjas? He also declared that he was an enemy with Konoha and retreated all over? The news that was not very detailed but confirmed as facts repeatedly shook the entire ninja world like a meteorite. It's incredible. Even if I don't want to admit it anymore, in the eyes of most countries, Konoha and Fire Country are the strongest. Konoha, built by the god of ninjas and Shura of the ninja world, ranks first in the ninja world. Contending with Konoha alone is too far-fetched. The major ninja villages shake. Asterisk. Chapter 12, the major villages reacted, and Black Zetsu was shocked. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking support. Cloud Shinobi Village. The towering mountain peaks are filled with clouds and mist, echoing with deafening thunder. In Raikage's office, the first sitting man was a middle-aged man with long light yellow hair and tying muscles. He is a ninja who is proud of his strongest spear and strongest shield, and is the third Raikage who can fight 8 tails hand-to-hand. Third Raikage looks rude and violent, but speaks very softly and forcefully. If you can, invite him here. Cloud Shinobi Village can accommodate his ambition. 8 Tails Jinkraki Burabi agreed, the potential is very strong and it's worth winning. If you want me to say, he is just an unknown blood succession boundary. A strong teenage boy who was somewhat similar to Third Raikage's tone was rather unconvincing. I can achieve this level only because the intelligence is not equal, maybe the strength is not as good as mine. The fourth Raikage of the future is now just the time to be full of vitality. To Lan Yu, a young man who suddenly appeared in the ninja world, he was naturally displeased. There is no rival among the same generation, who is afraid of whom? You fool! UBD. You are jealous, oi! The funny rap suddenly sounded beside him, and the future fourth Raikage blushed immediately. Idiot ratio, shut up, do you want to be beaten? You fool, you! Boom boom boom! Before the child with sunglasses finished speaking, he directly ushered in the violent beating from the elder brother. Killer B is very young. He was not Jinkraki when he was just in school, but unlike the original book, the 4th generation AI in the future discovered by after he became a candidate for Raikage. Now it is, 4th generation AI and Zyobi hit it off and recognized him as brothers. 3rd Raikage agreed with this. In Cloud Shinobi Village, every Raikage must have the rules of a partner, and training from an early age is more suitable. Seeing this scene, 3rd Raikage couldn't help laughing, but also full of pride. My child, no worse than anyone. Iwagakur. In the center of the village surrounded by rocks, there was a burst of anger in Tsuchikage's office. What kind of messy information? Do I want this kind of news? What I want is all the movements of Konoha's troops. It's a shit for me if Danzo is dead. 3rd Tsuchikage Onaki, who was in his prime, was half floating in the air, quite unhappy. Although Konoha's destruction is very happy, most of this information is bragging about how strong Lan Yu is. This is very inconsistent with Onochi's master mentality. The ninja Shura who had frightened him lying on the ground was dead. Who in this promised ninja realm could compare to him, not to mention just a young man? Old Zi, take advantage of Konoha's internal turmoil, you take a group of people to the border of the country of fire to try it out. By the way, contact Tsunagakur or Rain Shinobi Village to fight for joint operations. Apart from the group of fighting frenzy in Cloud Shinobi Village, Onoki can be said to be the deepest obsession with Konoha. He will never forget the humiliation brought to him by Ninja Shura, always wanting to take a bite on Konoha. World War II is an opportunity. Yes, Master Tsuchikage. Tsunagakur. Inside the Feng Ying office. 3rd Kazekage. known as the strongest wind shadow in history, stood by the window and took a deep breath of the yellow sand peculiar to sand shinobi, and then looked towards Konoha with eyesight. Just a few hundred ninjas died. This kid is not awesome, why Sarutobi Hiruzen is not dead? Third Kazekage cursed Sarutobi in his heart, wishing Konoha would just be destroyed. Konoha, the country of fire, occupies the most prosperous area in the ninja world. Not to mention other resources, just cutting down too many woods can't be cut down, which is like Tsunagakure's poor yellow sand everywhere, and any tree is regarded as a treasure. Notified Cho, don't get too entangled with Rain Shinobi village, our enemy is Konoha. Yes, Master Feng Ying. Kirigakure. Third Mizukage looked at the intelligence and fell into deep thought. As the island nation's water country, Shinobu village itself is built in the deep mountains of the island, covered by dense fog, and completely isolated from other countries. Kirigakure is not keen on the resources and wars on the mainland. One is that they are too far away from the mainland, and the other is that they are self-sufficient. Of course, if you get a chance, you will definitely take a bite, but the current situation is uncertain and you can only stand still. Pass on the news of Lan Yu and stand as a dangerous person. If you find a suspicious person, report it immediately. With the exception of Konoha, the major countries don't pay much attention to Lan Yu. As long as it is not a powerhouse like Zhu Madara, even a few more cage levels will not have much influence on the upcoming war. Just wait and see the changes. But one person takes it seriously, and is even surprised. In just a few days, from a baby to adulthood. Any moves are very different from ninjutsu. They are incompatible with ninjas in all aspects, let alone field chakra. Is this really the limit of blood succession? On the edge of Konoha, a dark figure looked at a remnant root ninja who had just been tortured after the torture at his feet, and fell into his thoughts. With thousands of years of experience, he has never seen such a strange person as Lan Yu. Where did he go? No trace. Black Zetsu doesn't like strong people who don't even understand him. Lan Yu's existence is a challenge to his cognition, which makes him very uncomfortable. Very well, it's kind of a freshness to my boring life. Black Zetsu grinned and revealed a jagged white fang. In a blink of an eye, thinking of the old man sitting in a cave, Black Zetsu smiled happily. Such a young man, you should be able to arouse a little interest. But I just won't tell you, hey, just play, GGG. PS, thanks 15202 monthly pass. Thank you Jiacheasan for your reward. Thank you number monthly pass. Thank you Ing monthly pass. Asterisk. Chapter 13, Target Tail Beast, 9 Tails Frightened. Seeking Flowers, Seeking Evaluation. GGG, interesting. Looking at Konoha again, Black Zetsu turned and left. He didn't believe that he couldn't find Lan Yu even in the ninja world. Black Zetsu. Lan Yu walked out of the shadows. Did you mess with that man so early? Lan Yu was slightly puzzled. In the original book, Black Zetsu took the initiative to appear after Madara handed over everything to Obito and injected the will of the other half of White Zetsu's body. Now it's a little different, Black Zetsu has already pretended to be next to Madara. After stabilizing the energy before, Lan Yu was shocked as soon as he left the Lingza space. I saw the dark guy cruelly torturing a root ninja, just like a ghost. Hearing Black Zetsu's laughter in the realm of shadows, Lan Yu wanted to hit someone. Laughing so badly, who does this old Yinbai want to cheat? For Black Zetsu, Lan Yu was not interested, and tried his best to let go of perception and perceive the spirits around Konoha. Lan Yu becomes stronger. There are currently 3 ways. 1. Absorb the souls honestly and become invincible in the world. 2. Relying on Hagyaku to continuously evolve in all directions. 3. Rely on killing and devouring soul energy, the stronger the opponent, the better. If one is the case, God knows how many years it will take. If the second is the case, Tenten can't commit suicide. Hagyaku, you are here to give me a bug. The third is the best method at present, but Lan Yu can't blindly only know the killing, which has too much influence on the character. And the soul energy of ordinary ninjas does not have much effect. So look for the top strong, and the top strong, Lan Yu has determined the goal. 9 big-tailed beasts. As the entity of the huge chakra, it also has a soul. For example, Namikaze Minato sealed off the ghouls of 9 tails, such a big soul, a very high concentration of souls. If you kill them all and consume the soul energy, and then absorb the soul energy of the ninja from the war, it will almost enable Lan Yu to reach the 6 paths level as quickly as possible. Even if it is not enough, Lan Yu also has a variety of alternatives. Do whatever you want. Lan Yu flew directly in the direction where the spirit body of 9 tails was perceived. It's quiet at night. But there are many ninja wailings in Konoha Hospital, all of them are seriously injured in Lan Yu's hands. Today's hospital is very busy. And the appearance of Lan Yu also taught Konoha a lesson. In a ward at the corner of the 3rd floor, 2 lowly who had just awakened were whispering. Mikoto, thank you for saving me. Kushina was moved by the thought of Mikoto stepping forward in spite of danger when she was alive and dead. There is true love between life and death. Uchiha Mikoto took Kushina's hand and smiled softly. It's fine if you are fine. You are not an official ninja. If you encounter this situation, remember to stay away. Facing the gentle and watery young lady, Kushina nodded very well. But Kushina's eyes were a little dazed when she thought of today's events, as if she knew exactly what she was thinking. Mikoto was also silent. The 2 women just woke up and did not know what happened later. Their memory still stays. Lan Yu gave up resisting the scene of being bombarded and killed. And then the 2 women were knocked out by the snake tail. The scene that looked like a hero to them was lingering no matter what. And Lan Yu's death also makes their hearts complex and heavy. Mikoto, you said how could there be such a stupid person in the world? Kushina, who was talking, suddenly shook her body, and a monster screamed deep in her heart. Quickly unlock the seal, I will take you to escape. Quick, otherwise we will all have to die. What? Is it that monster? Kushina is a little shocked. Except for hearing its roar when 9 Tails was transferred, 9 Tails has never talked to her, but what happened today? Hey, you are 9 Tails, are you so embarrassed? Damn it, it's late. 9 Tails' tone was extremely angry with a hint of trembling. It's hard to imagine that even proud as 9 Tails would have a day of fear. 9 Tails is extremely sensitive to the perception of danger. After Lan Yu evolved, its hair exploded, and the threat made it feel cold inside. It was a lethal feeling that could kill it completely. And now, it sensed that Lan Yu was approaching quickly, and felt the undisguised killing intent. 9 Tails, I have provoked someone. There used to be a man named Senju Hashirama, who caught me apart from anything else was a violent beating and then sealed it up. I asked him why he arrested me, but he actually said I was too strong. It's too late. You beat me with one hand, why don't you lock yourself up? There is also a damn-it called Uchiha Madara, who directly controls me without saying a word, leaving me with a psychological shadow for many years. This one came today even more ruthless, he wanted to kill me. They bully the beast too. 9 Tails recalled the past, eyes full of sad tears. Boom! With a roar, the wall on the 3rd floor of the hospital was blasted open, awakening the rest of the hospital. Sarutobi, who was with Danzo in the ward on the 3rd floor, also stood up immediately. Konoha suffered a great loss, the root ninjas were almost completely destroyed, and hundreds of other ninjas died. There were also genin and students who joined in the fun, making Sarutobi exhausted. Looking at Danzo, who was numb, Sarutobi frowned slightly. What happened outside? Hokage-sama, something bad happened, that Lan Yu is here again. Damn it! Sarutobi rushed out immediately. Danzo's expressionless face suddenly filled his eyes with spite and fear. He's back again, this devil. Danzo shuddered when he heard the words Lan Yu. Hearing the words Lan Yu, there is a feeling that makes his soul tremble constantly. He finally understood why Lan Yu didn't kill him. Sometimes being alive is more uncomfortable than death. P.S. Kushina is Jinkriki a few years after graduating, so make a small change. Asterisk. Chapter 14, Robbing Kushina. Fugaku opens eyes, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking support. Lan Yu arrives and the hospital is in chaos. After Sarutobi came to the corridor, he saw Lan Yu and said in a deep voice, "What the hell do you want to do with Konoha? Do you really think you are invincible in the world?" Lan Yu ignored Sarutobi and directly opened the door of the next ward. Pushing open the door, I saw two lowly holding hands. For a time, the six eyes are facing each other. "It's you. You are not." Seeing Lan Yu, Uchiha Mikoto was startled and couldn't help opening his mouth. Although Lan Yu grew up as a child, he recognized it inexplicably at a glance. Kushina also opened her eyes wide, rubbed her eyes with her other hand, and then blurted out, "Why are you so big?" Lan Yu ignored the two girls, carefully perceiving Nine Tails Ryutsu. It deserves to be Nine Tails, this kind of soul is far better than killing hundreds of ninjas. It's no help, he's here to kill you. Nine Tails' roar sounded again, and Kushina was a little confused, unable to understand the meaning of Nine Tails at all. Just about to speak, I saw Lan Yu approaching coldly. A murderous intent unfolded, causing the temperature of the entire ward to plummet. At this moment, Kushina came back to her senses and murmured subconsciously, "If you want to kill me, you should pay you back." What is Loli talking about? Lan Yu didn't understand Kushina's way of thinking at all, turned his hand into a knife and slashed towards Kushina. Bang! Seeing Kushina fainted with his eyes turned, Uchiha Mikoto took her into his arms very protectively and put on a fighting pose. You fall down too." Looking at the two girls who looked like conjoined babies, Lan Yu gave Mikoto a hand knife by the way. "Take away." Lan Yu picked up Kushina and Mikoto one by one, then turned around and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was extremely angry at the door. There was also an even more angry red-eyed boy. "A hole! Let me go, Mikoto." Seeing Mikoto being held by Lan Yu in his arms, Uchiha Fugaku's heart was broken. As the eldest young master of the Uchiha clan, he can say that he has everything, but there is one thing he has been asking for. That is Mikoto's tenderness and embrace. As the most beautiful princess of this generation of Uchiha clan, Mikoto is also the daughter of the elders. She is kind and gentle. It can be said that she is the goddess in the hearts of all Uchiha younger generations. But Mikoto never smiled at him. After all, he was too arrogant when he was young. He admits that this is his shortcoming, and he is willing to change for Mikoto. Fugaku believes, licking the dog, licking everything in the end. But now, he was a goddess who had never touched his fingernails, but was knocked unconscious in his arms by another man, and his anger suddenly filled his whole body. The hatred of robbing a wife is nothing to do with it. Go to hell. The Fugaku who rushed over was directly ignored by Lan Yu gorgeously. He glanced at Sarutobi, who was also shooting, and disappeared after a word. "Nine Tails, I took away, goodbye." How presumptuous! It's lawless. Seeing Lan Yu take Kushina away, Sarutobi Hiruzen was really angry. Nine Tails' affairs with Kushina are not even known to Sunan. This is Konoha's strategic resource. Everyone will chase me. Sarutobi roared and chased after him. Even if the hope was slim. This, gone. Orochimaru was a little confused when he hurried over. "I thought you came back again and came to see me." "Orochimaru, Nani? I'm not as good as too lowly. Do you like women?" I can too." Mikoto. The heart-piercing cry of Uchiha Fugaku from the hospital really made those who heard it shed tears. An indescribable pain swept through Fugaku's body. Mikoto was snatched away, making him feel the pain, and at the same time, he had a strong hatred in his heart. Buzzing! A special chakra burst into Fugaku's brain, which acted on the optic nerve and changed his scarlet eyes. Sharingan, who saw the double Go Jade, turned quickly, turning into a 3-Go Jade in the blink of an eye. This is not over yet, but it turns faster. Accompanied by an extremely gloomy energy wave, 3 Tomo Sharingan was linked together, forming a weird shape like a big windmill. Mangeki Sharingan. If Lan Yu sees this scene, he will definitely cry out. The original trajectory, Uchiha Fugaku was Mangeki opened in the 3 wars, and it has been hidden. But at that time Fugaku was 30 years old, right? But now he's only a teenager, and his violent escalation. Ui, because of the death of the goddess, went straight from 0 to the 3-Go Jade. Obito, because of the death of the goddess, Erguyu evolved Mangeki. Fugaku, because the goddess was robbed, Erguyu evolved Mangeki. In summary, women are the shortcut to Sharingan's evolution, et. The next day, a piece of news once again caused a sensation in the world of ninja. Konoha wanted. Reward Demon King Lan Yu, 3 billion taels. To live to see people, to die to see corpses. It's true. Oh my god, it's crazy. The news spread frantically towards the ninja world, causing the ninja world to explode. All the ninjas talked with excitement, even quite shocked. This is definitely the highest bounty in history. You must know that even after more than 20 years, the Land, one of the 12 guardian ninjas around the country of fire, is offering a reward of 30 million. Asuma, the son of Hokage, offers a reward of 35 million, even if the 6 tails Jinkriki Yuko is only 60 million. The highest other traders are no more than 100 million. Lan Yu, who was dubbed the Devil King, directly raised the bounty to 3 billion taels. This is a number that drives all ninjas crazy. The most shocking thing is, Konoha said, if you get Lan Yu's flesh and blood, you can get a bounty of no less than 100 million taels after confirmation. Lan Yu's flesh and blood energy is different from chakra, which is easy to distinguish. Too special, so rich. Now let alone ninjas, even the shadows of other villages are a little jealous, shocked by Konoha's wealth. At the same time, he increased his determination to take down Konoha. Asterisk. Chapter 15, Strange Loli, Kakuzu is crazy. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation. Mine. It's all mine. After hearing the news, a man with a mask on his head and a forehead protector into Kigakura's forehead protector, his green eyes instantly turned red. Get out! Get out of me! Where is Lan Yu? Come out for me! Kakuzu is really going crazy, crazy with excitement. That's 3 billion taels, so what makes him cool? Now is not the time for future inflation, but money is very valuable. Putting the future Asuma into the present, it will end up with a bounty of several million taels. It is conceivable how maddening Kakuzu is at 3 billion taels. He rampaged like an irritable bison, looking everywhere for Lan Yu. And in Konoha, Sarutobi is also a little crazy. Are you crazy, Danzo? I'm talking about 30 million taels. Why do you claim to raise the bounty to 3 billion taels? Sarutobi was heartbroken and couldn't breathe. I don't know that Chime is expensive if you are not in charge, and Konoha's development is everywhere, so he can't wait to break 1 or 2 into 2. Danzo is very calm. I will pay the extra money. Sarutobi. Special, how much money did you embezzle? Seeing Sarutobi's different eyes, Danzo sneered, what? 9 taels is not worth so much money in your eyes? Or are the dead ninjas dead for nothing? Or, my injury is worthless? You know, Lan Yu's threat is too great. If he doesn't die, he can only avoid those countless ninjas from hunting down and killing him. If he is dead, he should spend money to buy peace. Sarutobi exhaled deeply, the more headache he thought about it. It's up to you, I'm tired. Seeing Sarutobi leaving the ward, Danzo looked gloomy. Then Orochimaru looked aside. Ordinary hands and feet are not suitable for me. I need your help, Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled evilly. What can I do for you? Lord Danzo. First generation cells, A&D. Sharingan. When many ninjas are looking for Lan Yu. In the shadow of the border between the country of fire and the country of rain, Lan Yu opened up a small space for souls. This is where. There was nothing white in the eyes, and the two lowly cuddled tightly. From time to time, the two women secretly looked at Lan Yu, who was not far away, scared, nervous, and curious. This is my world. Lan Yu walked over and looked at Kushina's belly. Take off your clothes. Hey? Ah! Kushina screamed suddenly, hiding behind Mikoto like a disturbed rabbit, shivering. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help her voice trembling. No. Don't hurt Kushina, she's still young. I'll do it. Lan Yu. Are you not young? Lan Yu found a problem, and never saw a trace of hostility in the eyes of the two women from beginning to end. But in a blink of an eye, Kushina came to Konoha for a few years, and she didn't have a strong sense of belonging to Konoha, but Uchiha Mikoto? Tut, Uchiha. I want to see the seal of 9 tails, forget it, it's too much trouble. Lan Yu's slightly lazy eyes were suddenly full of oppression, and her voice became colder. I killed you to kill 9 tails, or you unblocked yourself to fight for the survival rate of 1 in 10,000. Kushina was stunned. Was it because of 9 tails? Just as Mikoto was about to speak, Kushina stopped him, then took a step forward and raised his head stubbornly to speak seriously. I said, I will pay what I owe you, but you can't hurt Mikoto. It is this kind of inexplicable words again. Lan Yu narrowed his eyes and said, a wise choice, let's start. Kushina. Mikoto, live on for me. Kushina smiled brightly, her hands were printed, and she pressed directly on her belly. If the tail beast is unblocked for no reason, Jinchuriki will die. And her seal ninjutsu background is very strong, not only in the Uzumaki kingdom since childhood, but also taught by Uzumaki Mito for a while. As the Uzumaki family, there is no lack of chakra, and they can completely unblock themselves. Guru. Under Mikoto's shocked gaze, the crimson chakra, which resembled bubbles, continuously poured out of Kushina. This chakra was evil and powerful. Damn humans! Roar! The red chakra continued to grow, and in a blink of an eye, a huge 9-tails fox tens of meters long jumped out and roared in anger. Chi 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 chi! I saw the furious 9-tails mouth open, and a huge black chakra ball kept condensing in its mouth. Failien feet, bloody outfit. When 9-tails condensed the tailed beast bomb, Lan Yu instantly appeared on 9-tails' head and kicked it over. Bang! Lan Yu kicked 9-tails into the battle during this severely inconsistent body shape, and the uncondensed tailed beast bomb dissipated directly. Bang bang bang! While 9-tails was flying backwards, Lan Yu moved quickly and kicked out one after another. Hee. Mikoto stared blankly for a while. The huge 9-tails was kicked by Lan Yu like a ball, and the huge head of 9-tails became weird. Ah, humans, you damn you! 9-tails was in grief and anger. Senju Hashirama pressed it to the ground and rubbed it. Uchiha Madara just glared at it. And Lan Yu is trampling on its dignity. 9-tails, whose head was dazed, was kicked to the ground by Lan Yu for the last time. Quick decision. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Killing 9-tails, Bestowing Holy Text. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking monthly pass. Sanctuary praise. Dozens of huge golden light beams appeared from Lan Yu's feet, fell on the ground first and rose up into the sky, turning into a huge wall of light. Just like an enchantment, all the 9 tails that fall into it will be sealed. Swish swish. 9 tails falls into the range of sanctuary praise. Before its dazed head woke up, he suddenly felt a wave of intense pain. Roar! I saw arrows bursting out of the light walls in all directions, full of destruction. Countless sacred arrows pierced 9 tails' body, giving it a heavy blow to its soul. Sanctuary praise, encircled by the light wall, the enemy can be isolated from the outside. It is a great defensive spell of the Quincy offensive and defensive. Once the enemy steps into the area, they will be shot and killed by endless divine killers. Human, you can't kill me. Ah! The terrible pain and own weakness made 9 tails panic. I tried my best to rush out but found that it couldn't do it at all. It felt the real sense of death for the first time. It never thought that there would be a human attack directly into the soul. If it dies this time, the so-called tail beast rebirth will be meaningless. Completely disappeared in the ninja world. The essence of the so-called consciousness, will, and spirit is soul power. That's it. With the endless shooting and killing of divine killing arrow, Lan Yu saw 9 tails' constantly disintegrating soul energy, which was a perfect tonic. Lan Yu maintained the sanctuary tribute to shoot and kill, while devouring the rich soul. The breath keeps getting stronger. At the same time, a certain dark guy suddenly felt anxious in his heart, as if something important was about to be lost. How can I feel this way? Is Madara dead? No, that tool man is not important. Black Zetsu's face became darker. I tried my best to perceive something, but I didn't find anything, and I couldn't help but look towards the sky. Could it be your mother? Impossible. Wow! The huge body of 9 tails began to disintegrate under the endless attack of divine killing arrow. The masses of red chakras seemed to be gasified, and 9 tails kept screaming and struggling. But it didn't work. Lan Yu just watched coldly. He may be the first traverser to kill 9 tails if he doesn't agree with him. And it is the kind that is completely dead and cannot be resurrected. After all, the souls destroyed by the Quincy will disappear completely. Without obstacles, Lan Yu's spiritual power level has moved from the peak of cage level to super shadow, and Ryutsu has also greatly increased. Super shadow level. It's that simple. All-knowing and all-powerful, unlocking is complete. This is omniscient and omnipotent. It seems a bit different. With a little perception of omniscience and omnipotence, Lan Yu can only say that it is very good and powerful. A very foul ability, conceptual level, absolute whole cards. If the conditions are sufficient, you can accept the younger brother to fight the rivers and mountains. Kushina. Mikoto hugged Kushina tightly, her breath of life was diminishing, and Mikoto couldn't believe it was true. I'm fine, he is so strong. Kushina pulled out a smile and tried to open her eyes to look at the battlefield. Grandma Mito said that those who can suppress 9 tails are heroes, just like Shode. But he killed 9 tails. When the last ray of consciousness of 9 tails was extinguished, the rest of the tail beasts felt chills in their hearts, and they all realized something was wrong, as if a catastrophe was imminent. Because Lan Yu killed 9 tails in the spirit subspace. They have the same roots, but they didn't realize that the strongest 9 tails was completely dead. Watching Lan Yu walk step by step, Mikoto took a deep breath and gently put down Kushina and knelt down directly. My lord, please save Kushina, I am willing to do anything for you. Are you sure it's anything? Looking at this delicate little loli, Lan Yu questioned seriously. Uchiha Mikoto bit his lip lightly, looked back at the dying Kushina, and nodded vigorously. So, from now on, your body and soul belong to me. It's really threefold. Lan Yu looked at Mikoto and expressed satisfaction. People are robbed, there is no reason to put them back. It doesn't matter whether Mikoto is true or false, Uchiha in the future will be proud of Mikoto's choice today. Puff. Lan Yu cut his finger, and 2 drops of scarlet blood floated out. Mikoto was surprised, and looked at the blood involuntarily. The red color seemed to have a fatal attraction, which made her want to drink it. My blood contains energy, transforming you, and also giving you new power. As Lan Yu said, he bounced 2 drops of blood into the mouths of the 2 women. From today, you will be pure-blooded Quincy. Lan Yu can give his own blood, and the soul of the person who drinks blood will be engraved with powerful words by Lan Yu. Once the holy text is formed, Lan Yu can send a stronger soul into the body of the blood drinker. Affected by this ability characteristic, any object killed by someone who is empowered by Lan Yu will have its soul absorbed by Lan Yu after death, strengthening itself. Clearly speaking, the enemy handed over to the younger brother to kill, and Lan Yu sat at home to upgrade. Hiss! Mikoto suddenly opened his eyes. The dying Kushina couldn't help but twitch. They felt their souls were tearing apart, cutting like a knife. With great pain, the 2 women are also changing. Asterisk. Chapter 17, 2 grown-up women meet 3 little ones by chance. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking support. This height. Looking at the 2 painful lowly, Lan Yu was a little dissatisfied. The age is too young, this kind of lowly's subordinates are like children playing around. Although there are a lot of lowly in the Star-Crossed Knights of Audiobook, and even pseudo-girls, but is it really good? When I think of the battle between the 2 sides, the enemy is a big guy with the feet, and Lan Yu is full of lowly scenes, and the momentum is gone. Okay. Concentrate and receive my spiritual power. Lan Yu put his hands on the 2 women's foreheads, giving the holy text. Assimilate and engrave the holy characters for the 2 females to gather the soul, and inject the spiritual power level into approximately elite Jainin, as well as the powerful Ryutsu. One is to help the 2 women adapt to become stronger as soon as possible. 2 is. Cuteness is not worth mentioning in front of sexy. I saw 2 lowlies' bodies growing up quickly, with long black and red hair fluttering. In a twinkling of an eye, the 2 women are about 1.7 meters tall and beautiful, and the goddess is full of fan. An 18-year-old beautiful girl appeared. My clothes. Well, that's great. 3 months later. The world of ninja is changing. In just 3 months, World War II, which was already on the verge of breaking out, suddenly broke out. 2 months ago, Rain Shinobi and Sand Shinobi fought. Hanzo tried to use poison gas to clean up the war, but all the poisons released by Sancho fish were cracked by Cho, and Cho discovered that it takes 5 minutes for Sancho fish to fill the poison gas. This made Hanzo feel a headache, and both sides withdrew their troops. A month ago, Sand Shinobi began to fight Konoha again. Sand Shinobi, headed by Cho, played against Konoha Shinobi, headed by Hitaki Sakumo. Konoha's White Fang killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, Sasori's parents, completely arousing Chiyo's hatred and madness. The fighting between the 2 sides directly entered the white-hot stage. Except that Kirigakure has not moved yet, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village are both waiting for opportunities to provoke Konoha. Konoha was under great pressure for a while. In addition, Konoha is fighting Rain Shinobi, and in the chaos all over the ninja world, the Rain country at the border of the 3 countries is the worst. The intelligence is good, is there any more? In the Lingza space, Lan Yu sat calmly on the throne and looked at the 2 girls in front of him, expressing satisfaction. Both women wore a set of white Quinsto's suits, white cloaks with pentagrams, military caps with invisible empire marks, and boots. They were tall like female generals. The invisible empire has not yet been formed, but the costumes still need to be unified. Of course, the unification is only in form. Not that everyone wears exactly the same. The style of the Quincean suit can be changed by yourself, such as long and short skirts, robes, suits, etc., but the whole must be pure white. Kushina's long red hair is fluttering, and her eyes flash with excitement from time to time. She is lively and cute, also known as passionate. And Mikato's long black hair draped naturally, exuding a gentle feminine charm from his bones. Kushina shook her head, clenched her fist and said excitedly, "No. Is the location of the empire determined? The next opponents are all handed over to me, and I promise to complete the task." Lan Yu whispered, "Konoha." "Okay, hey." Kushina's eyes widened, but when she saw Lan Yu's smile, she suddenly puffed up her mouth. Although the body has grown up and developed perfectly, there are still some children's habits. However, Mikato's eyes are always so gentle, Lan Yu-sama should choose the country of rain. Mikato's wisdom is indeed not comparable to Kushina. Lan Yu's words aroused the girl's anger, and then raised her hand to break through the Lingza space and came to the ground. For these 3 months, Lan Yu has been practicing. Incidentally, training the 2 women in Lingza space to master their own abilities has already achieved initial results. The most chaotic rain country is Lan Yu's goal. And here is the border between the country of rain and the country of fire. Finally the battle is about to begin. I, Uzumaki Kushina, want to be famous in the ninja world. Kushina is very excited with hands on hips, she likes hitting people the most. Seeing her like this, Mikato's eyes also turned into crescent moons with a smile. "Don't be careless, there are still many strong men in the ninja world. I'm not afraid, even if you really die in battle, you will be resurrected, my dear Lord Lan Yu." Kushina said playfully and blinked at Lan Yu, looking forward to it. Lan Yu's tone was full of affirmation. "Why waste spiritual power to resurrect you? Wouldn't it be incredibly good to find another loli? It's so sad." Kushina yelled with a flat mouth, while raising a finger, her smart eyes were full of serious colors. "Small sacred arrow." A ray of light like lightning emanated from between the fingers, instantly across the void, past Lan Yu and blasted towards the rear. Boom! A huge stone exploded in an instant. Accompanied by the cry, the 3 small figures were directly blown out. "Puff cough cough, it's a ninja, run away." A little boy's urgent voice sounded, and Kushina also moved with Fei Lian's feet. "I found you as soon as I came to the ground." "Hey, what?" It turned out to be 3 bear kids. "Lan Yu, you are not a bear kid, but I help you grow well." Uchiha Mikato walked over, looked at the 3 panicked children carefully, and spoke abruptly. "Do you want to eat it?" "Oh, it's terrible to eat people." The 3 children shivered. Lan Yu's eyelids twitched slightly. "You see, the gentle Mikato is actually black." ***. Chapter 18, Konan, Yahiko, Nagato, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Evaluation, Seeking Support. Hear what Mikato said. Kushina's eyes twitched, and the thief smiled. "This little girl with light blue and purple hair is so cute, the steamed is the best, and there are 2 left for stir-fry." "No. Don't eat them, eat me if you want, I have a lot of meat." The orange-haired boy trembled, but he was very courageous. The red-haired boy kept his head down, but stood aside firmly. The little girl with light blue and purple hair had tears in her eyes, and said firmly, "2 beautiful big sisters and handsome big brother, we are just looking for food, really. I'm sorry to disturb you." Hearing these words, Kushina's eyes brightened and she couldn't smile from ear to ear. "Sister? Did you hear that? She called my sister, it's so cute." "Oh, that's not right, I am now 18 years old, I should have been called my sister." Lan Yu has a black line. Doesn't it have a long body and an IQ? However, Lan Yu didn't expect to meet 3 little ones here. Know that this is the boundary line. Looking for food to find here, one can imagine how chaotic the current rain country is. Kushina couldn't help but glanced at the red-haired little boy a few more times. She felt the same kind of atmosphere, and then stepped forward and hugged the little girl. "Okay, my sister made you funny, are you hungry?" How about my sister roasting rabbits for you? Thank you, beautiful big sister. The little girl whispered, while making a vague gesture. The two little boys breathed a sigh of relief, and gestured to indicate that they are temporarily safe. Conan. Lan Yu looked at Conan. She does not live like a princess like Mikoto, nor does she get the care of many people after the collapse of Kushina's hometown. Both women have no worries about food or clothes, and have never experienced any darkness. And Conan, who has been wandering since she was young, has made her feel precocious, knows how to take care of people and has good wisdom and courage. Most importantly, she understands the cruelty of the world. It can be said that Conan is Lan Yu's most admired female character in the ninja world. Don't waste time, go directly to the country of rain. Everyone was taken aback by Lan Yu's words, and then he heard him continue, find a hotel, have a good meal, and then take a hot bath and change clothes. From today, you will follow me. Conan, Yahiko, Nagato are stunned. Someone is willing to take them in? Is it a dream? And still a powerful ninja. Kushina smiled, lowered her head and stroked Conan's hair, and whispered, did you see it, this big brother who is cold outside and hot inside, he is super nice. But it's too tsundere. Pretending to be cold, I want it very much but I endure it, I'm not afraid of suffocating, ouch. Bad guys. Puff. Seeing Kushina who was wronged by his head, Conan couldn't help but smile. It seems that I haven't laughed like this in a long time. This big brother is really good. 2 hours later. Lan Yu took two big beauties, two little boys and a little girl. Ignoring the strange gazes of a group of people from the country of rain, they walked straight across the street towards the border of the two countries in the other direction. The renewed Conan trio felt that the world was different. It seems that all the sufferings in the past are to welcome the arrival of today. For a while, the Conan trio put down the guard they had cultivated for a long time to Lan Yu, and cast their respectful eyes. Sister Kushina, you lie. Conan's pale little face was flushed a lot, and he changed into a lowly-style quinsy suit, just like a little angel. With those delicate faces, Mikoto and Kushina can't help but kiss each other. But at this moment, Conan's eyes were full of unbelief, and it was Kushina's words that directly shattered her worldview. Yahiko couldn't help but said, yes, no one who was a child 3 months ago will become an adult directly after 3 months. Nagato raised his head slightly, then lowered suddenly. Kushina proudly raised a finger, wrong, to be precise, she grew up as an adult on the day 3 months ago. It will take more than 10 minutes. I know you don't believe it, but sister, I have proof. Kushina pointed to herself and Mikoto. No, it's me and your gentle sister Mikoto. 3 little ones. Really, I really want to grow up. Suddenly, Conan took a peek at Lan Yu, then flashed his eyes and said inexplicably, Kushina, sister, it is convenient to tell me how old were you 3 months ago. Forward. Is this trying to make a comeback and become a sister? Kushina hummed, and said firmly. You are still young, my sister teaches you now that the age of a girl is a secret, can't you just tell me about it? Anyway, it's bigger than you. Mikoto couldn't help laughing, surely he was older than the other 3? It must be Lan Yu-sama who did it, it's amazing. Conan had an ideal heart, his bright eyes always looked at Lan Yu uncontrollably. In the wandering, she has seen too many people. But this elder brother, who is calm, elegant and slightly cold, is really as bright as the sun. Yahiko and Nagato also cast admiration glances from time to time. They think Lan Yu is super handsome. There were a lot of rain shinobi ninjas passing by before, but Lan Yu just went to that stop. No one dared to approach him abruptly, with a big bossy breath. Lan Yu calmly said, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. Upon hearing Lan Yu's full name, Kushina and Mikoto stood up straight and knelt on the ground. Listen to Lan Yu's instructions. Asterisk. Chapter 19, Goal Hands of the Salamander, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Evaluation. 15 miles to the southeast, a man named Hands of the Salamander killed him. Lan Yu looked into the distance, where a large number of life forms gathered. This is your first time fighting, I don't want to hear the word defeat, go. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. In the next moment, the two women disappeared. The three little ones couldn't help looking left and right, and were shocked to find that there were no two girls within a few hundred meters. It was too fast. Hands of the Salamander. The next moment, Yahiko exclaimed and couldn't help worrying, Lan Yu-sama, Hanzo is very powerful, and Rain Shinobi village was founded by him. Really? Then forget it, you only need to remember one sentence. Lan Yu doesn't care. The so-called demigod depends on who you compare with. The serious lack of intelligence is Hanzo's fatal point. Lan Yu looked towards the sky, as if to grasp everything in his hands. We are invincible ahead of us. Hearing these words, looking at Lan Yu's indifferent handsome face, San Xiao was sluggish, and he felt an unprecedented shock in his heart. A new door opened in my heart. If there is a god in this world, then it must be Lord Lan Yu. Go. Lan Yu picked up Konan, rolled up Nagato and Yahiko with spiritual power, and flew directly into the air. For a time, San Xiao was stunned. The cheeks of Nagato and Yahiko that were blown by the violent wind almost flew, but Konan was wrapped in spiritual power and his hair was light. Master Lan Yu. In Lan Yu's arms, Konan's small white face instantly turned red into the setting sun. The beating heart was always telling Konan's nervousness and shyness. Thank God for letting me meet you. Where the two countries meet. Konoha and Rain Shinobi village have been fighting for more than 10 days. Of course, there were always interfering battles before. Konoha is now under a lot of pressure. Hands of the Salamander from Rain Shinobi village is also very cautious and never enters. For a time, the two sides were in a stalemate. The junction of the two countries, Konoha camp. It can't go on like this. If Hanzo's troubles are not solved, Cloud Shinobi village and Iwagakure will definitely seize the opportunity to attack Konoha. There are too many frontline points. Inside the Konoha camp, Jiraiya and Tsunade frowned slightly. Hanzo is too cautious now. It seemed that they were dragging their troops deliberately, and deliberately distracting Konoha's forces. Thinking of this possibility, Jiraiya looked at a ninja. Did Orochimaru reply? When will you come? Originally Orochimaru was with them on the expedition, but was temporarily borrowed by Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen loved Danzo too much and didn't say much. God knows how many maddening things Danzo has done in these hours. I am coming. At this moment, Orochimaru came eagerly, with an extremely relaxed smile on his face, which surprised both Tsunade and Tsunade. What's the situation? Orochimaru usually laughs sneer, but this kind of laughter? Did you find the money, or did you find the daughter-in-law? Jiraiya exhaled, you came just right. We are going to have a decisive battle. We really can't delay it. What do you think? Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded, listen to you. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other, and both felt something was wrong with Orochimaru. But couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Orochimaru had a wicked smile on his face. Hanzo is not to be underestimated. I am also afraid of your failure before coming here as soon as possible. After all, human lives are too fragile. Anyway, if you have a companion, you won't have much chance to cooperate in the future. This is strange. Jiraiya scratched his head and smiled. Yes, if Hanzo's problem is solved, we should separate and fight together. When the Second World War is over, they will each lead Jainin. There is really no chance to cooperate. Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly. What happened to Orochimaru? But now is not the time to think too much. Following this, Konoha's troops took action one after another. Outside of Rain Shinobi camp, two tall and beautiful women shuttled back and forth in the realm of shadows, skipping the big camps, but no one noticed them. The two women moved towards the strongest spirit body in perception. Kushina, be careful. Okay, I know. I had been paying attention to the strongest spirit body before, but Kushina found out that outside an inconspicuous large camp, there were a large number of ninjas guarding it in secret. What a demigod, too cautious. Kushina couldn't help but complain. Not to mention your dignified half-god hiding in a small camp, but there are dozens of ninja guards secretly, so afraid of death? But Hanzo is like that. Although he is very strong, he is very cautious. He is equipped with a guard who rotates 24 hours a day, and most people really can't get close to him. Even if the opponent is an unknown rookie ninja, he will not be the slightest contempt for him. Always choose the most reliable method to destroy the opponent. This is also Hanzo's law of survival. Medium Sacred Killer. Kushina directly gathered the surrounding souls in the palm of his hand, and in a flash, a huge arrow was condensed, full of tyrannical energy. At the moment when he left the realm of shadows, Kushina directly plunged into Hanzo's place. Boom! As the air blast sounded, the Rain Shinobi, who were guarding Hanzo in the dark, looked surprised. Before I could react, I saw a ray of light shot into the camp and produced a terrifying explosion. The camp was directly blown up, the pain rang out, and a tyrannical wave of air blasted out all the Rain Shinobi in the dark. Asterisk. Chapter 20, Sacred Character Ability, Enforcement, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Evaluation. Response so fast. In Kushina's eyes, there is no human shadow, she only pays attention to the spirit body and Ryutsu, that is, the human soul. She saw Hanzo before the camp was broken, and immediately went out. Fire-style detonation flame array. When a deep cold drink sounded, Kushina saw that the ground collapsed, and a dense array of detonating symbols appeared and was directly ignited. Feeling the crisis, Kushina entered the realm of shadow without even thinking about it. Boom! A strong explosion sounded, burning into a sea of flames within a dozen meters. The Rain Shinobi ninjas also reacted together, all worried, and exclaimed, "Hanzo-sama! Don't panic, I'm fine." From the other corner, Hanzo walked out with a snorkel, looked around with gloomy eyes, and found no enemies. "You first step back and block here with all your strength." Although he didn't see the enemy, Hanzo could perceive if there was any danger, and he was always cautious to attack. Summoning Technique Sanjiao Fish Jingfu. A highly poisonous Haishinjiao Yujing appeared, and the purple poisonous gas began to spread in a blink of an eye. Sanjiao Yujingfu sprays a wide range of poisonous mist from its mouth. Even Hanzo, which possesses Sancho Fish's venom antibodies, will be poisoned by the venom sac, which shows that the toxicity is strong. Rain Shinobi backed away with all their strength. Purple poisonous fog spreads over a range of hundreds of meters. But Hanzo still didn't notice any enemy movements, and couldn't help but doubt, hidden underground? No, the detonation talisman disappeared the moment it exploded. This guy actually poisoned. Kushina in the realm of shadow frowned slightly. What she wanted was a vigorous battle, not the poison in this kind of poison, which made her unable to let go of her hands and feet. "Mikoto, leave it to you." In the other shadow realm, Mikoto was calm. Holding his breath, he walked directly out of the realm of shadow, and slowly raised his slender hand. "Disperse to me." As a quencher, his abilities are Divine Killing Arrow, Attack, Feilian Xiao, Moving, Blood-Moving Suit, Increasing Physical Strength, Static Blood Suit, Increasing Physical Defense, and the Realm of Shadow, Dodge, Monitor, etc. Basic Ability. These abilities can be strengthened by practicing, improving spiritual power to increase Ryutsu, and mastering the control of Ryutsu. But the pure-blooded Quincy who drinks Lanyu's blood will also get his own holy text. Obtained unique abilities comparable to Shinigami Zanpakuto and Arrancar's Home Blade. Mikoto Holy Word ability, Enforcement. Mandatory execution, release one's own nerves outside the body, as long as the nerves touch a certain solid, whether animate or inanimate, the shape and movement state of the solid can be changed at will. This ability is transitive. When a solid controlled by a nerve touches or approaches other solids, the nerves in the original solid will touch the new solid. Change the shape or trajectory of the new solid arbitrarily. To put it simply, everything touched by Mikoto's exogenous nerve will be controlled by her in shape and motion, and it will spread like a rolling ball to make it manipulated, which can be a single man. Like a virus spreading. Each member of the Star-Crossed Knights in Shinigami has its own code name. The sacred characters appear in the form of letters, from A to Z. However, the strength of the Quincy is not arranged in alphabetical order. It is the English initials that symbolize ability, such as Mikoto's compulsory, initial C, code C. Lan Yu's omniscient and almighty, initials A, code A. However, Lan Yu didn't want to make any English code names, it didn't make sense. Finally appeared. Seeing a figure suddenly appeared in the poisonous mist, Hanzo was preparing to attack, and then he showed doubts in his eyes. The poisonous mist that spread suddenly seemed to grow eyes, and instantly dispersed with Mikoto as the center, and flew towards him all at once. Mikoto's external nerve contacts the poisonous gas, and changes the gas's shape and movement trajectory. What kind of ability is this? In Hanzo's eyes, the diffused poisonous gas returned, as if under certain control. Sizzle! Suddenly, the Sancho fish Jingfu, who was under Hanzo's feet, roared in pain, and kept twitching. Seeing this, Hanzo stepped back immediately. Die! Uchiha Mikoto's eyes condensed, and Hanzo was shocked. Roar! I saw the giant Sancho fish Jingfu, with its two huge front paws twisted unreasonably, and in a blink of an eye they turned into twists and blood flowed. This is the so-called transferability of capabilities. In the poisonous gas flow controlled by Mikoto's nerves, if the poisonous gas touches other poisonous gas, the other poisonous gas will also be controlled by Mikoto. When the poisonous gas is close to Sanchoyu Jingfu, then Sanchoyu Jingfu will also be controlled by Mikoto. Mandatory, change its body shape and movement state. Chi 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 chi. More than that, the head of Sanjiao Jingfu also began to twist, as if there was a big hand invisibly trying to twist it to death. If you don't understand Mikoto's abilities, blindly approach Mikoto, or carelessly touch a solid controlled by Mikoto. So many people will die. Boom! Sanjiao fish Jingfu suffered a heavy blow, and disappeared directly into smoke, returning to the world of summoning. Damn you! Hanzo recovered from the shock, shouted angrily, and immediately began to seal. At this moment, a crisis came from the rear, interrupting his attack. Critical strike! Kushina, who appeared in the realm of shadows, directly fired a Lingzi explosive bomb. Holy character ability, critical strike. Crit, turn everything Ryotsu touches into explosive bombs to attack. Undefended, and the destructive power is amazing. Critical strike ability is the ability of the Star-Crossed Knights Bonbietabastab High Marriage. It seems simple, but extremely powerful. But this ability was changed by Lan Yu. Originally, he turned everything that hit his Ryotsu into explosive bombs, instead of directly firing Lingzi explosive bombs. The reason why Lan Yu rewritten this ability is because Kushina's character is simple and straightforward. Turn everything into explosive bombs and simply kill all enemies directly. Kushina likes it very much. Undefended explosive bomb, extremely strong. Asterisk. Chapter 21, instantly kill the demigod, Sunin is shocked. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking support. Two people. Hanzo gave a stunned glance, but didn't panic at all. Who he is, the ninja standing at the apex of the ninja world in this era has been turned into a half-god by the ninjas. Do you think the word demigod is a joke? Madara, Hashirama, isn't it? What? Just when Hanzo was about to evade instantaneously, launched a violent counterattack against the two invaders, and showed the invaders what a demigod is. Hanzo discovered a terrible thing. He found that he was about to get rid of the seal, and found that his hands were completely unwilling to move. And his hands began to twist. I'm sorry, you were too close to the summoning beast. In the distance, Mikoto looked at each other calmly. Ability transferability: the poison gas is controlled when it touches the poison gas, and the summoning beast is controlled when it touches the poison gas. But you were on the summoning beast before and could only be controlled. Mikoto's external nerve has fallen on Hanzo. Not only his movement trajectory is manipulated, but also the shape of his body. Die. Mikoto forcibly changed Hanzo's body shape. Like an invisible big hand, Hanzo's body began to twist. At this moment, Kushina's explosive bomb hit. Ah! I haven't married a wife yet. Hands of the salamander let out a roar, full of unwillingness. He is a demigod. Before he showed his strength, he was beaten to death by two little girls. After all, ninja battles are all intelligence battles. Without understanding the enemy's abilities, anyone can be killed instantly. Boom! The Lingzi explosive bomb landed on Hanzo's twisted body, directly exploding his head into fragments. Demigod, don't look down. Ha! Hanzo-sama. How is it possible? Is this an illusion? I don't believe it. Hanzo-sama can't die. The rain shinobi ninja hiding from the poisonous mist in the distance is about to appreciate the demigod's demeanor. But when Hanzo died, everyone's brains were blank. You know, Rain Shinobi Village was founded by Hands of the Salamander. In Rain Shinobi's heart, Hanzo's status is the same as Konoha's Senju Hashirama. It is Hanzo who leads the rise of the Rain Country Ninja and gets a chance to breathe in the cracks of various countries. At the peak of Hanzo, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Oniki must be treated with caution. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru of this period couldn't be beaten together, and they were given the title of Sunin that seemed to be glorious but humiliating. This is Hanzo, killed by Kushina and Mikoto. It's just a round of confrontation, who would dare to believe it? Hands of the Salamander, let's have a decisive battle. At this time, Jiraiya's shout came from afar, and there was the sound of a large army advancing. But Rain Shinobi didn't pay any attention to the Konoha Shinobi at the moment. All the ninjas looked at Kushina and Mikoto with extremely angry eyes, and yelled at them. Kill! Kill them! Ah! Avenge Hanzo-sama! The collapse of faith made Rain Shinobi ninja crazy, and rushed towards the two women. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto calmly said, "The mission is complete, don't entangle them too much, go." Kushina's gaze subconsciously glanced at the Konoha group coming from afar, clenched his fists, and then left with Mikoto. Sister Tsunade, I'm sorry. What's happening here? The Konoha shinobi who came, looked at the Rain Shinobi ninja rushing towards the distance. They were all dumbfounded. We are all ready to die in battle, so will you show us this? Jiraiya touched his head first, then laughed, ha 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 ha, sure enough, they were afraid of my fairy Jiraiya. Shut up, idiot. Tsunade is quite cautious. She looked at the direction Kushina was leaving with extreme confusion. The flowing red hair gave her a sense of familiarity. However, Kushina has changed a lot. From a cute little loli with a tomato face, she became a beautiful girl with long red hair. The long legs of 1.7 meters are much taller than Tsunade. Orochimaru watched the battlefield. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. There is Hanzo's corpse. What? Hiss. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at them and took a breath. You can't go wrong. Although it is a headless body, its costume, and the roar of Rain Shinobi just now, the situation is confirmed. Who did it? Guru. The Konoha Shinobi people were not surprised, but felt a chill in their hearts. That's a demigod. Who killed Rain Shinobi in the presence of so many Rain Shinobi? Could it be the two big beauties who just left? And on a hill not far from the battlefield. The scene just now caught Lan Yu's eyes, and was also seen by San Xiao. At this moment, their eyes were wide open, full of shock. What did we see? 2 explosions in succession, and then hands of the salamander began to poison. And then... No, there is no more. That gentle big sister Mikoto raised her hand to suppress the huge summoning beast, without seeing any moves. And Kushina even put an energy group casually, and killed Hanzo, who was stupid standing still. The front and back process takes less than half a minute. This is a demigod? Then they are invincible, Guru. Yahiko's exclaimed words aroused the approval of Konan and Nagato. In their cognition, Hanzo is already the strongest existence. Wouldn't the 2 women who easily killed Hanzo be comparable to the legendary ninja gods? Lan Yu said flatly, it's just that the intelligence is not equal, it's still far away. Is that so? Master Lan Yu is still good. Hearing Lan Yu say this, 3 small surprises were also full of admiration. The 2 sisters have been so strong after only 3 months of training, and they are indeed Lord Lan Yu, as expected, they are like gods. A child is a child. Lan Yu finally knows why Orochimaru likes trafficking children so much. Because children are so innocent, they can write freely on the white paper. Asterisk. Chapter 22, Extinguish the Cross Knife, Lan Yu Sword Pressure. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking support. For the performance of Kushina and Mikoto, Lan Yu still wants to praise. Lan Yu is very satisfied with his work without any muddle-headedness and not so much nonsense. If the 2 women kill a lot of people, or if the Virgin has a heart attack, then Lan Yu will consider replacing it. Intelligence is really too important, for those who wish to speak out all of their abilities when fighting. Lan Yu only wants to say 2 words, idiot. It's not good, Lan Yu, Sister Kushina and Sister Mikoto are in trouble. Konan exclaimed, Lan Yu also saw it. When Kushina and Mikoto were away from the crazy Rain Shinobi ninja, they encountered an accident while leaving. Rock Shinobi ninja force. Yes, Jiraiya and Tsunade felt right before. The reason why Hanzo has been dragging an undecided battle is that he intends to join Rock Shinobi to destroy Konoha's troops. I don't know when Rock Shinobi's troops are here. If they suddenly enter the arena after the battle between the 2 sides, it will definitely be fatal to Konoha's troops. Don't hide, get out. Looking at the dozens of Rock Shinobi ninjas ahead, Kushina gave a cold cry. What a grumpy little girl. A middle-aged strong man wearing a purple battle suit and purple hair walked out from behind the rock. Behind you can see the Rock Shinobi ninja who is overwhelmed by no less than 2,000. Rock Shinobi 4 Tails Jinkraki, Old Purple. Although in the future, Lao Ziai will leave the village to become a wandering monk because of his disharmony with Oyemu. But now Lao Ziai is Rock Shinobi's top combat power. Like 5 Tails Jinkraki Han, they are both famous and powerful in this era. Old Ziai squinted at the 2 women, and then his voice sank, even I didn't react. Hanzo was killed by you, I have to say. Damn you guys. No matter how ambitious Hanzo is, he can only bully the country of iron in Rain Shinobi village. Therefore, if they cooperate with Hanzo, their troops are likely to solve Konoha's troops at a very small cost. But not long after they arrived, they were ready to hide in the rock waiting for an opportunity, and the partner Hanzo died. This can make Lao Ziai Chi not liked. Waiting for Konoha and Rain Shinobi to come out after playing, it is very different from their direct entry, and their losses have risen sharply. But I don't like to bully women. I leave here immediately before I have an attack, otherwise, hey. After all, they are 2 strong men, Konoha has arrived, and Lao Ziai doesn't want to provoke more powerful enemies. But these words made Kushina grinned and she couldn't help but stare. Otherwise what? I tell you, if it weren't for Master Lan Yu waiting for us to return. Just like you, a person with a purple scent, I punched 100 to death. Damn it, this woman is so sturdy. Lao Zi's anger emerged from his heart, and he was about to do it when he laughed from afar. Ha 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 ha, this beauty said it well. Konoha Shinobi and Rain Shinobi fought, and Jiraiya came laughing. Orochimaru and Tsunade followed closely, staring at Rock Shinobi who appeared. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Jiraiya glances at Kushina and Mikoto, then at Lao Zi. It turned out to be you, Four Tails Jinkraki. It's a coincidence that you came here, and it's sinister enough. Humph, hit it if you want, so less nonsense. Lao Zi had a bad temper, and an extremely hot chakra appeared in his words, which was as unbearable as magma. Tsunade frowned. Jiraiya, didn't you hear what she said? What? Jiraiya was stunned. But Orochimaru smiled wickedly. She said that the object of resurrection is Lan Yu. Lan Yu. Devil Lan Yu. Jiraiya and Lao Zi were shocked at the same time. Lan Yu's powerful. Jiraiya has a deep understanding. And the Demon King Lan Yu was blasting the ninja world, and Lao Zi's ears were so bad. After all, the reward of 3 billion taels is too crazy, even Lao Zi is eager to try. In the first month, the whole world of ninja was a sensation, and in the second month, it stopped a lot because of the outbreak of war. Up to now, few people pay attention to Lan Yu. After all, World War II is the theme. The main thing is that no one can find Lan Yu. Kakuzu is going crazy. Kakuzu, come out. Lan Yu, give me a drop of blood and give it to Konoha, won't we share it equally? This is a long-term business, and it's all money. Master Lan Yu. Seeing Kushina and Mikoto at the center of the two sides from a distance, the three of Konan were extremely worried. Konoha, Rock Shinobi, Rain Shinobi, there are nearly 10,000 people in the three parties. Quiet cross knife. Under the shocked gaze of the Konan trio, Lan Yu raised his hand and drew a dark long knife from the void. There was a shuddering light from above. Ordinary Quincy can summon a bow with his own quiz, but Lan Yu's quiz is a black knife. Not only can slay souls, but also can release extremely destructive slashes. Hanzo is dead, this country will also belong to me. Looking at the Rock Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi under the mountain, Lan Yu slowly raised the knife. A terrible breath swept away, and waved it down. Sword pressure. In the horrified gazes of the three little ones, Lan Yu's slashing wave burst under the sword is extremely terrifying. It is thousands of meters long, like a huge star, showing great power and violently tearing out. Tear. The atmosphere was torn in an instant, roaring bursts of sound, and all the ninjas were awakened immediately. He looked up and looked dull. That slash like Haoyu's arrival made everyone feel a fatal crisis. Kushina and Mikoto were also taken aback and flashed directly into the realm of shadows. Boom. Asterisk. Chapter 23, Cut the Abyss with One Sword. Lao Zi is furious, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking support. But other ninjas are not so lucky. Except for a few strong people such as Orochimaru and other strong people, all the other ninjas were shrouded in the slashing range. Ah! Countless screams sounded almost simultaneously. The huge slash was not only terrifying, but also as fast as lightning, which instantly crossed the battlefield. It was a long, narrow, and hideous ravine that appeared on the ground, and the ninja who was close to the behead died on the spot. Ninjas who were not far away were also invaded by terrifying sharp edges one after another, and were blown away by extremely strong waves of air. Puff! Even the few Jiraiya who evaded in a blink of an eye were severely injured. The violent air wave was mixed with the undefended Ryutsu, which made their souls feel a sense of tearing. After slashing the remaining prestige, tearing apart Rock Shinobi's location, he attacked Konoha and Rain Shinobi's location at the back. Strikes as if there is no end. It turned into a storm, crushing everything. What? Countless screams sounded again, reaping life mercilessly like a Shinigami sickle. The earth was torn apart in the roar, and it took some time before it slowly stopped. The whole battlefield was quiet, and the cruel ninjas were shocked, showing horrified eyes. Master Lan Yu. The hearts of the three Konan were also greatly impacted. They can see more clearly on the mountain. Looking out, it is a blood-red land. Most of the ninjas who were blown away by the aftermath also had stumps or died of fainting, and only a few half-kneeled on the ground. Not only that, even if they looked far away hard, they couldn't see the end of the ravine. A huge narrow gully appeared on the border between the two countries, forming a terrible abyss separating the two countries. It is hundreds of meters wide and dozens of miles long. This gorge is a sensation in the world of ninja. In the future, it will be called by countless people Empire Grand Canyon. With this in mind, the Great Invisible Empire, His Majesty, for the first time sensationalized the world of slashing. Not bad. This is also the first time that Lan Yu has fully used his sword pressure, with the bonus of the exterminating cross sword, but the level of Lan Yu has just entered the super cage level stage. Enough to cut an island with one blow. The manga does not show the power of sword pressure at all. Shinigami manga is full of battles of various abilities, relying on Ryutsu to eat. After all, the speed of the strong inside is too fast. With such a large range of sword pressure, it is basically impossible to cut the top powerhouse, and it is not practical. It's enough to clean up the creeps. Brush. Lan Yu brought Sang Xiao to the ground. The terrifying gully still has fierce spiritual power, and the three little ones dare not approach it at all. Wow, you are amazing, Lord Lan Yu. Kushina and Mikoto, who appeared from the realm of shadows, were amazed at this invisible gully. This kind of destructive power, no one can handle it without avoiding it. Lan Yu's eyelids twitched slightly. What makes you awesome? I am really good, but the words are not appropriate. Damn you. The shocked Lao Zi's eyes were red at the moment, and the slash that fell from the sky not only tore the earth apart, but also tore the rock shinobi troops. Some were directly beheaded, and more were torn apart by the storm that swept across. With so many deaths, Lao Zi's anger can be imagined. This monster is stronger again. The remaining Konoha shinobi members all looked at Lan Yu in horror, and Jiraiya was extremely silent. This speed of gaining strength makes people desperate. If the slash that just hit Konoha from top to bottom, it would definitely split Konoha. Yes, just split it and fill it in. But what if it was a slash from left to right? Several more people will be alive at that time. Thinking of that kind of scene, Jiraiya and others lost the courage to attack, for fear of causing Lan Yu's anger. Finally. I saw you again. Orochimaru glanced at Lan Yu, then lowered his head, shaking uncontrollably. It's not fear of fear, it's excitement, and excitement beyond words. Immortality is here. But Orochimaru is extremely arrogant. Of course, he is not arrogant in the face of Lan Yu. That is called death. Instead, look for one or more big gifts to get the chance to follow Lan Yu, not the kind of reward from kneeling on the ground shaking his head and begging for Lan Yu. 2 copies of his gift have been prepared, but he almost feels like it. Tsunade. Orochimaru glanced at the youthful and beautiful Tsunade. It seems, this is also a great gift? You know Tsunade, but Konoha's goddess in the hearts of countless people. Born in the Senju clan, granddaughter of first Hokage and disciple of third Hokage, no one in the younger generation of Konoha is more honorable than her. The current age in his early 20s, but the most beautiful time. Well, Master Lan Yu will definitely like it. Lan Yu, what makes you think this way? Orochimaru, look at your side. If you say you don't like beautiful women, who would believe it? Of course, Lan Yu doesn't know what Orochimaru is thinking at the moment, otherwise, he would definitely say. Losing, Gan, heart, disease, piao, Crazy, Yang. Lava-style chakra mode. The terrifying Four Tails chakra gushes out, and Lao Zi is covered with hot lava. The whole person is like a human-shaped volcano, and the ground under his feet has melted. The furious Lao Zi attacked directly. Lava-style burning river rock technique. Multiple magma balls were spit out from the mouth. The air was burned out with white smoke. This kind of ultra-high temperature attack, ordinary ninja would die when touched. Presumptuous. Kushina and Mikoto gave a cold voice. Raising his hand is a huge spiritual arrow shot out from his hand. P.S. Thanks to Suwei monthly ticket support. Asterisk. Chapter 24, Ryotsuo shakes to death Four Tails Jinkraki, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking everything. Whoosh. Two medium-sized sacred arrows were projected directly. Mikoto's sacred arrow directly exploded all the magma balls that hit, and Kushina's sacred arrow immediately attacked Lao Zi. With a bang, a hole was blown out of Lao Zi's abdomen. Then the Four Tails chakra kept pouring out, and under everyone's astonished eyes, the abdomen healed extremely quickly. Roar. The intense pain and anger caused Lao Zi to lose his reason, and he let out a roar like a beast. A stream of blazing chakra kept pouring out of his body. Lao Zi went straight into the half-tailed animalization, still maintaining a human form, while growing four tails, covered with a dark red tail beast coat. The black and purple-tailed beast bomb began to condense in his mouth. No, it's tailed beast bomb. Feeling the destructive energy in the tailed beast bomb, Jiraiya and others couldn't help but step back, even subconsciously looking at Lan Yu. Do you let your subordinates do it or do you do it yourself? If you take the shot, do you avoid it, or resist it, or... In short, the eyes of Jiraiya and others did not leave Lan Yu at all, it was all intelligence. At this moment, Lan Yu motioned to the two women to stop and calmly began to teach. Remember, if the Ryotsuo emitted by a certain spirit body is significantly stronger than other spirit bodies around it, it will make other spirit bodies unable to move because of awe. And if the Ryotsuo gap between individuals is too large, the weaker Ryotsuo can withstand the overly strong Ryotsuo and die on the spot. So. The deep words sounded, and the man called the devil raised his eyes carelessly. Suddenly, a huge pressure suddenly fell. The terrible invisible energy swept away like a majestic rain. Bang! What shocked the audience? The condensing-tailed beast bomb didn't know what attack it had suffered, and immediately collapsed. Immediately afterwards, Lao Zi's figure paused. Lao Zi stayed in place as if stupid, and his soul collapsed instantly. The next moment, he fell down suddenly. Grumbling. Chakra, the terrible tail beast, seemed to be unable to believe it. The madness came out trying to save Lao Zi, but it was useless. With Lao Zi's death, the tail beast chakra began to slowly dissipate. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the remaining ninjas couldn't help trembling. The enemy is strong and not terrible. The terrible thing is this kind of silent, shadowless and invisible, the great terror that kills directly without even seeing the attack. Looking at Lao Zi's deadly pupils mixed with fear and despair, it was as if he had pressed the pause button. Everyone's breathing is stagnant. What a fragile soul! Spiritual power is the same energy as chakra, while Ryotsuo is soul density and strength. For Lan Yu, except for a few people, Ryotsuo, the ninja of the ninja world, is too weak. Brush. Lan Yu flashed in front of old Zi, pressing a hand on his forehead fiercely. Want to dissipate? Have you ever asked me? The death of Jinkraki will result in the death of the tail beast, but it will be reborn. Because they are chakra condensed life forms, their consciousness will reconsolidate after a period of time. But in front of Lan Yu, the consciousness of the tail beast, to be precise, the soul energy, could not escape. Ho 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 ho! The soul of Four Tails Monkey King was grasped by Lan Yu, roaring unwillingly and fearfully. It felt a fatal death, the kind that could not be resurrected. What is he doing? Jiraiya and others were full of consternation, except for certain occasions, they couldn't see the soul. In their eyes, Lan Yu was holding the air, not knowing what he was doing. But his breath is invisibly getting stronger again, making people fearful. Sigh. In a corner in the distance, a figure glowing green all over, appeared like a tree-like creature. The branches gradually opened, and a tall and thin figure appeared, revealing the man's face. This man's face was half black and half white, extremely strange. Wow, Jinchuriki is dead. What kind of ninjutsu is that? He didn't have Jian, so I am envious. Shut up to me and kill you by talking nonsense. White Zetsu's bluffing made Black Zetsu's face darker a bit, and at the same time, a stormy sea raged in Black Zetsu's heart. As a 1,000-year-old yin ratio, Black Zetsu claims to be knowledgeable and understand all the messy ninjutsu. But Lan Yu's terrible attack that broke out without raising his eyelids surprised Black Zetsu. If the attack only surprises Black Zetsu, then the unknown energy contained in it instantly makes Black Zetsu vigilant. What energy is this? Soul? It's definitely not chakra. Black Zetsu often had a sinister smile on his face, which was extremely heavy at the moment. Because he felt the threat of death from that energy. Especially the sword pressure slash just now, as if he would die if touched slightly, making him afraid to approach. You know he is the product of Kagaya's will. It stands to reason that only 6 paths level yin and yang escape will cause him harm, but there is no yin and yang escape in that energy, and Lan Yu. I've been searching for so long, but this kind of horror is what I'm looking for? Damn it, Four Tails Jinchuriki is dead. Black Zetsu was very angry. Jinchuriki died and the tail beast died. God knows when he will be resurrected, and he doesn't know where he will hide. But what Black Zetsu didn't know was that neither Four Tails nor Nine Tails would be resurrected. This person is dangerous. Let's stay away. Hearing what Black Zetsu said, White Zetsu was quite surprised. Wow, little black brother, it's the first time I saw you so cautious. Does this person shit more than others? Black Zetsu stared. Get out of here. Great, I don't want to stick with you a long time ago, you never take a bath. Shut up, idiot. Asterisk. Chapter 25, Tsunade recognizes Kushina, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking everything. Black Zetsu looked in the direction of Lan Yu with a fierce look. To be precise, he looked behind Lan Yu. There were 3 children who were shocked, horrified, and worshipped. The little boy on the far left who kept his head down and covered his eyes with red hair also suddenly raised his head in horror, revealing rippled lavender pupils. But the audience was silent at the moment, and no one saw those eyes at all. The eye of yin and yang in control of life and death, Rin-Egan. Trouble now. Black Zetsu feels heavy. Rin-Egan has just been transplanted a few years ago. Madara's heir has not been found yet, and the red-haired child is secretly supervised by Black Zetsu to avoid any accidents. But who knows, but this kind of accident happened just after leaving for a long time. You were so awesome to say it earlier. Black Zetsu cursed in his heart, racking his brains to take Nagato away. Until Lan Yu raised his head and glanced here, a huge pressure suddenly fell, making Black Zetsu tight. No good, escape. Boom. The moment Black Zetsu took White Zetsu into the ground, a small sacred arrow shot over, blasting the ground into a deep pit. There was a vague cry of pain. Escape. Lan Yu glanced and didn't pay attention to it. The combination of that gloomy spirit body and a vague will, you don't need to guess that it is the dutiful son Black Zetsu. Everything else is so-so, the best escape ability in the ninja world. For Black Zetsu, Lan Yu is not disgusted. In a world where power is dominant, there is no good or bad. What happened to a dutiful son, saving his mother, killing some people and pitting some people? Whose hands are not covered with blood? Of course, the premise is that Black Zetsu is not against himself, otherwise he must die. Conan. I'm here, Lord Lan Yu. The cold angel of the future is still a sweet little loli who is soft and cute at this moment. I saw Conan nodded his little head and took a peek at Lan Yu incidentally, then lowered his head blushing, his voice soft. Ah, Lord Lan Yu is so attractive. Until now, Conan's head was dizzy. Not only Conan, but Yahiko and Nagato are also dizzy. For them, Lan Yu's existence is really like a god, facing any opponent is a breeze and calm annihilation. Lan Yu is incompatible with those silly ninjas. I will give you strength, but if you want to follow me, strength alone is not enough. Follow, Mikoto, and give them 3 days to gather all the military forces of the Kingdom of Rain and appease the people. There is no mercy for those who resist. When the words fell, Lan Yu's voice accompanied the lingza spread throughout the country of Rain, and countless people thought it was an illusion. From now on, the country of Rain belongs to Lan Yu. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. The 3 little ones are very excited. It is natural to worship the strong, and they also desire power. Imagine that Kushina is as strong as Mikoto, and then share the worries for Lan Yu. As Mikoto and Sangxiao left, only Lan Yu, Kushina and a few Jiraiya were left here. Ahaha, that, ahem. Jiraiya chuckled, trying to say something but found that his thoughts were confused. What did you say? If Lan Yu wants to shoot, everything is dead. The one who caused the big changes in the ninja world. In the past few months, Jiraiya went back to Mount Maiboku once. One was to learn Sage Mode, and the other was to listen to Great Toad Sage's views on Lan Yu. Great Toad Sage said a few words intermittently. Because of him, Konoha is in trouble, and the world of Shinobi has changed. Fairy, Konoha, is it ruined? I only vaguely heard a few words about 5A level tourist attractions, no matter how much, I can't see them anymore. A 5A tourist attraction? What is that? For the civilians in the ninja world, it's enough to eat a full meal. For the ninja, it's good to be alive. The nobles dare not even go out easily to the country. Jiraiya had no concept of tourist attractions in his mind. Where to travel? What does level 5A mean? Jiraiya's head was muddy, but she knew that the contradiction between Lan Yu and Konoha was irreconcilable. Kushina. Tsunade's attention was focused entirely on the red-haired beautiful girl, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar he became, and he couldn't help but said, "Are you Kushina?" After seeing Kushina subconsciously looking away, feeling a little at a loss, Tsunade understood. It's really you, but what do you? Tsunade at this moment has doubts about life in his eyes. Well, Loli, your one is about to be older than me, right? Well, Tsunade was not that big in his youth. It should be said that the development of Tsunade in the future is very abnormal. It's not good to be too big, it's easy to drop, cough cough. Kushina? Uzumaki Kushina. Jiraiya is stunned, so hot, you dare to believe it? But when he thought that Lan Yu had also turned into an adult from a child, Orochimaru was even more excited. Is it not only to manipulate one's own life, but also to other people's? Real. He can really grant me immortality. Interesting. Seeing everyone's dumbfounded expressions, Lan Yu felt very interesting. Especially Tsunade. Hello, where are you looking, what are you thinking about? The woman's thinking is really abnormal. It's me. Kushina took a deep breath and looked at each other coldly. Listen well, I am not Konoha's person, but I have lived there for a few years. From now on, I will have nothing to do with Konoha. Anyone who dares to be an enemy of Lan Yu is my mortal enemy. Asterisk. Chapter 26, Backstab from Orochimaru. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking support. Hearing this, Tsunade opened his mouth and couldn't help but feel bitter. Whether true or false, Kushina could never go back. After all, Kushina who went back must be subjected to all kinds of suspicion and imprisonment, so it is better to follow Lan Yu and feel safe. Lan Yu looked over and said, "Little girl, let's show someone a cold face, it doesn't look like it at all." "Ah, hate it." Kushina couldn't help but babble. She was originally a cheerful and lively girl, and she had a good relationship with Tsunade. Suddenly showing a cold face for the enemy is very unaccustomed. Lan Yu calmly said, "I know, you and Mikoto always miss Konoha, don't rush to refute." Seeing Kushina a little panic, Lan Yu continued, "After all, this is your home. With your friends or family members, human emotions are hard to control. But, just thinking is enough." "Master Lan Yu, Kushina was at a loss. Yes, in the eyes of Kushina and Mikoto, Lan Yu is very cold but very talkative, and even allows them to have some not so excessive actions. But they knew better that Lan Yu regarded them as his own. Once betrayed, will be the most cold-blooded blow. Do I usually look so cruel and ruthless? No, it's not." Kushina looked pitiful. When Lan Yu looked at Jiraiya and others with cold eyes, everyone was extremely alert. After all, the two sides are enemies, don't expect Lan Yu to let it go. Let go of the enemy? At first glance, it was not the idea of people like Lan Yu. Just at this moment, something shocking happened. Orochimaru, who was standing behind Tsunade, took a step forward, but everyone didn't care. Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru raised his hand, even wrapped chakra in his hand, and slashed fiercely. "I'm sorry, Tsunade." Bang! Tsunade's head tilted, an expression of disbelief flashed under his eyes, and he immediately fainted on the ground. "Orochimaru, you..." Jiraiya was even more shocked. Just about to say something, he saw Orochimaru attacking him. "Hey!" The pheasant sword flashed past, and Jiraiya knelt on the ground in pain. There was a hideous scar on his abdomen, and the blood flowed out uncontrollably, but the pain on the body was less than 1/10,000th of the pain in Jiraiya's heart. "Dashijiang, unexpectedly, want to kill me? I said that the War of the Kingdom of Rain is our last chance to cooperate." The evil smile on Orochimaru's face turned into icy cold, and the eyes of the narrow snake eyes became more cold-blooded. "Ah, why is he?" Kushina was stunned. "Aren't you friends?" So, Kushina took a look at Lan Yu who was indifferent, then stepped forward and hugged Tsunade, who was unconscious, and watched the play. Lan Yu was also watching the show, even his spiritual power turned into a throne and sat down. Hilarious shadows are more snake hands. I saw Orochimaru never stop. With a wave of one hand, several giant pythons sprang out of their sleeves. Jiraiya quickly stepped away and roared, "You are crazy Orochimaru, why do you do this?" "Why?" Orochimaru murmured, seeming to be asking himself, and then spoke very surely. "I'm not crazy, I just found the truth that requires me to turn everything away, to be qualified to explore. Run away embarrassedly. Go back and tell Third Hokage that the former me belongs to Konoha. And the future me belongs to the Invisible Empire." Jiraiya's body was trembling. He looked at Lan Yu and then at the ruthless Orochimaru. He felt that the whole world was dark. Why should it be like this? Ah! Jiraiya roared, venting the grief in his heart. He never thought of such a day. This man who has been a companion since the age of 6, this man who used to guard himself, actually stabbed him back. 10 years of laughter and tears. Scenes flashed through my mind, and the more I thought about it, the more painful it became. Tick, tick. Tears ran across her cheeks, and Jiraiya's eyes lost their color. "Teacher, you have never taught me what to do in this situation. What do you tell me to do?" Ha ha ha, is this the growth of men? Jiraiya gave a sorrowful laugh, and stared at the indifferent Orochimaru for a few seconds. Then he glanced at Tsunade who was unconscious in Kushina's arms, gritted his teeth, turned around and ran away resolutely. For a while, the world was quiet. It is my right to pursue my dream. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya's back and was silent for a few seconds. Then he collected the pheasant's sword, tidied up his clothes lightly, and walked towards Lan Yu step by step. So cruel. Kushina was very vigilant, and put down Tsunade and assumed a fighting posture. Lan Yu waved his hand slightly and watched Orochimaru walking by. Orochimaru flipped out 2 scrolls from behind, half-kneeled on the ground, holding the scrolls in both hands, opening his mouth. Please forgive me for letting Jiraiya go privately. After all, someone needs to send a letter to declare your greatness. This is my gift to you, I hope you will be satisfied, Master Lan Yu. Also please, accept my allegiance. Lan Yu glanced at Orochimaru carefully. Wise choice. Letting go of Jiraiya is pure selfishness, but Lan Yu doesn't care. After all, Jiraiya can't affect the overall situation. Taking the scroll, Lan Yu glanced a little surprised. The content posted on the scroll is Book of Seal, First Generation Cell. Although these are of no use to Lan Yu, this is the world of Shinigami, not Shinigami, and it is impossible for everyone in the Empire to practice Lingzi. Its value is great. The most important. Orochimaru, carefully. Asterisk. Chapter 27, Jiraiya God-level thinking, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking support. You know, the sealed book is in Hokage's office, and it is possible that Orochimaru wants to watch it. But it was difficult to take it away from Hokage's office, and it was even more difficult to take it away from Konoha. Danzo's operation is absolutely indispensable. But Danzo would never have thought that Orochimaru would follow Lan Yu after getting the Book of Seal and Defect directly. Otherwise, Danzo spit out 8 pounds of blood in one go. Looking at Tsunade being held by Kushina, Lan Yu couldn't help but ask, this woman. Master Lan Yu, she is Tsunade, the granddaughter of first-generation Shadow, the disciple of third-generation Shadow, and a ninja from Grandmaster Medical. She can bring you some meager help. Don't worry, I promise Tsunade has never been touched by a man. Elite Jainin, who tried to harass Tsunade, was killed by him 3 months ago. Orochimaru thought so but didn't say. After all, Lan Yu didn't know who Ju was. Wow, you are like this Orochimaru. No, it turns out that I am such a man in your heart. Especially seeing Kushina's stunned look and inexplicable eyes, Lan Yu could only utter a few words calmly. Well done. As a man, have the courage to look straight into your heart. Power, fame, wealth, strength, beauty, the eternal pursuit of men. Then Lan Yu is a little strange. It seems that Orochimaru is not very pursued in the above 5 words. Wrong. The future Uncle Snake longs for Sharingan, isn't it just longing for power? I know what you are after, take the country of rain and give it to you. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. What just happened hasn't been passed on yet. Jiraiya, who was running wild in the land of fire, stopped, his eyes extremely hollow. Why? Jiraiya kept muttering like a madman, and the price of growth was too great for him. Unlike Tsunade, he was played with by the first-generation Shadow when he was young, and he was also the princess in everyone's minds of Konoha. Unlike Orochimaru, he was at least raised by his parents. Jiraiya, a child no one wants, an orphan. For him, the happiest thing is that on the day of the graduation team, he has a teacher, a companion, and the attention of countless people. In his mind, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Sarutobi, and Konoha. They are all treasures that he is willing to dedicate everything for and give his life. But on the same day, he lost the 2 most important people, which made him feel the pain of suicide. Who is it? You are Jiraiya. An elite of Konoha Anbu led the team and was surprised to see Jiraiya how he was here. Especially when seeing Jiraiya, who is as decadent as losing his heart, the Anbu elite has too many things to ask. But he hurriedly said, "Did you see Orochimaru? He defected." Orochimaru defected. Jiraiya's godless eyes darkened, and he didn't even ask why. The Anbu elite sighed, "Who knows why? Just yesterday, Orochimaru stole the Book of the Seal, killed a few ninjas and left the village. The angry Lord Third Generation directly declared them a rebellious ninja." Jiraiya: "I see. Is Orochimaru ready long ago? That's why the words are so strange. It turned out that I knew I had become a rebel, so I wanted to help myself fight Hanzo before the Konoha hunting team arrived." Orochimaru. Jiraiya laughed suddenly. And the laughter made the Anbu ninjas confused. "Wrong." Suddenly thinking of something, Jiraiya looked solemn. How could he and Orochimaru have been companions for more than 10 years, he knew very well. Although he is a little cold, it is really good for them. No matter how a person changes, it takes time. What happened in just 3 months? Especially even if he defected, he thought of helping himself for the first time. "Even if I betrayed, I still want to let myself go, lest Lan Yu make a move." Jiraiya's thoughts seemed to be crooked. Could it be? Jiraiya's eyes widened suddenly when he thought of something. Is Orochimaru deliberately defected and betrayed, so that the undercover agent obtained information from Lan Yu? Hey, take the lead and enter the Tiger's Den alone, just to help Konoha get a solution to the great demon king Lan Yu. The more I thought about it, the more possible it became. Jiraiya couldn't help getting excited. Yes, he is a hero. Lan Yu becomes stronger and unreasonable. Compared to him, it doesn't matter what Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi is. Yes, exactly. Jiraiya is worthy of being a novelist who will be well known in the ninja world in the future. Its brain circuit is simply bizarre. No wonder Jiraiya thinks so. After all, he really doesn't understand what Orochimaru wants. This made him fill up a lot of deeds of undercover agents, spies, unknown heroes, etc., and put him on Orochimaru. After all, this is a possibility. But Jiraiya is like a drowning person, suddenly grabbing the straw that saves life, and choosing to believe in great sadness. Under Enbu's stunned gaze, Jiraiya burst into tears. Wow, Orochimaru, I misunderstood you, I'm so stupid, wow. Orochimaru, wait for me. I can't let you suffer alone, I will come too. Chapter 28, Uchiha Madara. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking support. What the hell? Watching Jiraiya stand up and run away crying, the Anbu ninjas are dumbfounded. But before everyone could react, Jiraiya ran back and spoke quickly. Go back and tell the teacher that Tsunade was caught by Lan Yu and Orochimaru, and I will go deep into the enemy camp, even if it's dead. Simply put, I defected. Well, that's it, bye. The Anbu ninjas were all dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Just about to say something, Jiraiya came back again with a heavy face. Hanzo was killed by Lan Yu's subordinates, Konoha's troops, more than 2,000 ninjas from the old purple belt of Rock Shinobi, and many Rain Shinobi ninjas, all were killed by Lan Yu. Tell the teacher, you must be careful of Lan Yu, he has become stronger too fast. Remember, unless you have to, don't enter the country of Rain, which is Lan Yu's territory. Also, tell the teacher. Orochimaru is a hero. I won't be back, goodbye. The audience is stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? A ninja asked, Captain, does Jiraiya want to defect? Leading the team is Elite Jainin, who is extremely experienced in his 30s. At this moment, facing the doubtful eyes of the audience, he can only cough lightly. A bunch of idiots, haven't you seen Jiraiya's mental disorder? Another ninja still questioned, so what does he mean? FK off, I really know what he meant. The Anbu elite is speechless, what is this all about? But if Lan Yu really conquered the land of rain, things would be a big deal. Rather than hunting down Orochimaru, it is more important to report the matter to Lord Hokage. At the same time, somewhere in Shinobi, in a gloomy underground, extremely emptiness and darkness. But there was an old man with a dying wind and dying years sitting in it, as if he would die at any time. But in him, there is a kind of haki who looks at everything, proud of everything inadvertently. The half-open and half-closed eyes looked at the front calmly as water. If someone looked at them, they would see the abyss, extremely deep and terrifying. Ninja Shura, Uchiha Madara. Even now, it is a taboo that scares the hearer, and no one dares to discuss it. So, that kid, Nagato, has lost control. A slightly hoarse low voice sounded. Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu in front of him. He was so calm, as if nothing could make him flustered. Black Zetsu did not speak. Although he escaped in time, Black Zetsu was injured. Yes, Black Zetsu could feel the overflow of that attack, making his soul hurt, and I don't know how long it will take to recover. This made Black Zetsu understand that Lan Yu is an unprecedented enemy. White Zetsu shuddered. Master Madara, it's not my fault, but Black Zetsu has to find something Lan Yu, I say no, he has to drag me. As a result, he left for a while, and Nagato was captured by the monster Lan Yu. Black Zetsu sneered, but you can speak well. But Black Zetsu didn't panic at all. After all, in Madara's eyes, he was the product of his will. Is there anyone who doesn't even believe him? Lan Yu. It seemed that this was the first time I heard the name. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. Listening to the tone of White Zetsu, you know that Lan Yu must be a rather tricky powerhouse. But as long as he is strong, he must have an amazing record and an amazing growth process. But he had never heard of it. What's wrong? Yes, Lan Yu is a complete monster. In order to get rid of responsibility, White Zetsu was called a big boast. It is said that he was just born in Konoha. White Zetsu took a deep breath and yelled. The purple gas came for 30,000 miles from the east, and the mountains and rivers cheered. 1 day Genin, 2 days Chnin, 3 days become 6 paths level. A disagreement broke Danzo, killed Konoha tens of thousands of ninjas, snatched 9 tails Jinkriki, and walked away. Then I took a watermelon knife and killed him from Konoha to the country of rain, and he dropped the knife in his hand, drew the blood for 3,000 miles, and killed millions of people. With 1 stab at Hanzo's head, 4 tails Jinkriki was slain with 1 stab, and another slash slashed into an abyss that stretched for thousands of miles, and the entire ninja world was about to collapse. Having said that, White Zetsu is full of emotion. Oh, birth is not in time. If he was born thousands of years earlier, there would be no Sage of 6 Paths thing. Uchiha Madara was taken aback, and Black Zetsu was also stunned. What am I? Black Zetsu wanted to kick this BD to death. Why don't you go to heaven? Uchiha Madara was silent for a while before spitting out a word, go away. Come on, Madara-sama, you're busy first, I'll get out of here. White Zetsu showed a dog-leg smile, rolled on the ground like a pug and merged into the ground, running wildly under the ground, trying his best to stay away from here. In response to Madara's gaze, Black Zetsu groaned, Lan Yu, it's really amazing. Immediately afterwards, Black Zetsu said everything he knew. Uchiha Madara listened sentence by sentence. Even if the experience was like him, he couldn't help but show a ray of surprise at the moment. If Black Zetsu is right, Lan Yu is now still a baby? Yes, in the eyes of Konoha Shinobi, Lan Yu is only 6 months old. What is it that is not a monster? A knife pierced the abyss, and the 4 tails Jinkriki shook to death with a single glance. It even puts you in a crisis of death, interesting. Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that the boring life ushered in joy. If Hashirama knew about it, he would definitely scream. Hey wrong, why do I think of that BD Hashirama? Damn it, Get out of my mind and come back later, chant. Uchiha Madara said lightly. Nagato fell into his hands, not necessarily a good thing. What? Asterisk. Chapter 29, The Name of the Great Demon King Lan Yu, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Evaluation, Seeking Support. Black Zetsu doesn't understand Madara's brain circuit at all. Aren't you afraid that Lan Yu will be happy to see Lai, so you can just pull out your Rinnegan? But if Black Zetsu wants to disguise Madara's wool product, he can't ask questions, say so much wrongly. Such a powerful person, except for Hashirama and I, has stood at the apex of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara unconsciously mentioned the big pillar again, with a rather positive tone. What is the landscape at the apex? It's a kind of loneliness. The so-called Rinnegan is definitely not a threat in his eyes, let alone a greedy seizure. That is a disapproval of one's own abilities, a denial of oneself. Meeting Black Zetsu's questioning gaze, Uchiha Madara suddenly smiled. Yes, that's a surprise. Nagato will not only be fine, but will grow faster. The mentality of yearning for a well-matched opponent cannot be understood by you as a black pimple. Black Zetsu. It's not anyone, it's all fighting mad like you, hey. Hearing what Madara said, Black Zetsu really didn't understand. For him, the opponent of shit. Shouldn't all enemies be strangled in the cradle? Next time, don't ignore the information, Black Zetsu. Yes, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu's heart beat. He deliberately failed to report Lan Yu's intelligence in a playful mind. But God knows that Lan Yu, who was originally just a kid, suddenly became so strong and completely lost control, which made him want to scold his mother. Continue to look for my heir, if you find one, then. Uchiha Madara looked at her fragile body, and then burst out a kind of haki that sees everything as ants, with intense excitement. What a powerful opponent, let's dance. Just use your death to see me off. Black Zetsu. At this time, are you still thinking about dancing? Seeing the sudden passing of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara gave a cold snort. It's not as good as me. Except for Hashirama, no one can make me take it so seriously, he deserves to be proud of it all his life. Black Zetsu knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live Madara," already thinking how to kill Lan Yu. He will never allow any accidents in the plan. Especially Rinnegan is by Lan Yu's side, which makes him sleepless. When Black Zetsu left, Uchiha Madara went into a daze on his own. Hashirama, I will let you know that I am right. 3 days later. Several seriously injured Uegakure and Konoha shinobi, as well as ninjas from various villages who were spying from all sides, fled the country of rain. Shinobi is a sensation. And it was an unprecedented sensation. Half hidden to die. Four Tails Jinkraki is dead. Thousands of people were destroyed in one blow. The country of rain falls. Not only that. Orochimaru surrendered. Tsunade was arrested. And the Konoha wanted notice that followed. S-Class Rebel Orochimaru, bounty 100 million taels. News of this kind spread crazily throughout the ninja world, and the Devil King Lan Yu, who made a sensation in the ninja world a few days ago, has now been upgraded. Named, Lan Yu the Great Demon. The alertness of each village to Lan Yu rose sharply, and was immediately classified as a SSS-level dangerous person. The villages are also trying their best to collect information on Lan Yu. At the same time, the news was released from the country of rain. The Kingdom of Rain is now an invisible empire. Anyone who dares to invade the imperial territory, die. In a simple sentence, they all promote the dominance of the new empire, to be precise, Lan Yu's dominance. While shocking people, they are also waiting for the response of the 5 major countries. It's terrible. Third Mizukage expressed his conviction. Regardless of whether it is true or not, they don't want to interfere with mainland affairs anyway. When will their Kirigakure appear, a ninja god? Even Shura of the ninja world is good, we must be prepared for danger in times of peace. God knows if there will be a big boss coming to Miss Shinobi and torturing Miss Shinobi any day. Don't say, the original trajectory is really there, and the angry Obito played you to death. Is it another ninja god? Konoha really is the cradle of the strong. You see, never be arrogant and complacent, remember that there are people outside the mountains. The kindly muscular man, third Reikage, carefully teaches the future fourth Reikage. Little Killer B doesn't know where to play, and Eight Tails Jinkriki Burabi is silent. He has been listening to the inexplicable wailing of Eight Tails recently, but even Eight Tails doesn't know why. He is often awakened by nightmares, as if someone is going to kill it. Relax, he will not attack Sand Shinobi, after all we are so poor. These are the original words of third Kazekage, but they are actually tearful. When is poor is also an advantage. Die. I want you to die. Third Tsuchikage Oniki went mad, his eyes flushed with murderous intent. You know, there are more than 2,000 ninjas. There is also the strategic Four Tails Jinkriki. This time Onoki couldn't accept the loss, and his hatred for Lan Yu reached its peak. In the original trajectory, in order to kill Third Reikage, Onoki summoned more than 10,000 rock shinobi ninjas and surrounded Third Reikage for 3 days and 3 nights. Exhausted it alive. One can imagine how ruthless Onogi is. Are you strong? Are you strong with Senju Hashirama? Are you strong with Uchiha Madara? Even if you are as strong as them, then you have to die. Onogi ordered crazy. Tsuchikage must kill order, gather ninjas, and Lan Yu, never die. Hokage office, silence. In other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very sad and doesn't want to say anything. Asterisk. Chapter 30, Tsunade recognizes reality, seeking flowers, asking for monthly tickets, asking for support. What? Tsunade was arrested? Orochimaru to take refuge? Even the big idiot Jiraiya didn't know what went crazy and went to Orochimaru? The ghost Orochimaru is a hero, why doesn't the old man know? Just Jiraiya Saikyu and go undercover? Go to die. Sarutobi said, my heart hurts. In this generation, apart from Hatake Sakumo, there is no ninja who can do it well. The next generation of geniuses, let alone say, will take 10 years to come out. For a while, Konoha did not pick up the green and yellow, and the fault occurred. Let's talk about it, what to do. Sarutobi is very tired and sad. I thought that Lan Yu was fine after 3 months of disappearing, but who knew that he would suffocate such a big move as soon as he came out? Destroyed all the psychological defenses of Sarutobi. Kill. 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 The patriarchs of all races, look at me and I look at you. Suddenly a young man who was not a teenager broke out with terrible killing intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel shocked after 3 consecutive killings. Konoha can't be provoked, Lan Yu must die. Looking at this teenage red-eyed young man, everyone's eyes were not right. 2 months ago, a coup took place in Uchiha, which shocked everyone. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan, who was in his prime, was pulled off his horse by a young man who was less than 20 years old. But Uchiha's news is too closed, no one knows what happened, but no one dares to underestimate him. Why, am I wrong? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were dark. Is it a pleasure to open Manjiki? Every time Fugaku sees his Manjiki, there is a kind of anger that wants to destroy everything. Oh? Konoha's enemy is more than Lan Yu, what are you going to do? It was Shimura Dans who spoke, and faint gazes were constantly greeted. Everyone knows that Danzo was abolished by Lan Yu and his right eye was destroyed. But he recovered completely a month ago, but with bandages on his hands and right eye, he walked better than young people. Is the current medical skills so advanced? I don't know if the 5th limb has recovered. No one dared to ask more. Uchiha Fugaku raised his scarlet eyes, and said coldly, the Uchiha clan has not yet played. If you are afraid of Lan Yu, I, Uchiha, Can do it. Presumptuous. How do you talk? Danzo yelled. His murderous aura was much stronger than Uchiha Fugaku, and his voice was louder. If you don't tell me, I forgot. Sand Shinobi is still at war with Konoha. It's been a long time since Uchiha won't let go of this feat, right? Uchiha Fugaku gave a cold snort, and said nothing. Seeing this, Sarutobi's head hurts even more, and he waved his hand and said, "Solve one by one, first solve Sand Shinobi. As for Lan Yu, I'll talk about it later." Fugaku's expression became colder, and everyone was disappointed and relieved. Lan Yu is barefoot and is not afraid of wearing shoes. Other ninja villages are the main theme. At this moment, all countries and villages are waiting. Kirigakure. No response. Tsunagakure watched the play. Cloud Shinobi village watched the play. Konoha and Rock Shinobi are furious. They all released ruthless words one after another. But what is surprising is that Konoha's mouth is very hilarious, but there is no movement at all, and she has been fighting Sand Shinobi fiercely. There is no intention to send troops to Lan Yu at all. But Rock Shinobi is very decisive. According to the gossip, 3rd Tsuchikage Onaki personally led the army, commanding more than 10,000 ninjas, and came toward the Invisible Empire mightily. For a time, spies from all countries and villages spread all over the border of the Rain country. Hi! This is the abyss that the Demon King slashed out. It's horrible, I thought it was blowing. I didn't expect the facts to be more terrifying than the legends. Who can hold it? The new god of ninja is born. The spies exclaimed again and again, and their hearts were full of shock. They come here not only to watch the battle, but to investigate Lan Yu's ability to see if it is as scary as the legend. But looking at the bottomless and invisible abyss, everyone's scalp numb. All of a sudden, Lan Yu's status in the hearts of the ninja skyrocketed. It has reached a level comparable to the god of ninja and Shura of the ninja world, even faintly beyond. After all, this is the closest legend. Now there is a good show to watch. Except for the Uegakure spy, the other spies all smiled, and some village ninjas were desperate for fear that the great demon king Lan Yu would fight them. No, Lan Yu is too strong. Master Tsuchikage can't hold it. The Rock Shinobi spies got chills in their hearts, and suddenly only one was left, and all the others rushed towards the land of the earth. If one cannot persuade, then persuade together. The spies from other countries had a clear understanding in their hearts. When they came, the leaders of the villages said, "If Lan Yu is really that strong, one person is against a big village, then an announcement will be issued to recognize his status. Recognize the formality of the Invisible Empire and rank it as the 6th largest country. If the Invisible Empire establishes Shinobu Village, it will recognize its title of Shadow. In short, intelligence is the most important." What shadow? No shadow? Emperor Shadow? Or Shadow? Remember, my Invisible Empire doesn't need a so-called village chief. Hearing what Lan Yu said, everyone was a little confused. It turns out that those shadows are the village chief in your eyes. Hey? It seems to be true. Tsunade at the bottom wanted to refute. After all, the village chief's granddaughter was too uncomfortable, but Lan Yu's gaze was immediately shuttered. This is the devil who kills without blinking. Tsunade has been sober for 3 days. From awakening anger, to fear, to helplessness, to confusion. It wasn't until Konoha sent a wanted order that Tsunade realized the reality. S-Class Rebel Tsunade, 30 million taels of bounty. Sarutobi issued a wanted order for rebellion regarding Tsunade, which was intended to separate Tsunade from Konoha. It's also good for Lan Yu not to be too cruel to Tsunade. But it's different in Tsunade's eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 31, Lord Lan Yu, God forever, please ask for flowers, ask for monthly pass, ask for support. Born in a big family, I have a better understanding of darkness and politics. She saw with her own eyes how powerful Lan Yu was, which caused Konoha to be afraid of Lan Yu in Tsunade's eyes. So he gave up her and gave her to Lan Yu in a roundabout way. That's right. It used to be Hokage, but now it's the village chief. Tsunade laughed at himself, very decadent. From the respected Princess Konoha to a prisoner, this kind of psychological gap is not something ordinary people can experience. She couldn't escape the devil's claws at all. Even Konoha's original intention is good. But she could never go back. At this time, Yahiko walked over. Lan Yu-sama, there is a request for a meeting named Jiraiya, he said. He wants to join the Invisible Empire, and he also brought a big gift. Tsunade. Orochimaru. I went. What is this Operation Jiraiya? Tsunade and Orochimaru were shocked. Did you make a mistake, drill hard into the devil's den? Is this guy here to save me? No, he is a bit stupid, but he is definitely not so stupid. Tsunade doesn't understand Jiraiya's thinking at all. Orochimaru, this kid is hopeless. Oh. Lan Yu also showed interest, and immediately raised his hand. Bring him up. Regardless of whether he is true or false, what Lan Yu lacks is talent. The current Invisible Empire has not yet been formed, it is just a code name. After all, with 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, Lan Yu was embarrassed to Jiangguo. Oni-san body lowly heart, Kushina, Mikoto. 3 little ones, Konan, Nagato, Yahiko. Except for Orochimaru, a normal young man, even Tsunade was semi-forced into the army. You said that such an organization can be called an empire? Of course it can be built. After all, Lan Yu has occupied the country of rain, and everyone here is his people. However, they all need to wait for Lan Yu to give his subordinates the ability. He can't do everything by himself, it's too compelling. Master Lan Yu, is this strength okay? Behind Lan Yu's seat, the tall Mikoto was pinching Lan Yu's shoulders, but that Ryu's pretty face was so red and very beautiful. Yes, not bad. Lan Yu is satisfied, Mikoto is really gentle. Kushina pouted her mouth below, not knowing what she was muttering. Konan lowly watched secretly, her big beautiful eyes full of envy. I really want to squeeze the shoulders of Lan Yu-sama, but it's a pity that I'm too young and don't have much strength. What kind of person is he? Tsunade is also very confused. Lan Yu is obviously a big demon who kills without blinking. But what he saw and heard in these 3 days has affected Tsunade's worldview. Lan Yu's existence actually cares about whether the civilians can't eat enough, whether the helpless orphans are cared for, and whether the old people are displaced. Is this what the devil should do? And it's not just talking about it, or even acting for the civilians in person. Do you dare to believe this kind of thing? And it seems cold, but sometimes jokes with subordinates, and even indulges in subordinates. This makes Tsunade seem to see the shadow of Senju Hashirama. Do not. Even if his grandfather hadn't tried so hard, after all, Dazusa was from a big family and didn't understand the suffering of common people at all. Grandpa, someone like him, is he a bad person? Tsunade was confused and silent. If Lan Yu really unified the ninja world, then the world must be beautiful. Master Lan Yu, always drop the gods. If the Sangxiao had only worshipped Lan Yu's power before, at this moment, he respected and loved his personality from the heart. Yes, no one here understands the suffering of civilians better than them. No one can see better than them, the great halo that Lan Yu is incompatible with other ninjas, that is really loving the people like a child. In just a few days, Sangxiao was willing to dedicate his life for Lan Yu. Lan Yu, isn't it normal to care about your own people? I don't understand you guys. After a while, Jiraiya, who changed into his daily clothes, entered the hall. Tsunade, Orochimaru, long time no see. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the two Tsunade, Jiraiya greeted with a light smile, and then looked at Lan Yu, staring carefully for 2 seconds. kneeling directly on the ground, shouting loudly. Master Lan Yu, please allow me to introduce myself. I, Jiraiya, Konoha Elite Jainin, called Mount My Boku Toad Sage. Can run at 1 year old, jump at 2 years old, literate at 3, dance at 4, practice chakra at 5, graduate from ninja school at 6, 7. Seeing Jiraiya chattering endlessly, everyone was stunned. Even Lan Yu doesn't know how to complain, this is really an individual talent. From 1 year old to more than 20 years old, I never stop. Even when I was 8 years old, I went to peek at the widow to take a shower. I told you all about it, talent. Lan Yu didn't interrupt either, listening quietly. At the same time, Tsunade covered his face and Orochimaru kept winking at Jiraiya. Dashijiang really cares about me. Seeing Orochimaru's gaze, Jiraiya was very happy, his decision was too right. Yes, exactly. Let us fight for the undercover career together, da snake sauce. At the end, Jiraiya looked serious and took out 2 scrolls. Master Lan Yu, these 2 scrolls. One is the distribution map of Konoha's departments, families, and various units, as well as the specific information of Konoha Shinobi that I know. The second one is all the ninjutsu I know, including the Mount My Boku Celestial Skill Practice Method. P.S. Thanks for the monthly pass of 38 Audiobook. By the way, please ask for a wave of support. Asterisk. Chapter 32, 3 Little Ones Mad at Jiraiya. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking support. Jiraiya continued, with only 2 scrolls and my respect for you, please let me follow you. Become your hard-working soldier, I. Lan Yu interrupted, okay. Master Lan Yu, I am sincere. My admiration for you is like a surging river, and like a river overflowing. Jiraiya suddenly became anxious, but then his eyes widened. Did you agree? So simple? Jiraiya didn't react for a moment. Others are also difficult to understand. Jiraiya is obviously here to be an undercover agent. The admiration and worship of ghosts, the belief of ghosts. Even Orochimaru and Tsunade thought that Jiraiya was dead, and Sage of 6 Paths could not be saved. But Lan Yu didn't seem to care. Master Lan Yu, this guy doesn't look like a good person. Sang Xiao is very anxious. I am afraid that this decision will cause an accident to Lan Yu. After all, the white-haired uncle looked like a big bad guy with no words, very inconspicuous. Why don't I look like a good person? Jiraiya suddenly stared, how cute little children are. Yahiko curled his lips, it doesn't look like from head to toe. Konan stared, big bad guy. Nagato murmured, white-haired monster. Oh, I'm going, Jiraiya wants to hit someone. Whose kid is this bear? No problem. Lan Yu saw this scene and felt quite happy. Obviously they were the masters and apprentices of the original trajectory, but at this moment they disliked each other, which is so interesting. The visible betrayal is not terrifying. The real horror is the invisible betrayal. Lan Yu spoke calmly, shocking everyone's heart. I wish to dedicate everything to Master Lan Yu. Kushina, Mikoto, 3 Little Only and Orochimaru announced their oaths immediately. Seeing this, Tsunade always felt that it would be difficult for him to get involved after doing nothing, and suddenly he knelt down and yelled. Needless to say, Jiraiya shouted louder than anyone else. Lan Yu nodded with satisfaction, he didn't care whether his men were sincere. Belief and dependence have the same meaning, they are both the behavior of the weak, and they have no meaning to him. Konan, go ahead and add another glass. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. Seeing Konan turned and left, everyone could only stand up and wait, looking at each other. Especially Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade, 3 people, you look at me, I look at you, and finally silent. Kushina couldn't help but said, Master Lan Yu, when will the nation be established? It is not formal if it does not establish a country, just like it is now. There are no messengers, the titles are messy, the status of the subordinates is difficult to determine, and all kinds of confusion. Also, call Lan Yu an adult? This simply does not reflect the dignity of Lan Yu. Lan Yu whispered, "Do you have this kind of trouble too? Wait until I give them the strength." Strength? Yahiko and Nagato were full of surprises. Orochimaru's heart was about to jump out. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other, inexplicably full of expectations. That is the power bestowed by Lan Yu. It might be Lan Yu's power that is incompatible with chakra, which everyone in the ninja world wants to understand. After all, the unknown is equivalent to death, and no one wants to face an enemy full of unknowns. Conan arrived soon. Everyone looked and saw Conan dragging a disc with 6 glasses of sake on it. Just facing the 6 people who have not gained power. Do you even have me? How confident? Jiraiya's heart is heavier. Lan Yu is not afraid that anyone knows what power he is. How confident this is. Puff. As everyone looked at him, Lan Yu opened his finger, and a drop of scarlet blood flowed out. Under the control of spiritual power, blood was dripped into 6 glasses of wine. 1 drink per person, bear with it, the process is a bit painful. Drink. Blood wine? This is the inheritance of power? The 3 little ones didn't think much, and drank it immediately, very obedient. But the Orochimaru trio thought of an extremely horrible thing, that is, for powerful players such as Kushina and Mikoto, Lan Yu can be built in batches. Who can handle this? Hiss. The 6 people drank the blood wine and felt the pain from the tearing of their souls, like 1,000 swords. Kushina laughed at this. What is it called? Can't you bear this pain? I spent it smiling and relaxed. Really? I do not believe. The 6 people closed their teeth one after another, trying to keep themselves calm. But, what a joke. That kind of pain can still be passed through with a smile. Are you pervert? Mikoto was also puzzled and asked, does it really hurt? Why do I feel as comfortable as bathing in a hot spring? 6 people? Are we being treated differently? It really hurts. Lan Yu's eyes twitched, and the 2 girls were getting darker and darker. Injection. Of the 6 people who have just transformed the Quincy, only Lan Yu can master them as soon as they merge their spiritual power and Ryutsu. The 3 little ones are too small, and they have to grow up as soon as possible. Soon, with the help of Lan Yu, the 6 people completed the transformation and became proficient in their abilities. And the 3 little ones have become 18 or 19-year-old. Since the 3 of them put on clothes made by Lingzi from the beginning, the clothes also grew larger. 2 handsome boys, plus a stunningly beautiful girl with long light blue and purple hair. Tall and beautiful, with a cute expression in the cold, Lan Yu likes it very much. Conan, who grew up, is really awkward. Everyone, including Kushina and Mikoto. Lan Yu bestows spiritual power equal to elite Jainin, an extremely strong Ryutsu, to prevent them from spending time retraining. The rest, you have to practice it yourself. They are unknown to any ninja. Asterisk. Chapter 33, Madara, your Rinnegan is lost, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking support. Ho-ha, ho-ha. 10 minutes later, even Orochimaru collapsed on the ground, sweating profusely. That kind of pain, he vowed never to experience it again. For many moments, he thought he was going to die. But with the power surging from his body, Orochimaru couldn't help laughing. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, I feel it, I feel it, this is the transformation of life. Eternal life is on me. Orochimaru couldn't help but move. What a great power. This is what he is struggling to pursue. But now it is easy to obtain, as if his previous efforts were so unbearable. Hearing this, Kushina couldn't help but asked, Master Lan Yu, are we immortal? Seeing Lan Yu nodding, Kushina jumped even more. Wow, that's great. a beautiful girl who will always be 18 years old. Mikoto also nodded, yes, old age is terrible. Lan Yu was speechless, I didn't say it, or your reaction was too slow. Thanks to Master Lan Yu for the reward. Sang Xiao was also very happy. The various combat skills in my mind are just like instinct, opening the door to new world for them. Tsunade and Jiraiya were silent again. The ninja world will change hands, and Konoha is over. Ryutsu, Rizai, Spiritual Power, Divine Destruction Arrow, Feilian Jiao. Static Blood Equipment, Moving Blood Equipment, Shadow Realm, Lingza Space, Stars, Lingza Flame, etc. They turned out to be the basic abilities of pure-blooded Quincy. It seems simple. But for the strong, the attack is often that simple, where there are so many bells and whistles. And everyone has the sacred writing ability bestowed by Lan Yu. They are different, but they are more powerful than most of the blood succession boundaries. Cultivating to a high depth can also open the end of the Eucharist, just like opening a hang. Compared to ninjas who basically only practice chakra, Quincy does more than practice spiritual power. It also strengthens Ryutsu, the soul, and even the body has corresponding strengthening skills. Comprehensive capabilities allow them to deal with any emergencies. Only in the realm of shadows, he would never have thought of killing a ninja. He was a perfect assassin. It is completely different from the chakra system, and it cannot be said which one is advanced. But for the ninja, the Quincy is definitely a deadly enemy, because of the serious lack of intelligence. The main thing. It's too simple for the Quincy to want to live forever. In other words, you will live forever, but you need to cultivate hard if you want to live longer. Even if Lan Yu doesn't have the slightest ambition. It can also put all the ninjas of the 5 great nations and the whole ninja world to death. In this regard, 10,000 ninja gods are not enough to see. Lan Yu, I just watched you die quietly. Don't think about it, Tsunade's sister, Konoha is out of help. Kushina walked over at this moment, she had already recognized reality. Fortunately, Lan Yu is not the kind of bloodthirsty person. People who don't resist can live. I know. Tsunade smiled bitterly. Now, his grandpa is useless. It's better to adjust your mentality and work hard for Lan Yu. Perhaps because of his hard work, he left Konoha a few more lives. Call. Jiraiya thinks the same way, undercover or something is impossible. Even Jiraiya didn't dare to send a hint of intelligence to Konoha. If Lan Yu finds out, he will anger Konoha because of himself. After all, intelligence is too important and Lan Yu is likely to start a massacre. I am loyal, I am loyal. Jiraiya forcibly hypnoses herself, trying to make herself forget Konoha, then half-kneeled and shouted loudly. Master Lan Yu is eternal and immortal, and the invisible empire will last forever. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback and shouted together. Master Lan Yu is eternal and immortal, and the invisible empire will last forever. This line. Lan Yu raised his brow slightly and didn't say anything. After all, what they said was what Lan Yu expected. Ah, Nagato, your eyes. Growing up, Yahiko had the kind of spirit of heavenly pain in the original trajectory, but when he looked at Nagato, he was suddenly shocked, and the others were also shocked. Because 2 eyeballs fell from Nagato. Rolled a few times on the ground. This is. When everyone looked at it, they saw that the eyeballs that fell on the ground had a weird purple color and rippled lines. Seeing these eyes, the Jiraiya trio suddenly exclaimed. Rinnegan. Rinnegan on Nagato? The eyes of the 3 of Orochimaru are not right, they are the eyes of the legendary sage of 6 paths. I don't know what's going on. Nagato was a little nervous, and then separated his long red hair, revealing a pair of bright and ordinary eyes. I just felt that my eyes were itchy and painful, and they fell off with a touch, and then, I got another pair of eyes, shouldn't it be okay? With that said, Nagato glanced at Rinnegan with disgust, he really didn't like these eyes. It was these eyes that made him feel out of place, which made him afraid to look up and see people. Even the constant pain makes him uncomfortable. At the same time, under the dark cave, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. Then the faint contact with Rinnegan on Nagato was suddenly disconnected. Did something accident happen, or I misunderstood Lan Yu? No, I can't read it wrong. Hey, scare me, it's okay. Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and said, the eyes are so weird, they are not as good looking as yours. But the three of Orochimaru are heavy. How could this kid have Rinnegan? Especially Jiraiya. Before Lan Yu appeared, Great Toad Sage had talked about the Son of Destiny. Will Nagato be? But when I think of Lan Yu's existence, it's useless for any Son of Destiny. Asterisk. Chapter 34, Forming the Holy Legion, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Monthly Pass, Seeking Evaluation. In the process of transformation, reject organs that do not belong to oneself. Lan Yu raised his hand and wrapped it in front of him with Lingzi. After a few glances, he lost interest. To be honest, Rinnegan is not pretty, but Tensagan is very pretty. After all, it was Madara's eyes. Lan Yu showed respect. Threw it into the urn. Madara? What Rinnegan? Lan Yu doesn't need it. Its only function. It is to bring Madara out. After all, Lan Yu didn't know where Madara was hiding, and didn't have time to find it. There is no need for Orochimaru to study, the strength of the Quincy is enough for Lan Yu to practice for a long time, so there is so much distraction. If it is Zanpakuto, Lan Yu is interested. Or get some Minos Grande, Arankar, or something with the help of Hyaku. Yes, invincible. Suddenly thinking of this, Lan Yu's eyes lit up. What is virtual? Soul body. Not to mention their strength, just the soul body is a bug. Because most people can't see it. In the ninja world, there is no soul in sight except for very few people and special occasions. Even Kato Dan's spiritualization technique does not have any powerful attack power. But if it makes a virtual reality, that is the invisible killer. Su, I'm standing in front of you. You can't see it. Minos Grande, before I took a shot, you knelt. Thinking of this, Lan Yu expressed expectation, but waited until it stabilized. You don't need to know too much, just know that they are Uchiha Madara's eyes. What? The three of Orochimaru and Uchiha Mikoto were shocked. Sangxiao was also taken aback, isn't that Nagato's eyes? How could it be someone else's? Thinking of a certain possibility, the guy named Uchiha Madara put his eyes in Nagato's eyes. After 3 hours, he shivered. It's terrible, how could there be such a terrible person? Uchiha Madara, aren't his eyes Sharingan? If the Orochimaru trio are puzzled and shocked, then Uchiha Mikoto's worldview has collapsed. The eyes of Uchiha's ancestors are not Sharingan? The end of Sharingan's evolution is Rinnegan. The big event in the entire ninja world is the housework of the descendants of Satsuki, but there is nothing to say. Lan Yu is not interested in the infighting of the descendants of Satsuki, and is too lazy to explain. Sooner or later they will be on the planet Satsuki, but now they are too tender. Remember, you are the Quincy. Seeing the doubt, Lan Yu explained a little bit, then stood up. Everyone suddenly felt that the worldview needs to be reorganized. Madara, Rinnegan, what else Satsuki, how many terrifying existences there are secretly. From today, you are among the members of the Holy Legion. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. Lan Yu didn't want to form the Star-Crossed Knights like his friend Habich, because he was not his friend Habich. He also always reminded himself that he should not follow the old path of his friend Habich. There are many reasons why Yhwach failed. For example, the protagonist group went off, Hasward concealed future facts for revenge, which caused Yhwach to think it was a dream and thus lose. After all, Yuha destroyed Hasward's hometown and killed his uncle. In itself, I approached for revenge. But in the final analysis, it is because of Yuha's arrogance and ruthlessness. Arrogantly not putting everything in his eyes. Ruthlessly kill all his subordinates. The Holy Legion only needs elites. When there are more members in the future, I will select 4 of them to become my guards. Lan Yu's words made everyone's eyes shine brightly. The guards, just listened to the subordinates recognized and trusted by Lan Yu. Lan Yu continued, the Legion needs leaders other than me. In the future, the Legion commander will be selected and personal guards will be selected. The personal guard, the commander of the Legion, personal guards. Everyone looked forward to it thoughtfully. It seems that only the pure-blooded Quincy who was bestowed by Lan Yu with the holy characters can enter the Legion and compete among dozens or dozens of elites. For an empire, it is not enough to rely solely on the elite. It also needs people at the bottom. Starting today, the nationwide selection of Ryotsu's superiors, tentatively 3,000 people, will become the sacred troops of the Holy Legion and follow the orders of the Empire. It is impossible for Lan Yu to waste his own blood and create a bunch of pure-blooded quintessences. However, an impure quintessence, that is, a mixed blood quintessence, is still possible. They don't have holy scripts, but they can learn the basic abilities of the Quincy, enough to cultivate for many years. Lan Yu decided to pick out the spiritual energy penultimate from within the territory of the Empire and transform it into a Quincy. Go to the selection. I want to see those 3,000 people today. I will also give you 3 days to familiarize yourself with the ability. In the process of transforming the Quincy, Chakra has been washed away, except for the bloodline boundary, which will retain its own abilities. Like Mikoto, her Sharingan is still there. But it was from the 1 Go Jade to the 3 Go Jade, and it did not become a Mangeki, so it was of no use. The bloodline limit is also changed to the use of spiritual power. By the way, inform the ninja and villagers of the original Rain country. 3 days later, they will meet in the center of the empire. I want to build an invisible empire. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. Lan Yu looked at the sky, the scenery there was really beautiful. No one has stood in the sky from the beginning. Whether it's you or me, even God. But the window period for the throne of the sky is also over. From now on, let me stand on top. On that day, the country of Rain, which had just stabilized, made a sensation again. What? Lord Lan Yu is going to form troops. Really, can civilians be fine? Between 6 and 60, regardless of age, weak, sick or handicapped, as long as they qualify, they can be trained by the Empire and become the Empire's sacred army. Do you want to build a country? That's great, I must join. Asterisk. Chapter 35, National Selection of 3,000 Saint Soldiers, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Monthly Tickets, Seeking Evaluation. When the news came out, everyone was shocked and excited. The strong man who slashed into the abyss and occupied the country of Rain. To select talents today. 3 days later, the Empire was formed. Especially too many civilians can't believe it, they can be crazy after confirming the news. Not everyone is willing to become a commoner, but it is too difficult to become a ninja. There are only a few 100,000 ninjas in the 5 countries, and how many people can there be in the whole ninja world? Ninjas are awed and yearned by countless civilians. Not a profession, but power. There are many troubled times in the ninja world, and there is no enough food to eat without the power. The civilians in the Kingdom of Rain have the deepest experience and are more eager for power. This workload. Looking at the dense crowd, even Orochimaru has a tingling scalp. 3,000 people were selected from a whole country, and it was completed today. It was really a word from the leader, and then he ran and broke his leg. Kushina smiled with arms akimbo. The sacred troops under the Holy Legion, do you know what it means? It means we all have little brothers. Kushina was triumphant, waving thousands of brothers. The grown-up Konan drew his hair lightly, and couldn't help but said, "Sister Kushina, although the country of rain is not big, but with civilians, there are at least 1 million people, right? How do we choose? This is a country, no matter how small it is a country far bigger than Shinobu. Do you check them one by one, rely on a few of them? The inspection will not be finished next year." Lan Yu-sama is talking about the superior Ryatsu, that is, the superior in the density and strength of the soul, which can also be understood as the outstanding spiritual power, so there is no need to test one by one. The others are not familiar with Ryatsu yet, Mikoto explained to Nagato. Dividing the empire into 8 regions, one person in charge of one, and releasing Ryatsu layer by layer, depending on their endurance, the outstanding performance is the mental strength penultimate. Everyone nodded, so it was much easier. But there is a question, Tsunade can't help but said, ninjas do not major in spiritual energy, but they are much stronger than civilians. Is this unfair to civilians? Everyone nodded. Although Rain Shinobi had died a lot, 3,000 people could still gather. Moreover, they could see that Lan Yu values civilians very much, and it would definitely not work if all ninjas were selected. Kushina immediately raised her hand to speak. Master Lan Yu said that there is no absolute fairness in this world. I think this kind of problem can be solved by half civilians and half ninjas, which is relatively fair. Tsunade couldn't help but glance at Kushina. This little girl was very well trained by Lan Yu, and she has grown a lot. Orochimaru nodded and said, "Then, in order to prevent the selection of insufficient numbers, everyone chooses more in their respective regions, and gathers here to choose again, until there are 3,000 people left. If you encounter a particularly good one, record it and report it." Everyone discussed the details again, and quickly separated their actions. Lan Yu, who was observing secretly, chuckled. It is convenient to have a subordinate. That night, the selection of the sensational rain country stopped. Although many people regretted not being selected, nearly everyone respected Lan Yu a lot. After all, there has never been a strong man in the ninja world that values civilians so much. For civilians, such leaders are great. In a square, 3,000 people looked ahead nervously, excitedly, waiting for Lan Yu's arrival. At this moment, Yahiko said in a low voice, "Transform them all into quintessences, 1 drop of blood. Lord Lan Yu, is your body okay?" After all, their power belongs to Lan Yu's sharing and is part of Lan Yu's power. Sharing 3,000 people, who can hold it? Thinking of this, Jiraiya said, "If it's like you said, then we all understand it wrong. As long as the members of the Holy Legion are pure-blooded quintessences, the sacred soldiers will certainly not be like us, so the power given to them is weaker than ours." Everyone nodded. At this moment, Lan Yu arrived. "Welcome to Master Lan Yu." 8,000 groups and 3,000 people all knelt down. Lan Yu nodded slightly, raised a bucket between his hands and floated over, immediately arousing the eyes of Nagato and others. Because they perceive that the spirit within it is extremely rich. The water inside was formed by the soul. It can be understood as Lingzahwaki, Linki Huali, and Ling liquefied water. Lan Yu had compressed it all day before he came up with a bucket. If Kushina and the others were allowed to drink it, it would be enough to make him advance. Wow! A drop of blood was bounced into it by Lan Yu. "Give each of them a bowl, remember to be fast, to avoid loss of spirit." "Yes, Lord Lan Yu." Each of the 8-person group was surprised that there was only a drop of blood in their hearts. Noting the expression of the group of 8, Lan Yu didn't say much. A drop of blood is enough. What he wants is a mixed blood quintessence. If a pure-blooded quintessence is combined with humans, the offspring will also be mixed blood quinces. Only when pure blood is combined with pure blood, the offspring are pure blood. It's not that mixed blood is not good. But the difference is that all kinds of skills are inherent strengths of the pure-blooded quintessences, and there is no need to learn them at all, but the mixed-blooded quintessentials have to learn one by one. Not only have to learn skills, but there is no holy writing. Lifespan is also far behind pure blood, in contrast, far inferior to pure blood. Looking at the distribution, Lan Yu calmly said, the transformation process is very painful. If the wool is not enough, you will die. Choose. Everyone was in the heart. The ninjas hesitated and stayed. It is no longer Hanzo who is in charge. Once the emperor and the courtier, if you can't win this opportunity, who knows what will happen in the future. When the civilians can come here, they are ready to sacrifice. In the end, no one left. Asterisk. Chapter 36, during the founding of the People's Republic of Daxia, Rock Shinobi strikes. After a while, 3,000 people screamed. Even a drop of blood is transformation, and the pain of transformation is not something ordinary people can bear. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there were two sounds, dozens of bursts sounded. I saw that dozens of people collapsed, causing confusion in the spirit of the soul, and exploding his body. Seeing this scene, Kushina couldn't help being shocked. Is it still going to die? How lucky I am! Lan Yu is speechless. Any power comes at a price. Insufficient will, nothing is worthwhile. Lan Yu, as the successor to the ancestors' power, has suffered geometrically multiplied, and the will of ordinary people has absolutely collapsed. He relied on Hagyaku to survive. Then, after absorbing the soul energy of those who touched him and died, the will was strengthened and gradually calmed down. Count the death toll and complete it as soon as possible. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. 3,000 people, more than 200 people died, and they were quickly made up. In the end, 3,000 saints stood on the square, and everyone felt their own strength. That big bowl of spiritual water made their level reached nin. Whether it was a ninja or a Jainin before, it is now a sage soldier with an energy level of 3,000 chnin. Although nothing, but basic skills can be learned quickly. Sensing the spiritual power of the holy soldiers and Ryatsu, Jiraiya, and others are speechless. Lan Yu-sama is too easy to make a strong one. How do other shinobu villages play? One side needs a lot of time and resources to cultivate, and the other is wholesale production. In contrast, the ninja world must be over. Kushina, Mikoto, you come to teach them the basic skills. As for Orochimaru, go and practice your own power. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. The base of the army, civilians, territory, and empire are all there. Lan Yu is full of expectations for the future of the empire. 3 days later. It rains almost every day in the country of rain, and it suddenly clears up in the weeping country. The shining sun seems to be presenting gifts for the birth of a king. The clouds are happily spreading a gorgeous rainbow in the sky, which is colorful. Hurry up, today is the day of the founding of the nation, you can't miss it. Great Lord Lan Yu, admire you, and wish you well. Yes, if it weren't for Lan Yu, the country of rain would have been reduced to ruins. One by one, the original ninjas and villagers of the country of rain came from afar, and Chi-Chi came to the center, and those ninjas gradually accepted the facts. Certainly. The die-hard Hanzo was killed long ago. For those civilians, they don't care who is in charge. But they knew that the current leader was a king with civilians in his eyes, and that was enough. More importantly, it was the arrival of Lan Yu that made the country of rain completely avoid war. In a few days, they never saw ninjas from other countries burned, killed, and plundered here. The smiles of the children and the elderly have also changed, and everything seems to be heading for the better. Jiangguo is nothing but need so many people to participate. Yes, isn't the founding of a nation just organizing an army, building a palace, and just reporting it? Lan Yu is too ambitious, and even put all ninjas under the management of the empire, with military and political power in his hands. In contrast, the names of other countries are too weak. Hush, Lan Yu shouldn't be a big name, it's said to be called Your Majesty. At the same time, spies from other countries and villages also came here cautiously. They also found that Lan Yu, the Demon King, it seemed different. Who on earth tells Lan Yu that the great Demon King can only kill? This is clearly a benevolent king who will win the hearts of the people. This also gave them an idea of Lan Yu's character. As warm as spring inside. It's as cold as winter. Interesting. While the villagers and ninjas of the original Rain country were looking forward to the establishment of the empire, Lan Yu whispered lightly in a hall. But Orochimaru and others did not even dare to breathe. Latest information. Onoji brought 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han and more than 10,000 rock shinobi ninjas to attack. At present, it has reached the border of the country of Soil, and is about to enter the border of the empire. The slogan Rock Shinobi and Lan Yu never die. The major ninja villages also cast their eyes. Even if the war between Konoha and Sand Shinobi is suspended, we are all waiting for the result of the battle between the Invisible Empire and Rock Shinobi. To know that today is the moment when the Invisible Empire is established. Onaki chose to arrive at this time. What a shame this is. Orochimaru opened his mouth and said, Lan Yu-sama. Not urgent. Lan Yu raised his hand slightly, looked at the tall beautiful girl with the pretty light purple hair below, and said calmly. The enemy is coming. Let's make a cup of black tea first. Everyone was taken aback. Conan smiled and nodded. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. That's it, no matter what enemies they face, they are so calm, and this is the god in their hearts. After that, everyone sat down quietly and tasted the black tea. Hey, suddenly I don't feel nervous anymore. Yahiko was surprised, and everyone couldn't help but nodded, feeling relieved as they drank the tea. After all, who would have thought of drinking tea before the onset of the war? It would take much heart. Master Lan Yu, do you have any battle plan? Jiraiya is quite heavy, although their strength is not bad, and even because of the mismatch of intelligence, even if they face any opponent, they can do it well. But that is a one-to-one situation. When the number of people reaches a certain number, but their realm is not so high, the crowd tactics can consume them to death. Judging from Lan Yu's attitude, this battle does not intend to involve the original Rain Country ninja and sacred troops. Lan Yu will not shoot either. Then there are only 8 of them. Lan Yu put down the teacup and scanned the audience with a calm tone. More than 10,000 people. It seems that you don't know enough about your own strength. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Killing, you can become stronger. Seeking flowers, seeking monthly ticket, seeking evaluation. Everyone was taken aback. We don't know enough about our own power? Yes, you are too stupid. Hearing Lan Yu's words, Kushina coughed lightly. For example, if one of you meets a team of thousands of ninjas without cage level and no special abilities, can you kill them all? In other words, can they kill you? Is there pressure? This. Tsunade's brows moved slightly, and he said seriously, if it were me, the Shadow Realm would guarantee me to avoid any attacks, and Fei Lianjiao greatly increased my mobility. And my attacks are all instant, not many ninjas can escape. My Holy Script ability can even attack in a wide range. With fast movement and high-intensity attacks, you can kill 1,000 ninjas without injury in 10 minutes. No one can run away. It seems. There is no pressure. Of course, it is to exclude the case of special blood ninjas and cage-level powerhouses. I can hear that Tsunade can kill 1,000 ninjas so easily. Other people's eyes lit up. Jiraiya spoke very cautiously, you are only talking about 1,000 people. When the number exceeds 10,000, there will be a lot of surprises. The other party also has third Tsuchikage and even Jinchuriki. Consumption is also a problem. Yahiko grinned and said, we are mainly mobilizing spiritual attacks, not consuming spiritual power attacks. The consumption is not that large, and the high-speed attacks are scattered. If there are more people dead, they are scared away. Mikoto whispered, "Imperial territory is inviolable, and no one can be spared." "Is that all killed?" "It's a bit difficult. Everyone is thinking about various countermeasures." They felt that a few people were divided to intercept the strong, and the rest bombarded the crowd wildly. With their speed and evasion ability, there should be no problem. The problem now is that although it consumes less, but time is not enough. Their current level is only Elite Genin. Even if they win, they may not be able to kill them all. After a person dies, his soul will emit a very high concentration of spirits. If the Quincy devours all his soul energy, it will make the Quincy stronger. This is a shortcut. Lan Yu sent out a teacup and calmly said, "If the energy of the soul swallowed reaches a certain amount, the spiritual power of the Quincy and Ryotsu will be greatly enhanced, and even self-evolve." "This, can still be like this?" Kushina blinked dazedly. "Mikoto and I killed Hanzo, why didn't they become stronger?" "In fact, all the enemies they kill will have their soul energy absorbed by Lan Yu. Not just soul energy. The knowledge, experience, skills, and talents he learned will be absorbed and integrated by Lan Yu. This is the horror of the ancestor of the Quincy. After having a younger brother, there is no need to practice at all. Through war, one's own talents will gradually be strengthened." Lan Yu said directly, "It will be absorbed later." Last night, Lan Yu released the restrictions. From now on, 90% of the soul energy of the slain is absorbed by Lan Yu, and 10% belongs to them. If they divide their energy into strength, they can also do better for him. Orochimaru gave a wicked smile, as Master Lan Yu said, "It is really difficult for us to kill all more than 10,000 people now. But if we can support war through war, we will get stronger and stronger. And the enemy will be less and less. Finally, win. This is a war that can be recorded in the annals of ninja world." Wow! The crowd was in an uproar, and then shocked inexplicably. Killing becomes stronger? Simply unreasonable. But when I thought of the scene where more than 10,000 ninjas could be killed by just a few of them. No one can keep calm. That is killing, not defeating and surrendering. If it spreads out, the shinobi world must be shaken. If you kill them all, more than 10,000 ninjas will add Tsuchikage and Five Tails soul energy. Even if I only absorb 90%, that's a tremendous enhancement. Lan Yu expressed expectation. So, no intruder left. This war was an extremely rare gift and a perfect meal for Lan Yu. At that time, Lan Yu's flatta is a big move. At that time, Lan Yu can say something more calmly. I made a slight shot, and I was already at the limit of a ninja. Kushina expressed excitement, Mikoto smiled. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade also let go of their concerns. Three little ones, oh no, the grown-up Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan faced so many opponents in their first fight. More is excitement. Just listen to Lan Yu saying, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. Master Lan Yu, please order. The three of them were solemn and half-kneeling on the ground. Oyemu is handed over to you, take him as quickly as possible, I want him to die. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. Lan Yu looked at the long-awaited Konan three people again, and said, Konan, Yahiko, Nagato. Five Tails Jinkriki give it to you, kill him. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina confronts the remaining ninjas of the enemy, pay attention to safety, fight by war, wait for the support of both sides, and join forces to besiege. This war, I hope to see, the birth of the Eucharist is finished. Yes, Lord Lan Yu. After the Eucharist. Everyone is also looking forward to it. However, the 6 Orochimaru talents have just gained the ability of the Quincy for 3 or 4 days, even with the help of Lan Yu, they still don't have a high level of proficiency. Only Mikoto and Kushina can finish the Eucharist. It is only possible. Eucharist is not evolution. It's just the complete liberation of strength, which is equivalent to Zanpakut Bankai. By improving spiritual power, Ryatsu, and Holy Script proficiency, the power of the Eucharist will gradually increase. After finishing speaking, Lan Yu stood up. All the aura of looking over everything was washed away. We are invincible ahead of us. Asterisk. Chapter 38, Onoki arrives, soaring flames, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation, seeking monthly pass. The border of the country of soil. The country of rain is at the center of the three countries of wind, fire, and soil. It is next to the border of the three countries, and is surrounded by small countries such as the country of birds, the country of grass, and the country of Sichuan. A place of absolute chaos. In the mountains and grasses along the border, spies from all countries and villages held their breath. Here, many ninjas. It seems Onogi is really angry, but it's a bit irrational. There will be a lot of casualties no matter if you win or lose. Are you afraid of other Daenan village sneak attacks? Maybe Onoki just used an excuse to pass through the country of rain and attack the country of fire. After all, there is no oil to fish in the country of rain. It's really possible. The more people think about it, the more likely it is. As the shadow of a village, Oyemu, no matter how angry, the first consideration should be the interests of the village. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lan Yu was provoked to that extent, and still resisted. Can you say that he doesn't have the spirit of a strong man? No, it's not that Sarutobi didn't dare, he had too many worries, and Konoha was his weakness. After all, Lan Yu is barefoot and is not afraid to wear shoes, and Sarutobi dare not mess around. For Rock Shinobi, it is no good to win against the Invisible Empire, and it is no good to lose. If it is just to vent anger, this time period is not a good time. World War II is still underway, and the prosperous fire country should be Rock Shinobi's goal. But for Lan Yu, it doesn't matter. No matter what Oyemu's purpose is, but he dares to take so many people to try to cross the border of the empire, that is to find death. The imperial territory is inviolable. Even if the country has not yet been established, the original Rain country is also Lan Yu's territory. Master Tsuchikage, a few miles ahead is the country of Rain. More than 10,000 people saw the densely packed area. Five Tails Jinkraki Steam Ninja Han also had a heavy gaze. Lan Yu, will you choose to let us pass? Humph, it is us who made concessions. What reason does he have to refuse? The half-drifting third Tsuchikage Onaki snorted coldly. In fact, no matter how angry Onaki is, the first thing he considers is the interests of the village. Private hatred can't make him lose his mind at all. What's the use of a mere country of rain? Passing through the country of rain, hitting Konoha by surprise is the kingly way. If you don't pass from the rain country, then the intention is too obvious, and it is easy to cause Konoha's alert. But I always feel a little uneasy. Han doesn't know how to say it, anyway, the closer he gets to the country of rain. In other words, the closer you get to Lan Yu, the restlessness in your heart, as if a catastrophe is imminent. Onoji glanced at him and said, Han, you have done countless contributions to Iwagakure, and you are also one of the best in the ninja world. How can you be timid to face a young man? Han was silent and calmed down. And on a mountain far away, Lan Yu and others looked at the incoming Rock Shinobi. The densely packed Rock Shinobi ninjas can indeed make countless people's scalp numb. The first time I saw so many ninjas, Kushina couldn't help but stunned. This is too much. It's okay, Kushina. Lan Yu looked into the distance calmly, not paying attention to it at all, with a calm tone. Whether the dust removed is 1 or 2, it is indistinguishable by the naked eye. Everyone heard the words and admired them very much. Master Lan Yu can always say words that are enough to make them the most reasonable saying, making them excited. Then, let's go. I will start the show for you. 5 miles. 4 miles. 3 miles. When it was less than a kilometer away from the border, Onoji stopped the troops. Temporarily fix it, and by the way send a messenger to inform Lan Yu to discuss major issues. You. Onamo, who had just spoken, suddenly widened his eyes. Boom. I saw an incomparably flaming flame of Lingzi rising from the ground in the center of the main force, turning into a pillar of fire to the sky, carrying the blazing high temperature. The tens of feet wide Lingzi flame directly melted the earth in a radius of hundreds of meters. More tyrannical storms spread to the surrounding area. Suddenly, there was a burst of pain. Ah! Following the screams of the rock shinobi, looking at the tens of feet wide and high into the sky, Oyemu suddenly shouted. A hole! Go back! Go back! Rock shinobi's troops immediately spread, looking at the pillar of fire with lingering fears. The terrible heat can be felt even at a distance of several hundred meters. At that moment, a few hundred ninjas died on the spot. Come! Lan Yu's unknown attack. The spies were energetic, and they recorded something one after another. No one thought that Lan Yu would take the initiative to attack and intercept outside the border. Onaki put a few earth styles towards the flames of Lingzi, but it was melted before it got close, and he immediately shouted angrily, Lan Yu! What are you doing? Come out for me! At this moment, there was a sneer from the flame of Lingzi. GGG, you are not qualified to meet Master Lan Yu. Yahiko, you idiot, the smile is so terrible, we are not villains. Yes, there is no masculinity at all, learn from the fairy Jiraiya, ha 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 ha, welcome the arrival of the Invisible Empire. Miscellaneous. Idiot. Hearing this, Onaki's forehead burst into blue veins. It seems that Lan Yu is not only arrogant, but his men are even more arrogant. Oyemu said coldly, what are you still doing? Open the barrier, and seal them here for me. Boom. At this moment, the flame of Lingzi gradually dissipated, revealing 8 figures. Before the rock shinobi ninjas could reflect, the 8-stranded Ryotsuo intertwined and dispersed madly in all directions. In an instant, the earth over 100 meters in radius began to tear. Ah, what is this? Puff, cough, I feel like I am carrying a mountain, asterisk. Chapter 39, Dust Escape Original World Stripping Technique, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Monthly Pass, Seeking Support. Ryotsuo acts on the soul, and it is like a mountain of pressure. The Chunin couldn't move their bodies, the Jainin couldn't breathe, and Genin felt the pain of tearing the soul. Bang bang bang! In an instant, within a few hundred meters of Genin, most of his soul shattered and fell to the ground and died. This scene shocked all rock shinobi. Even Onogi was shocked, completely incomprehensible. The powerful ninja relies on aura to shatter buildings, such as large pillars, but they also carry chakra. But I have never seen the existence of a ninja crushing the ground by aura. Hey, this is pure soul energy, a very high concentration of spirit child. After absorbing it, I can feel that I am getting stronger. Spiritual power and Ryotsuo are improving. Although it is not obvious, if we kill them all, we can definitely advance. Cool. With a burst of whispers, the 8 figures appeared in front of everyone. It's like 8 points of white in the loess. The uniform snow-white suits of the 8 people are incompatible with ninjas but very mysterious. They are all printed with Invisible Empire emblems and sacred seals. Invisible Empire, members of the Holy Legion, join. Seeing these 8 tall, rich, handsome, and white, rich and beautiful, all rock shinobi ninjas were stunned. Master Tsuchikage, why their battle uniforms are so cool, it is full of mystery and aura at first glance. Ours is unreliable. Go on, give me all of them, kill them. Oyemu yelled angrily. Lan Yu was so cruel as soon as he came, and there was no possibility of negotiating a peace. Then kill. Whoosh whoosh. Without waiting for the ninjas to take action, Orochimaru and others dispersed and rushed into the crowd. The advantage of the crowd is that ninjas will not release ninjutsu easily, so as not to accidentally injure their teammates. Basically, they are mainly physical skills. This also gives them a chance to brush up on a wave of experience first. Spirit Blade. The knife condensed from the spirit child appeared in the hands of 8 people. Quiet Blood Outfit. Feilien Feet. Move at a very fast speed while strengthening the physical defense. The 8 people flashed in the crowd like 8 white flashes, and each flash was splashed with blood. The speed is too fast to give the ninjas a chance to react. Especially in the crowd, teammates can't use ninjutsu indiscriminately, which makes them lambs to be slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, Rock Shinobi's blood stained the ground, and there were painful shouts everywhere. Damn it, stop for the old man. Onaki was full of anger, wishing to kill everyone, but he didn't dare to make a big move easily. And the mobility of the 8 is too strong to be accurately attacked from the crowd. This is like the 8 weakened versions of yellow flashes in the next 3 wars. But the yellow flashes of the future also need to project kunao with the mark of Flying Thunder God before they can teleport, but 8 of them. In terms of mobility, you follow your heart and go wherever you want. Especially in the crowd, just hold the spirit blade and hack it, anyway, it's the enemy. Except for some ninjas of the Grandmaster body flicker technique, most of the remaining Chunin and Genin are completely living targets. Without the slightest resistance at all. Sometimes there are too many people, but it becomes a drag. Hey, those are Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and 2 powerful women who killed Hanzo. Who are the remaining 3? Why are they so fast? You can't see the shadow at all. So strong. The spies in the dark were dumbfounded. Would Lan Yu train the strong faster? After all, even the body flicker technique can't make successive turns. Every time you instantaneously you need to get a seal. How can there be all kinds of fast moving back and forth like this, without stagnation with turning? But Onochi has rich experience and immediately ordered, all Rock Shinobi obey orders, use Earth style to sneak underground and avoid them. Earth style scuba diving in the earth. Earth style Rock Shinobi technique. Earth style Earth shore return. After the panic, Rock Shinobi also reacted. Most ninjas dive into the ground, and some ninjas open their defenses and are ready to attack at any time. In a blink of an eye, except for a few genin who was frightened, I only know 3 body technique. The battlefield was empty for a while. On the empty battlefield, the 8 Konan in the white Quincy suits were very eye-catching. After absorbing a few clusters of soul energy again, Kushina is a pity. It's too insidious to run down, and kill me for half an hour, and I will be able to advance. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. How stupid Rock Shinobi is to stand still and let you kill. The opportunity just now is fleeting. Damn it, kill them. Earth style the earth moving core. A group of Rock Shinobi appeared, quickly Jin performed ninjutsu. The palm of one hand was pressed fiercely on the ground under the feet, and the entire ground under the feet suddenly swelled like a wave, rushing towards the 8 people with great strength. Sorry, your operation speed is too slow. The 8 Konan escaped easily. Most ninjas even need body flicker technique. The more powerful the ninjutsu, the more the knots, which are flaws in their eyes. Okay, very good, I have to say that you successfully angered me. Onaki smiled cruelly, waved his hand to signal Rock Shinobi to retreat, showing a faster speed than Orochimaru 8. Brush. Before he could speak, Onaki appeared above Nagato and Orochimaru. The chakra on his body rushed out, and his hands folded and aimed at them. Dust Escape Original Realm Stripping Technique. The overbearing ninjutsu broke out, and a huge cube of energy was directly blasted out of Onoki's hands. A spherical white light was wrapped in the middle, and it was crushed crazily. The blood succession elimination Dust Escape, which is above the blood succession boundary, can turn everything in its enchantment into an atomic state. Its upgraded version of boundary stripping technique. Susanoo, who destroyed 25 wood-style clones of Uchiha Madara in an instant, was tyrannical to the extreme. Not good. P.S. Thank you 136 471 monthly ticket support. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Conan ability, World Harmony, seeking monthly ticket, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation. Not good. A fatal crisis came, and the pupils of Nagato and Orochimaru shrank. As soon as Tsuchikage shot, he knew if there was any. It's so fast. As the pinnacle of the ninja world, third Tsuchikage Onoji is something that countless ninjas don't want to face, compared to the half-god Hanzo who indiscriminately poisons. There is no bones in the dust touch. Boom. There was almost no sound, as if it had burst a balloon. After the dust escape primordial realm peeling technique exploded by Dayemya fell on the ground, it immediately decomposed all the objects on the ground. The great horror in silence. Disappeared. Damn. Where are you hiding? But after the blow landed, Oyemya didn't show any relaxed look on his face, but frowned slightly. He clearly saw that when the barrier was only a few centimeters away from the two of them, it instantly disappeared from his eyes. The speed is too fast, causing the illusion of being directly decomposed. Mikoto, this red nose is amazing. Seeing a large piece of the ground disappear out of thin air, Kushina felt her goosebumps all up. If this happens accidentally, it's terrible. After all, it's a shadow, and it can't be viewed simply by the so-called cage level. Mikoto also has a heavy look. I have to say that since Lan Yu took her away from Konoha, the world view has increased dramatically every day. After all, most of the Uchiha clan looks like a goddess in my CK. It is easy to spoil the newborn Uchiha children and make them think that Uchiha is invincible. Mikoto has also been affected. I found out after I came out. Uchiha without Mangeki is a joke in front of the top powerhouse. Ha. Hey. In the realm of shadows, Orochimaru and Nagato exhale deeply. Just a little too close, just a few centimeters away, they will definitely die there. The feeling of being in close contact with death is too exciting. Fortunately, the field of shadows is instant, which depends entirely on the speed of personal reaction. Earth-style Earth Dragon Ball. Earth-style Rock Pillar Gun. Earth-style Earth Stone Dragon. At this moment, dozens of rock shinobi released ninjutsu together. It's nothing. But the Han who saw this scene couldn't help being furious. Ahole, are you blind? I saw that dozens of rock shinobi attacked towards the Onoki in mid-air. Their eyes were extremely hollow, as if they were under control. This scene also made Onoki vigilant. It's a feeling of becoming a puppet, obviously being manipulated. But I didn't see any chakra lines at all, which made Onoji's heart solemn. Tisk tisk, how does love suit me? Although Jiraiya said so, he was full of weird smiles. Come on, feel the love in my heart. Holy writing ability, love. Love, use your hands to make a heart-shaped gesture and shoot out a heart-shaped heterochromatic substance. The shot object will be completely obeyed and controlled by Jiraiya to launch an attack on the enemy. The ejected heart-shaped spirit can be changed into various states, such as ropes, bows, and arrows, etc. In a word, Jiraiya's attack contained human manipulating substances. During the attack, many rock shinobi were controlled by it. For a while, some of the rock shinobi who saw Jiraiya were controlling them couldn't help staying away from him. Stop it now! Five Tails Jinkriki Han tried to stop. 3 small sacred arrows came in a row, avoiding 2, still being pierced through the shoulders by a sacred arrow. Swipe it! Surrounded by Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko, they are indifferent to each other. Next, we will take your life. Oh, it's up to you. Han said with disdain, but he did it faster than anyone else. He would never underestimate any opponent, rising up to give up thick steam. This is his steam armor, which can use steam to increase strength and speed. Boil-style weird power. Han raised chakra to the boiling point in one breath, instantly rising his power. and quickly attacked Konan, who seemed to be the weakest. Chong! A gorgeous Lingza saber appeared in Konan's right hand, and a shield with prismatic star-cross protrusions appeared in his left hand. A scapegoat in the left hand, and a sword in the right hand. Konan at the moment is like a legendary female knight, heroic. I give you misfortune. Seeing Han coming, Konan used his sword with his abilities. The face of the rushing man changed drastically, and he suddenly felt his strength fade rapidly. As if contaminated with some kind of unknown, his power became fragile. Puff! The weakened Han passed by Konan. A hideous and narrow wound appeared on Han's abdomen, and blood spattered out, directly hitting the ground. Puff! Cough! What happened? Han's eyes are full of horror. What kind of power is this? Holy writing ability, world harmony. Konan's ability is exactly the ability of the Invisible Empire's Queen Hasward. It is a conceptual ability, the ability to never get injured after the battle. World reconciliation. 1. Give the opponent directly with misfortune through the sword, and the unlucky things will become fragile in the face of their own power. 2. Control misfortune and luck, transfer all your injuries to the enemy. At the same time, the misfortune that comes to one's own body will be endured by the scapegoat, and the damage will be fed back to the opponent a second time, causing the opponent to face the disaster of extinction. Simply put, Konan makes everything weak and brittle. If the enemy cannot be weakened, then any injuries received will be transferred to the enemy. Not only that, the scapegoat will cause a second return of damage. Asterisk. Chapter 41, Power. The shadow is powerful. Seeking flowers, seeking monthly pass, seeking evaluation. Meaning, Konan got one shot, the ability was activated, the enemy would get 2 shots, and Konan was unscathed. If Konan is seriously injured, then the enemy will be twice as badly injured or even killed. The battle is over and Konan is unscathed. Bug level ability, because how to fight Konan, Konan won't get hurt in the end. 1-to-1, Konan can drag and kill any enemy. Of course, Konan's ability is more than that, it depends on his own understanding. How to control luck depends on your brain. Good job, Konan. All but a moment. Seeing this scene, Yahiko and Nagato's eyes lit up, and they immediately condensed spirits at their fingertips, and each instantly sent a small holy arrow. Boom! But when the small sacred destroyer was about to attack Han, a huge chakra gushed out of Han and left the place instantly. When the 3 of them saw Han again, his body changed significantly. Remaining in human form, covered with a dark red tail beast coat, directly entered the half-tailed beast state. Roar! But in just a few seconds, Onaki just dodges the attack from Rock Shinobi when he heard the roar from the beast. Are those 3 young people so strong? Let Han enter into a half-tailed animalization without hesitation. Onaki's eyes were solemn. He found that he really underestimated these Lanyu subordinates, obviously he didn't feel how strong they were. But each one brought him a sense of crisis, in the final analysis, it was due to lack of intelligence. Noisy. At this moment, a tearing voice sounded. Below Tsunade clenched his fist, causing the atmosphere to vibrate. Weird power punch. On the left, a huge shock wave burst out from Tsunade's hand, directly breaking the atmosphere. Accompanied by a harsh roar, he attacked Onoki. Holy text ability, power. Pure power, extremely violent. By absorbing the spiritual child and strengthening the spiritual power, it can strengthen the power with almost no limit. And Tsunade, which is originally a grandmaster physical skill, has the blessing of holy characters, enough to blast the atmosphere with a punch, bursting out a shock wave. This blonde girl is too violent. Jiraiya couldn't help but stunned when he saw this. Damn, this Tsunade, who dares to come near. He promised that as long as he was touched by the current Tsunade fist, even if he wiped it, he would definitely die. Medium Sacred Killer. On the right, Orochimaru, who came out of the realm of shadow, accumulated the spirit child in his right hand to form a huge arrow. Immediately afterwards, it gave out an amazingly powerful light. Don't you need Jian? Various abilities are as strange as the limits of blood succession. Onaki's reaction speed was too fast, and even at the moment of distraction, he could detect this rapid attack for the first time. And turned around and fists fiercely blasted out. Earth-style rock fist technique. Earth-style hardening technique. Earth-style heavy rock technique. In an instant, a thick layer of rock condensed on the fist that Onoki blasted, and the hardening started. Not only that, he also greatly increased the weight of his fist and attack strength. Boom! Oyemu punched each on the left and right, and two brilliant sparks exploded in the sky, exploding shocking sound waves. Destroyed the attack of the two directly with fists. Hi! He is probably better than the teacher. This scene made the three Orochimaru solemn. Oyemu, who is in his prime, has almost no dead ends and weaknesses. They have extremely rich combat experience and strong combat awareness, and they are more dusty. Its combat power can be called the current era, the top. Even if Third Reikage is wrong, the movies of this era are very strong and each has its own advantages. At the same time, Kushina and Mikoto are fighting against more than 10,000 ninjas. After all, the battlefields of Third Tsuchikage and Five Tails Jinchuriki were not close to other ninjas, so they both targeted the two women. Come on! Use your deaths to declare my existence. Remember, I am Uzumaki Kushina, please call me the Queen of Critical Strikes. Kushina carried a different kind of excitement. What she desires most now is to be able to become famous in the world of ninja and be worshipped by countless people. Thinking of the scene where countless ninjas kneeled on the ground and chanted "Long live the Queen," Kushina laughed, not like a goddess. Large divine destruction. Kushina drew an arc in the void with a spiritual blade in hand, and a huge bow and arrow appeared above the trajectory, smashing it directly toward the crowd. Boom! The moment the large sacred Miyoji hits the ground, it becomes a huge lightsaber. Like a laser cannon, it bloomed with terrifying power, and all the ninjas in this straight line were all killed. A long and narrow gully made Rock Shinobi shocked. Me, Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto shouted out his name very frankly, making many secret spies bewildered. I go, Uchiha? What's the situation with Lan Yu? There are Uzumaki tribe, Uchiha tribe, and Orochimaru tribe. Is this killing Konoha all at once? Sarutobi, ooh, I'm too difficult. Chi. Anyone who tried to get close to Mikoto, Chi was forcibly changed his body shape and twisted to death. Enforcement is like a god in the battlefield. Ah, hurry up and avoid it. I saw a dozen rock shinobi who had just finished the seal and were about to release ninjutsu at Mikoto. They were shocked to find that their direction of movement had changed. It also led to a change in the direction of the attack. A series of ninjutsu all attacked their own people. More than that, the rock shinobi who were out of control ran around and bumped into each other. Immediately afterwards, as if the virus spread, all rock shinobi began to get out of control. From a distance, Uchiha Mikoto stood calmly in place. The surrounding area was emptied within 100 meters, no rock shinobi could attack, and all were stopped by his own people. Controlling one, with the help of enforced transitivity, can change from 1 to 10, then to 100, snowballing increase. Of course, any ability has its limits. The limit of Mikoto is a matter of scope and quantity, but it can be improved in the future. But even so, with so many rock shinobi, none of them can hurt Mikoto, and can't even get close. Hi! This woman is terrifying. Compared to Kushina's various explosive bombs, although powerful and undefended, it is not terrifying to see that it is powerful. The scary thing is that Mikoto's completely incomprehensible ability makes his scalp numb. Over 10,000 rock shinobi. He was hunted down by 2 women. What are these abilities? In a dark corner somewhere, the black-white Zetsu silently ate melons. Asterisk. Chapter 42, White Zetsu Cheeky Technique, Seeking Monthly Ticket, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Evaluation. Black Zetsu, secretly observe. I wanted to see Lan Yu make a move, but this time it all depends on 8 subordinates. I thought it was here to die, but I didn't expect it to be famous. I have been mixing for so many years, have I overlooked something? Black Zetsu was so dumbfounded. Lan Yu didn't care if he had an accident, how could it come out one after another? It seems that he has been feeding the dog for thousands of years. Enemy, Lan Yu, you are the enemy of my life. Do you need me to explain to you? Suddenly, a steady and powerful voice exploded in his ears, and Black Zetsu was shocked. White Zetsu yelled. Who is it? Do you have a sense of ethics? Yelling, neighbors in the neighborhood don't need to sleep. This idiot. Black Zetsu's eyes were ferocious. Next time, definitely kill it. But at this moment, Black Zetsu's heart sank to the bottom, because he found that he seemed to have come to otherworld. There is nothing in the vast expanse of whiteness. Meet Black Zetsu again, is there any change in mood? As a word fell, the man wearing a white quilt suit and a black cloak walked away step by step, and the invisible pressure continued to increase. White Zetsu's pupil shrank, then screamed. The whole person broke away from Black Zetsu, and then lay directly on the ground. White Zetsu looked like a god of faith. Master Lan Yu. You are so handsome. As soon as I hear your voice, I'm so cautious and flop. This is definitely the most beautiful voice of the king in the world. As he said, White Zetsu looked around, his eyes widened suddenly. Oh my god, where is this place? Is it the legendary god realm? Yes, and only here can you be worthy of your stalwart body. Immediately, White Zetsu covered his eyes and shouted, I can't. I can't go to see you, you are dazzling than the sun. My weak existence is not worth looking into your eyes. Lord of the great invisible empire, may you be immortal. Please allow your humble servant to offer you the highest admiration. Bang 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 bang. I saw White Zetsu kneeling on the ground. After lying on the ground, that head hit the ground vigorously, which is called a hard work. Black Zetsu. Wow, I'm going crazy. What is it that makes White Zetsu so shameless? I really don't need anything to survive, can you be more shameless? Interesting soul. Lan Yu admitted that he was amused. I have to say that such a weird thing as White Zetsu is almost once in 1,000 years, and it is difficult to find a similar one in most of the world. Black Zetsu's tone is rather heavy. Where is this place? Space ninjutsu? No, maybe it's your unique bloodline ability. Lan Yu is too lazy to explain. Black and White Zetsu stayed in the shadows, so Lan Yu directly established the spiritual space here. In this kind of different space, the two can't escape for a lifetime. Seeing this, White Zetsu suddenly became angry. Black Zetsu, what kind of attitude are you? Lord Lan Yu is the greatest god in my heart, and you are not qualified to talk to you. Black Zetsu showed murderous eyes. A hole, Lao Zi wanted to kill you a long time ago. Come on. As long as you can prevent you from polluting your beloved Lan Yu, I am willing to kill me even if I die. How many years have you successfully angered me? Hehe. We are 50-50, are you mad at fart? Damn, what is it that makes you feel like me? An angry Black Zetsu caught a glimpse of Lan Yu raising his hand, immediately tense physically and mentally, and made a posture like an enemy. A table, 3 chairs, and some tea sets were condensed between Lan Yu's hands. It was very easy going. It's too boring to start a quarrel, so let's talk to me. Black Zetsu. White Zetsu. This monster, why is it so pressing? Thinking like this in their hearts, the two of them sat on the chairs very carefully. It's impossible to resist, so I can only chat with Lan Yu about 30 yuan. Lan Yu said lightly, Tsutsuki Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's spirits were shocked, his eyes showed disbelief. Wow, you are not Madara-sama's will, I want to report. Speaking of this, White Zetsu covered his mouth and immediately changed the subject. Hey, Tsutsuki Kagaya, the name is nice, she must be a beautiful woman. Lan Yu and Black Zetsu ignored him. Black Zetsu thought too much for a moment, and finally said in a deep voice, What is your purpose? Stop me. From what Lan Yu said, Lan Yu is definitely the person who knows him best in the ninja world, which makes him horrified, terrified, even confused, and helpless. How many years has he worked hard? Black Zetsu can't remember it. Everyone has its own stages of growth in life, and each stage has its own goals, even if it is a waste, it also lives out the different colors of each age. But for him, from the beginning, he had only one goal, to rescue his mother. His abilities have been fixed since birth, and he has worked hard to save his mother all his life. Even the meaning of his existence is to liberate the goddess of Mao in the legend. I never feel boring, even full of motivation, how do you understand me? You humans simply can't persist like me. Black Zetsu has been inferior to his ugly body, but also proud of his unchanging determination. In response to Black Zetsu's panic, pleading and desperate gaze, Lan Yu said calmly, Didn't you say it? It's too boring to watch the show. Find someone to chat, that's all. What anxious pleading, shit. Even if Black Zetsu knelt on the ground and cried, it would not change any of Lan Yu's decision. It just so happens that Lan Yu has no intention of killing Black Zetsu. Why did you kill him? Make the boring ninja world even more boring? Black Zetsu is me, the most important part of Uchiha Madara. Lan Yu thought so in his heart and directly regarded Black Zetsu as a tool man. What is Uchiha Madara? In Lan Yu's eyes, he is a man who is arrogant, domineering, and invincible, but at the same time bears a bit of tsundere. That man deserves to be subdued by himself. P.S. The book friend is right, zombies are not suitable for Jiraiya, and thunder is not suitable for Tsunade. Jiraiya's ability changed to love, maneuvering enemies in the air. Tsunade changed to power, the system reacted slowly, and it could be seen in a few days. Asterisk. Chapter 43, The Giant Wooden Golem Appears. Seeking monthly ticket, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation. Thinking of something, Lan Yu spoke. Go back and tell Uchiha Madara that his Rinnegan was thrown into the urn by me. FK. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were stunned. They said, they just saw Nagato. Although he has grown up a lot, he recognizes it, but his eyes are not Rinnegan. Lan Yu looked expectantly in his eyes, if you want, let Uchiha Madara personally come and get it. Is this to bring Madara over? What is the other party going to do? Black Zetsu's expression became heavier. White Zetsu wiped his sweat, weakly speaking, I put it in the urn for so many days, will it smell bad? Black Zetsu's face was dark, he knew it, he hadn't experimented yet. It stands to reason that ordinary eyes will rot a long time ago if they are not protected. But that is Rinnegan. Maybe it can last a few more days? Lan Yu drank a tea ceremony, after watching the show, you will leave again. Is it me? Listening to you, not you, Black Zetsu's heart is shaken. I was afraid that White Zetsu would leave and let him stay. White Zetsu immediately stood up straight, of course it's you, is it useful to keep you? Seeing you are dark, you won't be able to find you in the middle of the night. Roll. Black Zetsu was cold-eyed, and he was relieved to see Lan Yu didn't refute. This guy, Lan Yu suddenly felt that he was in a good mood. If you let White Zetsu go, Black Zetsu will definitely kill it right away, after all, White Zetsu knows his true identity. Must be murdered. Anyway, White Zetsu is just a human being immersed in infinite Tsukuyomi in ancient times. Extracted from the Gedo statue, Kagaya's army. However, Lan Yu still thinks this white Zetsu is quite interesting, and perhaps it is boring to bring it up again. He can enter the Imperial Intelligence team. Since it is useful, stay. Lan Yu directly released the Lingza space, and then Black Zetsu found that he had returned to the outside world, but he didn't dare to move at all. I'm very sure that Lan Yu has the ability to kill himself, and Black Zetsu doesn't want to cause trouble. At the same time, the battle between Onaki and Orochimaru continues. This third Tsuchikage is simply tyrannical and unreasonable, making it impossible to start. This guy is too strong. It's hard to make a straight attack. He wants to end the battle as soon as possible. Tsunade said, looking at Orochimaru. The sacred text of Tsunade, power, although it can blast through the atmosphere and erupt a terrible shock wave, like a humanoid beast, it is difficult to hit the big wildwood flying around. And Jiraiya holy text, love, you need to attack the opponent to be effective. Onogi is too cautious to fight. Lan Yu told them that the first element of the Quincy. Even if you are a companion, you can't speak out your own sacred writing ability casually. Like in many animes, many people fight and want to explain each of their abilities word by word. Don't understand, do it again? Lan Yu wanted to spit out and die. When the difference in strength is not particularly large, intelligence is life. You said it all because you didn't think you died fast enough. But since you are a companion, you will always understand a little bit, and you will also understand a lot in the daily duel exercises. So Tsunade and Jiraiya had some guesses about Orochimaru's sacred writing ability. Seeing the two people's eyes, Orochimaru licked his mouth and smiled evilly. I like my holy script very much, because imagination is the truth. For the ability bestowed by His Majesty, Orochimaru expressed his love. Scientists don't need too much strength. But Orochimaru believes that this ability must be the strongest in the future. Why don't you do it? Sarutobi Hiruzen has taught these three wastes. Anamu's mouth was merciless, but his heart had been wary to the extreme. The fighting style of the three is completely different from that of ninjas. Onogi, who understands that intelligence is life, doesn't want to capsize in the gutter. Immediately opened the distance, and quickly formed a seal attack. Ready to show off the dust, send away in a wave. Late. Orochimaru's eyes were cold, and he didn't even lift his hands. Dozens of tiny needles appeared in front of Oyemu out of thin air, revealing a sharp air, and suddenly frightened Oyemu. Give up Ji-yin and dodge quickly. How did these needles appear? Oyemu frowned. He didn't see any traces of flying at all, as if he appeared out of thin air. Can they still create things out of thin air? What? Oyemu, who had just avoided the needle, suddenly felt the sky dark, and suddenly looked back and his eyes widened. This is impossible. Amidst a roar, I saw very thick giant trees rushing out of the ground, growing crazily. In the blink of an eye, a wooden golem with a height of nearly 100 meters was formed. Looked down at him like a mountain. Wooden golem? Wood style? Senju Hashirama? For a time, Onaki's thoughts were in confusion. Swish swish. The branches of the sky blocked Oyemu in all directions, and when Oyemu lost his mind, the huge wooden golem slapped it down with a slap. Bang! Seeing nowhere to hide, Oyemu only had time to use the hardening technique that he could cast by omitting the seal, and then he was smashed into the ground. For a time, Rock Shinobi, who was on the smaller half of the battlefield, stopped moving. He stared at the huge wooden golem dumbfounded. Tsunade raised his eyebrows when he saw this. You can play well, Orochimaru. With that said, Tsunade couldn't help but lose his mind. Although this is not a wood style, this wooden golem really has the style of first generation. Jiraiya smiled. To be honest, I am a novelist, and my imagination is not bad. Why don't you change it? Idiot, do you spoil you? Although Orochimaru is also interested in Jiraiya's abilities, his abilities are simply too suitable for him. It is a waste to fight. P.S. The sacred text of Tsunade was changed to strength. The holy text of Jiraiya was changed to love. Asterisk. Chapter 44, give you the title of Sunin, seeking monthly ticket, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation. Chance. Seeing Onoki hit the ground, Orochimaru rushed over without hesitation. Damn it, what is this? Oyemu, who was just about to get up, felt that there were many invisible barriers around him, and there seemed to be a small invisible cage. Next moment, Onoki broke out of the blockade with all his strength. Unfortunately, I still don't have the ability to adapt. The cage of fantasy is not strong enough, but a moment is enough. During the words, Orochimaru disappeared in place. The next moment he rushed to Onoji, who had just gotten up, and kicked it. Boom boom boom. Onoji didn't have time to perform ninjutsu, but his physical skills were very strong. In an instant, he played dozens of times against Orochimaru, and even kicked Orochimaru away. Is this really wood style? Only then did Onoki raise his head again to look at the huge wooden golem, his eyes solemn. Yes, scared. Jiraiya said, directly projecting the medium-sized divine destruction. At the same moment, the Tsunade below made a fist with his right hand, and his whole body was violently vigorous, and with an extremely violent posture, he blasted Onoji with another punch. Weird force blasting. Holy text, strength, burst out. The force of horror squeezed the air crazily, and Tsunade fists burst out with shock waves like the sky and the earth. Also at this moment, Orochimaru, lying on the ground, gave a strange smile. It's done. Did he do something? Although Jiraiya and Tsunade's attacks were sharp, Onoki caught a glimpse of Orochimaru's smile, and immediately felt inwardly. There is always a sense of imminent disaster. No, this guy must die. In the next moment, Onoki evaded the attack at a very fast speed and swooped towards Orochimaru. Despair under the dust. Dust escape boundary stripping technique. Seeing that Orochimaru hadn't gotten up yet, Onoki finally caught the counterattack and turned and folded his hands together. In a blink of an eye, the entire gloomy sky was illuminated by endless white light, and a huge white beam of light was blasted out directly in front of Oyemu. Quite a few people stepped in and looked over. Boom! In an instant, hundreds of meters in the range of Orochimaru turned into dust. Oyemu looked at the big bottomless hole that was blasted out, full of surprise. He could definitely attack Orochimaru, and he didn't have any breath. It's that simple, dead. Suddenly a little agitated what was going on, Oyemu laughed at himself. Isn't it normal to kill a kid with his strength? I'm getting old, even the three young people almost didn't get it right. Fortunately, the old man was even better and won the first kill. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Master Tsuchikage killed one. Rock Shinobi caught a glimpse of this scene and were pleasantly surprised. Kushina and Mikoto frowned slightly, and then they attacked harder. Since Orochimaru is dead, go and die. On the other hand, the Konan trio played against Han, what felt that the half-tailed animalization had a trend toward complete-tailed animalization. It can be said that the group of 8 killed too many ninjas, which put a lot of pressure on Rock Shinobi. But Oyemu's first kill gave them incomparable confidence. Listen well. Onoki hugged his arm, glanced below and spoke proudly. Young people, you are very good. Although you will die soon, you are also worth remembering and being praised by the shinobi world. I, third Tsuchikage, give you the title of Sunin. Tsunade, Jiraiya. Lan Yu couldn't help laughing. Didn't get the title from Hanzo, but got it from third Tsuchikage instead? Is it the irresistible inertia of history, or the fate of the legendary arrangement? Mikoto and Kushina were robbed by him. Could it be that a Uchiha Hide Koto and Uzumaki Nanako came out? At this moment, Konoha village. Zayukin? What a strange name, she is Mikoto's big cousin. In the Uchiha clan, Fugaku frowned slightly and looked at the girl who was working hard in the field. Somewhat dissatisfied. Compared to Mikoto, this girl is just pretty. The most important thing is character, Mikoto's standard good wife and mother, and Zayukin loves fighting too much. Before opening his eyes, Fugaku felt that he couldn't beat her. Fugaku's father, who was ousted from the position of patriarch by his son, couldn't help but said, "Even if you have those eyes, don't be too arrogant. The Uchiha clan is not our final say. You must maintain a good relationship with each elder. Among the younger generation, Zayukin is the most suitable wife to be your future wife, understand?" Fugaku was silent, and clenched his hands unconsciously. Only when the patriarch. I know how ridiculous this so-called private hatred is. Fugaku has grown a lot with the responsibility of entraining a clan to rise up. Go, and have a good relationship with Zayukin. I will marry her in a few years. Good. Fugaku was finally defeated by reality. He now understands what interests are, what is family, and what is inheritance. On the other side, the ninja school. Nanako, are you still missing your cousin? At the same time, in the senior class, Namikaze Minato looked at the red-haired girl beside her and couldn't help but speak. Kushina and Nanako entered the village together. But Kushina was taught by Uzumaki Mito, which was a few days later than Nanako's admission. But just for a few days, Namikaze Minato's heart was filled with Nanako. Because this girl has a very soft temperament and is very good at taking care of people. Uzumaki Nanako nodded, eyes red. I have never been separated from my cousin since I was a kid, and she has been protecting me. Relax, Kushina will be fine. Namikaze Minato could only comfort him, but made a decision in his heart. It is necessary to graduate as soon as possible. Only in this way can you quickly become stronger. Protect the village, protect Nanako. Lan Yu, **. Chapter 45, Fantasy Creation, God's Power, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Evaluation, Seeking Monthly Pass. Lan Yu didn't know this, and was still observing the battlefield. Sunan? What an ironic title! Jiraiya and Tsunade were indifferent, glanced at the disappearing Orochimaru slightly, and then continued to attack Oniki. Small sacred arrow. Seeing that the two began to move again, Oyemu's eyes were full of sneers. Don't struggle in vain, none of the three are qualified, let alone the two of you, poof. But Oyemu, who was preaching his might, suddenly felt pain in his body and lost control, and then he was hit by a small holy arrow in his shoulder. Damn it, what happened? Oniki's body was crumbling. Even the flight is difficult to control, and can only fall on the ground, staring at a few people from a distance. He felt that most of his bones were broken. But this is completely impossible, he was not injured at all before. Hehe, it's just killing an entity clone that I imagined. Is it worth your excitement? There was a sneer, and Onoki was terrified. Orochimaru, who should have died, walked out of another shadow, unscathed. Orochimaru looked at the painful Onoki and licked his mouth with excitement. What a powerful ability, as long as my imagination is enough, all truth will be realized. Puff. As Orochimaru spoke, Onoki became weaker and knelt directly on the ground. The feeling that most of the body's bones are broken, it doesn't seem to be an illusion. Oyemu looked fiercely, damn it! What the hell did you do to me? Orochimaru raised his hand with a sacred arrow to kill the ninja who came to help, and then spoke indifferently. Don't pretend that I tell you, you can only do nothing, wait for death. Holy writing ability, Dreamer. Also known as Visionary. Visionary, turn the imagination in your mind into reality instantly. This ability can create objects out of thin air, but cannot destroy or transform objects out of thin air, unless the object is created by their imagination. Orochimaru said that this ability is the strongest. Not because of combat effectiveness, but as a scientist, this ability is too perfect. Turn fantasy into reality. How big the brain hole is, how strong is the ability. Create space. The owner of this ability in the original book created a space in the universe and imprisoned Zaraki Kenpeki. Inorganic creation, what wooden golem, meteorites, magma, sea of fire, mountains, high-rise buildings, etc. are all okay. Create life, whether it is a human or a plant, it can be created by imagination. Create superpowers, imagine superpowers, give yourself, such as mind power, teleportation, etc. Even Sharingan is possible, and even the ability to create blood. All of the above are achievable by visionaries. Not only that, any object created by fantasy can be destroyed by Orochimaru in an instant. More able to touch other objects, you can use your imagination to damage them. The reason why Onoki was hit hard was due to contact during the physical confrontation in Orochimaru's fantasy. The premise is that Onokisuna is sealed off with a cage of lingzi, otherwise Onoki will never get close to Orochimaru. Fantasy Ono wood bones shattered. Realize in an instant. The only limitation is not to be distracted, to stay calm at all times, and not to imagine beyond the body's capacity. Lan Yu, who was watching from afar, had to say that this ability was really buggy. However, this ability and imagination has its limits, and some things that are too huge cannot be created by their own imagination alone. But you can create some avatars first, imagine together, and create after you increase your imagination. Lan Yu, who has undergone the baptism of information technology, can say one thing. This is definitely an ability that anyone in any place dreams of. Fantasy creation has too much potential. It can even break the boundary between life and death, the barrier between where and the gods. The reason why Lan Yu gave Orochimaru the visionary ability was not for him to fight. Put it on scientific research. The time machine may give you a fantasy. After all, if you fight, there are people in the empire. But when the empire's military power is sufficient, people's livelihood must first be considered. People's livelihood technology is very important. Lan Yu, there will be computers decades later, I can't wait. I like this ability too. Lan Yu once thought about a problem. The members of the Star-Crossed Knights have so many concept-level abilities. Will Yu Habiture himself? You know, the so-called sacred writing ability. It comes from his soul distribution. It is part of the power that has been separated from oneself and bestowed it out, so it can be recovered with sanctification. If you have all the abilities of your subordinates, then it is impossible to fail. Because of the code name M, the symbol of ability is a miracle. The miracle of immortality. But obviously, Ukhabak is not immortal. This is strange. I don't know the holy text that my soul gives away. It doesn't make sense at all. If there is a plenum, you can't even do a plot kill. Lan Yu can only think like this. If Yuha has all the power of holy characters, then the protagonist group will not be able to open or hang up. So Shinigami's original work does not have this setting. But this is the difference between my omniscience and omnipotence. Lan Yu smiled suddenly, making the black-white Zetsu trembling. After awakening omniscience and omnipotence at the beginning, Lan Yu discovered that he was different from Ohabaka's. Not only does it remove some of the limitations in the original work. The main thing. He can use the sacred text ability endowed by Lan Yu by relying on omniscience and omnipotence. Evolution caused by Hgyaku. Collect all the holy scripts in one body. The subordinates will, Lan Yu will. What a horror! Truly. The power of God. P.S. In the future, the author will also have original ability. You can write down the abilities you like or set by yourself in the comment area. If it's good, the author will write it in. Given to subordinates, the protagonist will also have it. Asterisk. Chapter 46, Third Tsuchikage, Die. Seeking flowers, seeking monthly pass, seeking evaluation. Through the continuous strengthening of bonus points. The omniscience and omnipotence in the name can become the true omniscience and omnipotence in the future. It can be said. He can now create some characters in the Shinigami world through the ability of a visionary. But such a creation is meaningless. Not only that. His Hugyaku also seems to have no limits. This means that if Lan Yu keeps evolving and becomes strong enough, it is possible to create the other world channel. Forcibly attack other worlds. Even create the world from nothing. A true creation and becoming a god. Most of your bones are broken by me, don't you want to give up? Orochimaru walked slowly, and said coldly. Jiraiya leaned over and said, would you like to feel my love? His attack just now was an additional holy text, love. Those who are attacked by Jiraiya's power will obey him and be controlled by him. Onoki was hit, so severely hit, he could be manipulated by Jiraiya. Ha, you underestimate me. Feeling that he was getting weaker and weaker, Oyemu exhausted his last strength and released a terrible monster. Earth-style Gang Lee-style technique. A huge rock giant appeared and directly raised his right hand to protect Onoki in his hand. Running fast, Onoki's last cry came out. Rock Shinobi obeyed, mission failed. Everyone withdraw to the village. Run away. In an instant, Rock Shinobi were all dumbfounded. But when they looked back, they saw a scene of extreme horror. The shockwave of Tsunade's power burst into the right hand of the giant rock giant. Boom! In a roar, the arm of the rock giant was blown away. Half of his hand fell from the air, and Onoki was in it. I got a title anyway, to express my gratitude. Empire Sunin, see you off. A spiritual blade appeared in the hands of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Fei Lianjiao appeared in front of Oyemu instantly. Seeing the three of them stab them with knives, Oyemu, whose bones were torn apart, his eyes flushed, and he screamed hard. Flee! Run away! Hey! The three of them pierced the knife into Onoki's body without stopping. Seal the throat with one knife. A stab at the heart. Cut through the head. Suddenly cut off all the vitality of Onoki. I saw Onoki's bloodshot eyes, filled with unwillingness and despair, gradually dimming. Third Tsuchikage, die. At this moment, it seems that everyone has stopped. Rock Shinobi felt their sky collapsed. Guru, Third Tsuchikage, dead. The secret spies were all dumbfounded. This is the shadow of a village. There are only 5 people in the entire ninja world who are qualified to be called shadows, and the others are all self-satisfied. How sturdy the Onoki was before. No matter how much the Orochimaru 3 attacked, they couldn't hurt them at all, fully showing the demeanor of the shadows. But in the blink of an eye, just died like this? Wow, that's scary. White Zetsu was shivering. Lan Yu is the big devil, and his subordinates are all small devil. Black Zetsu was extremely heavy, he couldn't understand it. How did Orochimaru pit Onoki? Even he can't understand it, so to speak. If you change to Uchiha Madara in its heyday, you may be killed. Ah, it's impossible. Master Tsuchikage. Kill. Kill. Revenge for Master Tsuchikage. For a while, all rock shinobi went crazy. In the original work, Onoki got through the blog post. Due to his old age and physical decline, he died desperately to suppress the artificial rebellion. But now it's only during World War II, when Onoki was at its peak, his death was enough to cause a sensation in the ninja world. Hokage Ninja, the blogger tells me is shit, why do you mention it? Dead. Go and die. The rock shinobi attacked desperately, and various ninjutsu flew all over the sky. There were also rock shinobi who sensibly wanted to withdraw to the village, but involuntarily, their rage was ignited. It's a pity that the realm of Fei Lian's feet and static blood suit Kajang is in. The possibility of hurting the group of 8 is too small. Especially when Onoki died, the 3 Orochimaru joined the massacre without hesitation. Rock shinobi can only become a lamb to be slaughtered. Roar! The death of Onoki also greatly stimulated Han. The half-tailed animal body began to swell rapidly, and chakra gushed out like crazy. In a blink of an eye there appeared a pure white beast that seemed to be a fusion of a dolphin and a horse. 5 Tails Koku. What a big monster! The Konan trio with the least experience, suddenly saw such a huge tail beast, could not help but stay. They are like an ant, they can only look up at the horror of Koku. Roar! The moment Koku appeared, his mouth began to condense tailed beast bomb. Not good. Feeling its powerful destructive energy, the spiritual power on Yahiko's body exudes extremely hot heat. The finger of burning fire. Yahiko accumulated extremely hot heat in the index finger of his right hand. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing flame column was shot into Koku's mouth, like a small laser cannon. Holy Writing ability, Searing. The elemental power attack ability can transform the soul into ultra-high temperature flames for various forms of attacks. If Yahiko grows up, its destructive power will be comparable to Shikai of Yamamoto's Rijinjaka of Rijinjaka. Of course, it is only comparable to Shikai. However, as long as Yahiko is strong enough, Searing will be stronger, depending on his own strength. Boom! The scorching flame directly penetrated the uncondensed tailed beast bomb. It made Koku feel a strong pain, and the roar became louder. Han, things are not good, I suggest you go back to the village immediately. Asterisk. Chapter 47, Everything is Connected, Rewrite the Future. Seeking flowers, seeking monthly pass, seeking evaluation. Why? It was conscious that Han turned to complete tail animalization. At this moment, the grief-stricken Han just wanted to kill all the group of 8, and then rushed into the country of rain to kill them. Koku's voice is heavy, their attacks carry energy that hurts the soul. If this goes on, I will probably die, the kind that can't be resurrected. 5 Tails Koku is very stable. Changed to the stupid big one at 1 tail, who had already let go of 2 ruthless words yelling, and didn't turn his head back. Dangerous. A strong sense of lethality spread all over his body. When Koku quickly backed away, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the distance, holding a strangely shaped weapon in his hand. Weapon, hello, I am a sniper rifle. Shura Daopane said that he has tracking missiles, laser cannons, rockets, and even mechanical armor. Tailed beasts are not creatures, but they have souls. One time is not enough, then many times. Nagato was holding a Lingza sniper rifle and aimed at the huge tail beast. Holy Writing ability, everything goes through. All things penetrate, everything you touch on the 2-point and 1-line forward track between the muzzle and the target will be penetrated. There is no way to counteract or defend against such power. More than that, this ability also has a short-term invincible state, and any attack is invalidated. There is almost no limit to the development of this ability. Sufficient combat wisdom can give it unparalleled strength. Concept level ability. In the original book, the ability belongs to the captain of the Yuhabaka's guard team, Ljibero, who claims to be the highest masterpiece of His Majesty and the man closest to God. If Nagato develops the Eucharist, there will be no need for weapon assistance. The body can be used to issue a destructive attack that penetrates everything, destroying everything. Roar! In the next moment, without seeing any movement of Nagato, a hole appeared directly on 5 Tails Koku's body. From the front, you can see the mountains behind you from the entrance of the cave, which completely penetrates. Silent. A completely invisible concept attack. Die. Nagato shoots one after another. Several holes appeared again on his body, and Koku couldn't help but feel terrified. Horrible human. This kind of attack cannot be defended at all, there is no sound, and no one can even see what is coming out of the muzzle. It seemed to just take a glance. He was penetrated. The additional soul damage made Koku's breath weak. Han, I am too big, run away. Koku returned to Han's body, and the moment Han returned to his human form, Han fled without thinking. Ran casually, found a direction, and did not run towards the village. It was too late to say anything to Rock Shinobi. After all, Nagato's sniping was too terrifying. A pause's death. Hot. Yahiko's hands condensed an extremely powerful flame. When the lasing went out, a small sea of fire was formed, and it swept towards Han frantically. Steam burst. With the help of the tail beast chakra, Han exerted his steam power to the limit. The tyrannical speed directly caused the illusion of teleportation, which appeared hundreds of meters away in the next instant. Run to the limit. But the next moment, a beautiful shadow with closed eyes stood in front of Han. It seems to be waiting here very early. I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Han suddenly stopped, Conan's eyes opened suddenly. Hi, this is... Han suddenly felt tight, as if he had seen a terrifying abyss. Facing Conan's eyes, Han's soul trembled uncontrollably. Conan's originally pale orange pupils are now blood red. There was more than one pupil, and after a closer look, there were multiple blood red pupils appearing in the eyes, like demon-like pupils. Looking at each other slightly, Han felt like a piece of white paper, all the secrets were seen through. For an instant, his forehead was covered with fine sweat, and his body stopped. Your journey ends here. It's up to me to rewrite your death. Conan whispered like a god, not seeing her making any movements. When the words have not yet fallen. Puff chick chick. Dozens of blood spattered from Han's body. I saw that his whole person was directly torn into pieces. Blood splattered, corpses all over the ground. When Han's head fell, his eyes had only one look, fear. What happened? After Onoki's death, Han was regarded as the focus of attention, and many people were stunned again at this moment. It is also an incomprehensible ability. The time Orochimaru severely injured Onoki, there is still a slight possibility that he can be guessed. But Conan. It was tens of meters away from Han, and there was no movement. Han became a broken corpse? Just glanced in the crowd? No, how did this woman know that Han would run in that direction and intercepted halfway in advance? Is it a coincidence or something? Call. Conan closed his eyes again, opened his light orange pupils and let out a deep breath. Lord Lanyu's power is too strong. Conan had a lingering fear at the moment. She just used a little bit of strength, and she felt the shock that she couldn't speak. That is the power that belongs to God. It is different from Hasward because he is the half-body of Yhwach, or he has the ability to share. Only after he has been trained by Yhwach can he use his abilities. And they can only exchange power with them after nightfall. Conan can borrow its abilities when Lanyu is not in use. And because of Conan's sacred world harmony, she can avoid borrowing too strong and hurting herself. Its ability is omniscient and omnipotent. Foresee the future. Rewrite the future. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Mangeki, Ending Eucharist, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Monthly Pass, Seeking Evaluation. A killing has begun. This is an evolution of killing. With the deaths of Onoki and Five Tails Jinkraki, Rock Shinobi became sheep. Except for a few who fled madly because of fear, most Rock Shinobi kept attacking in anger. After all, there is no way to escape. Without the threat of the shadow and the tail beast, the group of 8 launched a terrible killing. Large divine destruction. Multiple sacred arrows. Arrows in the sky continuously set off explosions on the battlefield, taking away the Rock Shinobi. Gradually, Rock Shinobi all felt desperate, but they never had a chance to escape. Hiss. The spies in the dark completely lost their voices. This battle will sensationalize the ninja world in an unprecedented way and will be included in the history of the entire ninja world. Especially when they noticed that the 8-man group was getting stronger and stronger, many spies ran away in fright, for fear of being affected. Okay, let's leave. In the shadow, Lan Yu waved to Black Zetsu. But Black Zetsu couldn't help but glanced at the dead Five Tails Jinkraki. At the moment of Han's death, Lan Yu moved him far away with spiritual power, and spread his right hand to hold on to something. Black Zetsu always feels frizzy. People are dead, what are you doing? But Black Zetsu didn't dare to wait any longer, and got out quickly. White Zetsu stood trembling on the spot, wanted to enliven the atmosphere. But after Black Zetsu left, he realized how much pressure was standing beside Lan Yu. It's bigger than Madara's side. White Zetsu wants to cry without tears, Madara-sama won't kill me, so you don't have to, ooh. Three-tailed beasts. Plus Onogi and more than 10,000 ninjas, 90% of the soul energy. Lan Yu accumulated energy and closed his eyes. The soul energy of tens of thousands of people. The knowledge, experience, skills, and talents of tens of thousands of people. These have been absorbed by Lan Yu, strengthening Lan Yu in all directions. Great horror. Greatly enhanced Lan Yu's combat level. It has also created a strong foundation for him, and the use of energy is more like a fish in water. Buzzing. Suddenly, the group of 8 had a physical meal. As if a kind of shackles were broken away, their respective auras rose straight up. A wave of powerful Ryutsu was released on the battlefield, making Rock Shinobi completely frightened. The level has moved from Elite Jonin level to Cage level. This was in exchange for a sea of blood and corpse mountain. Wow, Sister Mikoto, your eyes are so beautiful. Konan glanced inadvertently and was immediately attracted by Uchiha Mikoto's red pupils like a windmill. Others also looked over. Tsunade was surprised. Manjiki. Well, Manjiki. Uchiha Mikoto is also a little happy at the moment. Although the Quincy is strong, Manjiki is the glory of the Uchiha clan. She can feel the 2 abilities that are boarded in pupil surgery. Increased spiritual power in the left eye, increased Ryutsu in the right eye. It's not very special, but it surprises Mikoto enough, not to mention Suzanu's Uchiha logo. The increase in level will automatically upgrade her bloodline ability. And there are no side effects. She can use her spiritual power to use Manjiki and nurture it. The next level increase will make it evolve again. And holy body. Kushina yelled 3 words unwillingly. Konan and others couldn't help being surprised and envious. A huge Ryutsu skyrocketed, and the surrounding earth was torn apart every inch, and the Ryutsu on Kushina's body was actually destroying everything. And Kushina herself floated even more, flying into the air. A 5-pointed star appears on the top of the head, and the back is stretched out with wings that are separated from the ends of the soles. Feel free to fly in the air. Ling's is shot. Kushina, who has completely liberated his ability, shoots a large-scale spiritual ball from the ends of the wings. Boom boom boom. There are countless light bullets in the sky, blowing up everything touched by the light ball and destroying it. One by one Rock Shinobi died under the light bomb. The rest of the people shot together. I don't know how long it took. The whole battlefield became quiet. To be precise, 2 hours, from beginning to end. Except for a few Rock Shinobi who escaped from Onoki's death, all the others died in battle. A sea of blood is not enough to evaluate this war, even if it spreads out. It is hard for anyone to believe it. After all, 8 people destroyed more than 10,000 ninjas and killed the shadow. How can you listen to it? Need to kill them. At this moment, Yahiko couldn't help looking at their respective dark places, where the detectives of various countries and villages were located. Konan and Nagato are also a bit murderous, their eyes red. The same goes for Kushina and Mikoto. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Don't be controlled by murderous aura, let alone become a slave to power. Control all your power. Murderous intent exists. Under the original trajectory, Orochimaru's murderous intent made Urshasa tremble. But just because of existence, if the Xingxing is insufficient, it is easy to get lost. They are all too small. Although they seem to be 18 or 9 years old, they are not mature enough in their hearts. Tsunade represents a group of children. Even Tsunade almost ran away. After all, killing becomes stronger, which is like a demon's ability. If you kill too much, you can't control your consciousness at all, you can only work hard to keep calm. Orochimaru suggested, "Go ahead, you fight with all your strength, don't use the holy script ability until you are weak." As soon as the words fell, a few people started fighting. The battlefield that had just been quiet, roared again and again. Seeing this scene, the spies secretly cursed lunatics and left here one after another. This is the territory of the land of the earth. There is no need to clean up the battlefield, so leave it to them. Soon someone will come to collect the corpse, and there will be no plague. Asterisk. Chapter 49, Creating Our Country, Seeking Flowers, Seeking Evaluation, Seeking Monthly Pass. At the same time, Lan Yu opened his eyes, no sorrow or joy. Well, if you kill all the tail beasts, it should be enough. Lan Yu didn't reach the 6 paths level, Lan Yu was not disappointed. The amount was sufficient, but it did not cause a qualitative change. But Lan Yu was not in a hurry. Because from this moment on, this ninja world has never killed or even defeated his power. The experience, knowledge, and talents of tens of thousands of people are beyond ordinary people's imagination. Lan Yu has a better understanding of all his own powers such as spiritual power and ryutsu, and intend to innovate. Many basic ninjutsu are very good and can be transformed into the Quincy system. For example, 8 inner gates, Flying Thunder God, Shadow Clone, and so on. Flying Thunder God is very useful, leaving the coordinates to be able to teleport over long distances. Or large-scale transmission, which is of strategic significance. There is also a seal technique. If Lan Yu creates a new skill unique to the Quincy, this will not only enhance his use of energy, but also enrich the abilities of the Quincy. Innovation equals progress. Lan Yu doesn't want to keep standing still. Lan Yu whispered after looking at the bear children who were dispersing energy. 2 hours have passed, and it's noon. Invisible Empire, it's time to form. The heart of the original Rain Country. Almost all civilians and ninjas arrived early, and at a glance, they were crowded. Many people have waited for a long time, but they are not impatient at all. I don't even know about Rock Shinobi's invasion, and he was killed by the group of 8. Today's weather is really good, it is rare that it does not rain, and countless people are bathed in sunshine and enjoy the rare peace. Hey? What is that? Many people were surprised to find that there seemed to be a black spot on the sun. But when the black spot gets bigger and bigger, everyone understands that this is not an illusion. It appeared in the sky like a black light, and then it continued to grow. It's dark. The utter darkness swept the sky in an instant. As if swallowing all the light, the originally bright Rain Country was instantly dimmed, with the power of an abyss descending. Suddenly caused a huge panic. Hi, what is that? Outside the original rain, countless people looked at the sky shrouded in darkness. It was a huge black mask with a deadly color, stunned countless people. When countless people panicked, there was a steady and powerful voice. My name is Lan Yu, the Lord of the Invisible Empire. It was Master Lan Yu. This voice directly calmed everyone's tension. The spies from all over the world felt cold all over. What kind of power it was that turned the whole country black? On the tallest building in the center. Even in the extreme darkness, the eyes of Orochimaru and others looked at Lan Yu ahead brightly. Master Lan Yu. No, you are the Emperor of the Invisible Empire. Konan and the others all knelt down and lowered their heads. Please guide us, Your Majesty. Lan Yu looked at the people below, with an indescribable heroism in her heart. An ordinary person becomes a king in 6 months. This mental journey is like a roller coaster. He didn't know what the mentality of EPUB to found the country was like. Perhaps it was a mentality of playing with everything in the world, seeing everything as ants, and the so-called people were not in his eyes at all. Friends habich, arrogant and ruthless. How powerful is the Star-Crossed Knights? Almost every member is not weaker than the captain level, and even many of them are enough to kill the captain level Shinigami in seconds, and the Zero team can't stop it. But what kind of majesty there are just kinds of subordinates. Most of them are like Yuha, arrogant, ruthless and extremely conceited. There are a lot of wonderful perverts, and many of them are cheated to death by their own conceit. And Yuha is even more ruthless, holy, the Star-Crossed Knights are all destroyed. In the invisible empire of Nyode, only himself was killed by Yuhabak alone. Faced with Aizen and the protagonist group alone, he was taken away with a knife. Of course, although it was mainly pitted to death by his younger brother Hasward, he really couldn't be too ruthless to be the king. So many awesome little brothers, all killed by you alone. If you don't die, who will die? The typical case of Ohabak reminds Lan Yu not to be too arrogant and ruthless. Just hand it over to the younger brother. Anyway, he can be resurrected even if he is dead. Or occasionally go out to pretend to be forced, isn't it fragrant? Stand behind me and witness the path I have traveled. First of all, Lan Yu slowly raised his hand. An indescribable huge spiritual power swept out, touching the souls of the entire Rain country. Create our country. Click. In the next moment, the darkness shattered and the light appeared. The extremely dazzling spiritual power swayed the earth, and the entire original Rain country trembled. Countless people watched the horrible scene dumbfounded. Boom! I saw that all the buildings I saw were collapsing. Like mountains and rivers broken, there is destruction everywhere, that tyrannical force tears everything apart. Everyone was stunned. Everything that is broken is floating. This is... Kushina and others behind Lan Yu were also shocked. Didn't you say good Jiangguo? They thought that His Majesty was going to announce the establishment of an invisible empire to everyone. Then organize people to carry out a major transformation of the country of Rain and establish a new order. It will take a long time, maybe 10 years or decades. When the empire is stabilized, show off its ambition to swallow the ninja world. But their Majesty doesn't play that way at all. He destroyed everything in the country by himself. Lingza Cluster. Asterisk. Chapter 50, Invisible Empire, Real World City. Seeking flowers, seeking monthly pass, seeking evaluation. Lingza Cluster. In the next moment, Lan Yu controlled Lingza to carry out a nationwide transformation. Under the shocking eyes of countless people, those broken buildings and earth, etc. Everything is reorganizing. But in the blink of an eye, new buildings and streets were formed all over the eyes. And where they are in the center, a huge square is formed. If someone looks at it from a high altitude, it will definitely be horrified. The empire that was originally in ruins. Suddenly, an endless building body appeared, neat and uniform. Boom! With a loud noise. In front of the square, a huge building group of hundreds of meters tall was condensed from the void on the ground, full of luxury and magnificence. As if there is World Center. Hiss! Countless people sucked in cold air and lost their voices completely. Within half a minute, it seemed that in the blink of an eye, the whole world was different. The chaotic and messy land of Rain has turned into a huge city at this moment, with all the buildings in order and wide streets. Full of medieval Western European style, but also with the charm of the ancient Oriental country. The spectacular is dizzying. How? What a great existence! The civilians are still shocked, and the ninjas are already shaking. Legend has it that when Konoha was first built, in order to reduce resource consumption, first Hokage built countless wooden houses for Konoha with extremely powerful wood style. Then, as the times change, constantly repairing and rebuilding, it will look like it is now. And Lan Yu. Let them lose their voices. With my own power, a huge city spread all over the country of Rain, and it is so beautiful and luxurious. Buildings are generally several stories high, and the most central location is the Imperial Base Camp, which is hundreds of meters high. There is the center of power. More like the center of the world. At this moment, many spies from other countries were shaken. There is an urge to kneel down at Lan Yu's feet and give her heart. One can imagine how crazy the people of the Empire should be today. Long live Lord Lan Yu! Go away, that's the lord of a country, you have to be called a big name. You just got out, the name is a fart, haven't you read the announcement? That's Your Majesty the Invisible Empire. Yes, yes, long live Your Majesty. Go to hell you, Your Majesty is a god, an immortal existence. Ah! The Empire is immortal, Your Majesty is immortal. Countless imperial civilians and ninjas went crazy. Kneeling down on the ground one after another, shouting hysterical shouts, even spread far and wide. The establishment of the Invisible Empire instantly allowed countless people to find their belongings. And the great Invisible Empire, His Majesty. It has become in the hearts of countless people. Always drop God. His Majesty. In the vast hall of the tallest building in the center, Orochimaru and others were shaking. Everyone was speechlessly full of excitement, and the words in their minds were lacking. I can't find any word to express my feelings. This city will soon become the cornerstone of New World. Lan Yu sits on the gorgeous throne, hands on both sides, his tone is full of expectation and strong ambition. The only one, the real world. True World City. Let's call it that. Real World City is called this city because of its commitment to the future. Listen carefully. Lan Yu, do you want my treasure? Come on, I put everything here. True World City. The human body like Mikoto knows this word. They heard the undisguised ambition from it, that was the ambition to step on everything in the ninja world. Fantasy creation. A white cloud appeared on Lan Yu's hand. Fantasy endowed, soul. Fantasy endowed, weather control. Soon, to everyone's astonishment, the white cloud flew up. You can even see the eyes and mouth on the white clouds, which are so cute. Oh, Your Majesty is eternal and immortal. Bai Yun's voice is very crisp, like a cute little girl. Really want? Seeing this, Kushina, Mikoto, Tsunade and Konan all showed their favorite expressions. It must be very comfortable to hold this white cloud. Seeing this, Lan Yu is not stingy. Waves of white clouds with 4 eyes of different colors fell beside the 4 women. The eyes of the 4 women suddenly brightened. Thank Your Majesty. Lan Yu stroked Baiyun and said, Go, the Invisible Empire cannot be a crying country. Oh, I know Your Majesty. Baiyun circled around everyone happily and rushed into the sky. It can become stronger by constantly absorbing the spirit child, and control the weather of the Invisible Empire. Bring good weather to the Empire. Lan Yu doesn't like the weather here. It's okay to rain, but Tenten, who can bear it? Sure enough, I'm still far behind. Orochimaru watched Lan Yu's operation quietly. He can't create a similar life form now, let alone directly endow it with superpowers. White Zetsu has not recovered until now, and suddenly exclaimed, Wow, so invincible, Your Majesty, you are bigger than Madara, cough cough, stronger than Uchiha Madara. Hey, of course. Konan spoke proudly, his eyes full of admiration. Others looked at White Zetsu more, where did this guy come from? How silly it looks. But then again, this city is really big. Kushina murmured, eyes flashing with excitement, she wanted to go shopping. Is Konoha big? Many people will have the illusion of being a small village. But it's actually really big. It's just that the animation didn't show up. The description of the size of a country in the original book shattered countless people's understanding of the size of the ninja world. However, the city built by Lan Yu spreads all over the original Rain country, even faintly beyond the border. A country is far bigger than a village. Compared with the so-called capitals of other big countries, it is quite big, especially so magnificent. The role of the city is to show its strength to the enemy. If it is not big, then it loses its meaning. Asterisk.